Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, THL. It's your boy, Brushy Tuna, and we got an amazing tournament for y'all today. It's the tournament day one. And I got some amazing people here playing this weekend. I got even more amazing people casting, except for one person. We're going to have one evergreen caster in the booth with us all weekend, and if y'all were here in THL 2 years ago, you'll know who that is. And then we'll have some other casters come and join us throughout the rest of the tournament. Our evergreen caster, you know him, you might like him, I don't. JK, I love him. It's Ron Mexico. Ron, how you doing today, my brother?
Hey, what's up, Tuna? I'm doing great. I'm excited for this tournament. We got an absolute crazy matchup of all these really strong players in THL. We got trios going on. There's a buy-in. There's all kinds of madness going on. And you even toned it down a little bit. I think you kind of stepped back
Yeah.
on the Ron hate.
Yeah,
Are we seeing a
no. I got 2 days to roast you, so I'm saving it for throughout the tournament. You know.
Fair.
And plus, you know, the players aren't gonna hear me, or the people at home aren't gonna hear me as much because we do have. We have you, whatever. But we also have starting out today with us another fantastic caster. When I started this, this person was highly recommended to me to come out and cast with us this weekend. We got in the booth with us as well. Starting off here is Kodo Mora. How you doing, Kodo Mora?
Hey. Yeah, you know, all that money I bribed people really paid off. I mean, it's like planting that seed, and now I'm seeing the fruits of my labor. This is the mountaintop for me. Casting this with you guys today, with Ron. It's the Brushy tournament, the new esports. This is the new professional scene. The biggest money that people have ever seen. So I'm excited.
The biggest money that people have ever seen. That's
true.
right.
I mean,
no player has seen more than $150.
That is, I mean,
out of every single participant in this tournament, I'm pretty sure there is no one who could have possibly earned more money playing Hearthstone than what they will earn today.
That's right. Not possible.
But you know, I'm excited. It's not only is it a beautiful weekend of Hearthstone, it's the mini set dropped, which means it's going to be completely different, right? There's changes across the board. Nothing is going to be the same, Ron, right? Like, what does
we're
it look
looking
like
at
from this field?
pandemonium.
Oh.
I mean, there's been very little time to decide what is like the standout decks. What are the standout decks? What's going to be the best kind of lineup to try to design? There's going to be a lot of people that maybe will just try to go back to basics and start bringing stuff that was really good before the mini set came out. There's going to be some slight adjustments with new mini set cards, and I'm sure we'll see a little bit of spice too. There's going to be some teams that say, you know what, the mini set was enough of a shakeup. I'm going to bring something nobody's expecting, and it's always really exciting to see that kind of thing go down.
As before we go deep into the decks, let's go over the format. So, what is the format? What is the, you know, how is the teams? Talk about the pilots. Let's set the stage. Let's set the standards before we get any further.
Absolutely. So, of course, this is your most common type of format that we see in THL. It's best of 5 conquest with 1 ban. What that means, of course, is that every team will bring 4 decks, and they are going to be able to ban one of their opponent's decks. Their opponent will be able to ban one of their decks, and they will have to get 3 of their decks through in order to advance to the next round. Well, when it comes to elimination time, it's advanced to the next round, but we are going to be playing a round of Swiss for 6 rounds, and the teams up at the top with the best records will be the ones that advance to day 2.
Nice. And this is going to be, you know, the comms are going to be clean and quiet, right? You just have that one voice in the channel. You're going to play uninterrupted Hearthstone. It's not like you're going to have 2 other people yelling at you as the pilot tries to get through their plays, right?
Oh, no. But wait, Kodomora, we've got a twist. This is trios, so we are going to add to the difficulty level. Some may say it helps, some may say it's not as easy because we have a one-person piloting for each team, and there are also 3 total players in voice call with, of course, that pilot, and everyone's going to need to discuss and decide on what the play is before that timer runs out on each turn. It definitely adds an interesting wrinkle to these plays.
It's exciting, and I think this is one of like my most favorite formats from a sense of I love teams. I love um, the dynamic of having more voices trying to talk to each other. It makes the clock, run a little bit faster. But victory is truly a team outcome at that point because everyone had an active role in every game, opposed to just you play your match, I play my match. No, it's everyone's together. Definitely looking forward to it. And I think brackets are out, so we can start looking through and seeing where we want to start today.
Absolutely. So, I first up, I think I naturally gets drawn to Hype Horizon versus RIT White. I always love to start off taking a look at a McBanterface piloted team, especially if we could get an ear in some of their comms. If you've ever stopped by a McBanterface stream, you know that Gamer RVG is constantly in there and they're constantly bickering, and they happen to be teammates, Banter, Gamer
Oh,
RVG, and Dreadeye. Um, and for RIT White, we're looking at Morthos, K3D, and Vinrock. RIT, of course, pretty well known from some of the collegiate tournaments, if you've ever been a part of some of those. Definitely looks like an interesting first matchup, but tell me some of the other ones that jump out to you, Connemara, in round one.
let's see. I like the AF2LG and versus Assassi Union. I mean, AFL2G, you have Robobson piloting with Neji Boston and Itachi. Solid, THL staples. Neji being a fellow teammate of mine, so I think that's definitely a team to watch and a match to watch versus Assassi Union, which is Skirt Reynolds, you Kit, me, and Tab. Now, being a 5, I love a 5, right? Like, so the 5 seed in THL, you see some here that are 4s and 5s and maybe a little higher in some, but like, kind of root for the underdog a little bit. Not, it's just the seeds are the seeds are, but I think that's going to be a very interesting match. All, one thing that stands out is the whole field is stacked, and it's going to be a very, very exciting weekend. So definitely looking for that. But I agree with you. I think if we can get your match, I think that's definitely a good place to start. McBanterface, known to play the control slow decks. Take your time, turn 15 kills, right? Like this is what we're looking for.
He's all over the place. It really depends on what's good in the meta. It'll be interesting to see what lineups the teams have chosen. I think we can take a look at them. So if we're diving in a little bit deeper, let's see. Hype Horizon has brought a Frost Death Knight, a Miracle Rogue, a Mine Warlock, and an Evolved Shaman. Seems pretty standard. Kind of what I expected from Hype Horizon, to be honest. Evolved Shaman's really good right now. Mindlock and Miracle Rogue were the power decks from the previous meta before the mini set came out. And then Frost DK, I think this is Pheno's Frost DK that he's recently made that has kind of been all the rage lately. And that might be the weak point in the lineup. Meanwhile, RIT White, they're going a little bit different.
Yeah, we see it looks like the Evolved Shaman. This is
McBanterface online for you guys?
hold on one second.
Because I see him live in Discord. I don't see him in Hearthstone.
No, he's not in Hearthstone yet.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's online.
Is this a rainbow for RT? Their Death Knight. Is this the rainbow?
Oh no, the Death Knight. It's actually the same Death Knight, the Pheno Frost Death Knight.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's a very minion heavy build that just tops out at Frostworm's Fury, Overseer Frigidara, and you run a few more frost spells, Horn of Winter and Frost Strike. That's it for the spells. And then it's just all it mainly looks to just exploit the new location, which has just made Death Knight so much better.
It absolutely has. I mean, the tempo plays early, and the fact that I like the fact that it ends with the Frost Fury, which always ended games if it got there. It just kind of locks everything down and just gets you over the top. They're bringing the Paladin, which looks like it's pure Paladin. Very standard, very good, right? I mean, this has been one of those decks that I think people underestimated how consistent it is, especially with Order in the Courts. It just makes it pretty much the delta on how good and bad it can be is very small. I mean, the deck is what it is. And then we also see a mage, and this looks like just the aggro mage. Yeah, like this deck. It plays very much like Frost, the original Frost DK, but a little bit slower. But I still think it can do the things right. Against a board-centric deck, it does have the ability to kind of freeze the board early and then just push damage and then go over the top. You have your Deathborns to kind of reset, especially against smaller minion decks. Be interesting to see how well it does today. But yeah, 2 outstanding lineups. Definitely looking forward to it.
Absolutely, yeah. I love the Paladin choice, honestly. I hope we get to see some invitations, do some crazy things, because it's always really fun with that Paladin deck.
Now, the big question today, over under, how long the games last? Are we going 8 turns? Are we going 9 turns? What do you think the average game is going to last today, Ron?
About 8 turns.
Yeah.
Probably maybe even 7. Depends on Mindlock's gonna kill you on turn 8, probably. Evolved Shaman might kill you on turn 3.
But it does the things.
Average out maybe 7 or 8. The Frost DK is fairly aggressive. It usually wants to play 2 Frostworm's Fury, and the second one kills you. So that's around turn 7 or 8, depending on coin. And Miracle Rogue, you're not making it that far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean and even the mage, right? The mage is very aggressive, and pure Paladin, it's looking to go off turn 7, killing on turn 8.
Yeah, I mean pure Paladin, they're running Blood Crusader, so their ideal curve is play the Blood Crusader on 6, get the invitations in hand on 7, or get the invitations in hand to play on turn 7, and invitations are always lethal, so obviously that game ends right there.
Yeah, I mean.
The aggro mage, it's trying to kill you quick. We've already talked about the Frost DK and the Evolved Shaman, so just speedy stuff on both sides.
And even the combo deck that is the Mind Lock, I mean, that's still a turn 7, turn 8 trying to target to go off. So we should be here pretty quick. I'm around for 3 rounds today, which means I'll be here for about 35 more minutes. And we get to move on. So
we'll just for you, Kodamar, maybe we'll start scouting some of the other lineups, find a control one, and highlight that in the next round or 2.
I want to be here. Keep me here.
Love it.
So anyone in chat that wants to cast, I think we're just going to try to get Kodamor out of here ASAP.
Oh, man. Well deserved, though. I mean, I appreciate it. I got my 500 words in. I'll send the check. We'll be good.
Oh, you're sending the check? You're paying me to be on? Hey.
That's not how this works?
No.
No. Take that back. So from overall the field, we were talking about it earlier, Ron, what is your take on kind of, we all get so excited about new cards and we see the big new alternate win condition stuff and all these other things, but at the end of the day, what are we expecting to see from a meta change?
So, I mean, there's going to be somebody that brings a Horseman deck, right? I haven't had the chance to look through the entire bracket and all of the teams and go, lineup by lineup to see if anybody's got the Horseman in there. But that's one of the spicy new cards, the combo deck that wins with all 4 horsemen dying as a win condition. Outside of that, though, it's probably just, at least for the teams that are going to make it to the end, it's probably going to be the stuff that was really strong in the previous expansion, because this mini set, in terms of power level, it's not that high. We've got Death Knight location. I think that means we're probably going to see Death Knights in almost every lineup, and we have more Shaman Evolve cards. As I understand it, they did fix the bug, so you can no longer play a Blazing Evolve card, the 1-mana card, and get a Neptulon on a 10-drop anymore. That's no longer a possibility. It never should have been able to happen, but now it can't happen, which is good. But it's still a very powerful deck. So Death Knight and Shaman, I think we'll see a lot of. Outside of that, it's going to be just the other 2 decks that people identify as the best. And we're seeing it a little bit in this first round matchup that we're highlighting. Hype Horizon, of course, bringing Miracle Rogue and Mindlock, and RIT White bringing Pure Paladin and Aggro Mage. I don't believe I even saw any new mini set cards in any of those 4 decks I just listed.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going through. I'm like, wait a second. There's nothing new in these.
Yeah, they didn't even run the Purator in the Pure Paladin. For shame. I mean, it's a cooler card, but it's probably not as good as just the old list.
There's one card, and it's the location card for DK is the only new card of all these. I'm looking through.
Oh yeah, and the entire lineup that we're highlighting from both sides.
Yeah, I'm
DK location, and everything else is pre-mini set cards. Yep. Sounds about right.
We should have made a rule that you had to put at least 5 new mini set cards throughout your whole lineup.
Hey, Marrow Manipulator's kind of a new card because it didn't see any play before.
It's basically the same thing, right?
Yeah, same thing.
I'm going to be honest, when we set up all the rules for this, a mini set was unknown. So, true. It would have been like, what, within the last, week to, decide all this? But
as we wait, Brushy, what was the motivation behind this? I mean, what was your mentality and kind of the thought process of why you wanted to throw a crazy event? Why did you subject yourself to the madness that is running events?
Well, I kind of do it in my everyday job anyways. I'm also insane and love hanging out with Ron. Hold on. Sorry, the players are messaging me. But I mean, it's more for the love of THL.
Agreed.
After during COVID, I was able to really step into the limelight here and run a lot for THL, whether it was casting or opping or Ron and I did a 16-hour straight tournament one time. And ever since COVID ended, my schedule's been hectic. I haven't been able to get back. So I wanted to give back to this community that I adore and love so much. And I texted or messaged THL and was like, hey, I want to do this. I messaged them a while ago. We were working bugs out, and then they finally approved all my stuff, and here we are. I also like throwing money at all of these people, so that was also another huge huge
heavy
reason.
Coins only.
It's a
None
good
of that
quality.
soft paper. Heavy coins only.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to hurt a little bit when they get it.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how I'm going to get it to some people, because some people don't live anywhere close to me. So I don't know if the Postal Service will let me ship all of that to them.
Sounds like a road trip.
Ooh, we got bands in.
Got bands. Nice.
Double Shaman ban.
No surprise.
Not surprising. Yeah.
Yeah.
No surprise.
We might be seeing, honestly, double Shaman bans for the entire tournament.
That would be pretty much.
Excuse me, TUNA-MENT.
Yeah. Get it right, Ron, or else I'm shipping you home.
It's round one. It's round one. Give me a break.
Hate you. It's A-okay, Ron, because I've already made 28 mistakes in,
No one ever would have known.
Mistakes here.
Yeah, no one ever known unless you said something. Now everything else is as intended.
No, no, no. I've already been called out in chat and in private messages, so they know.
It's a feature.
They know. Yeah, it's the feature of the tournament of me messing up. Okay, y'all just gonna have to deal with it. Yeah, I
So
don't.
you know that
I don't know if the players are waiting for.
I believe our players have started
Have they?
because I am able to spectate, so we
Oh.
should jump on in.
All right,
Yeah.
Team Hype Horizon will be on the bottom for viewers at home, and oh, wait, no, I have this backwards. How do I have this? Oh, wait. Team Hype Horizon will be on top. RIT White will be on the bottom.
RT White on the bottom. Okay.
Yep. And so we'll get into this first match here, y'all. And
All right, so game one, the players were chomping at the bit to play some Hearthstone. So we are on turn 2 right now, and it is a Frost DK matchup for RIT White against the Hype Horizons Miracle Rogue.
And we're seeing a pretty good start here. I think from a rogue's perspective, one, of course, you want to get your pieces together to really put down some oppressive turns, turn 4, turn 5, but you can't let, the DK, especially aggressive with any kind of board or anything like that, really do enough damage in the beginning. So it's kind of this mix of doing enough so you survive that long, but not spending too many resources too early. So it's kind of managing, how much damage you can take to then turn around and kill your opponent.
Yeah, and Rogue's got a bit of a clunky hand here. They're just removing the minion off the board because they don't want that being an easy location target. As we can see, the Death Knight does have location, but they do also have a Horn of Winter in hand, which means play around it all you like. You can't stop it. Location, Horn of Winter, button, and they can get that rushing 4/5.
And that 5 toughness is really difficult for the rogues to deal with. We do see the potion master in hand, but nothing really to trigger to start getting potions from. So it's going to sit there for a little bit. Definitely not the sauce you want to look for if you're McBannerface.
Yeah, and there was another option here for the Frost DK. They don't want to just commit that Horn of Winter too early. Pretty attractive target for the Frost Strike in that 3/3, so they're going to go ahead and clear it out, get a Discover. The Discover option's pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, not too great. You kind of want to see some either, Frost Fury stuff kind of go over the top, or, some removals that draw more, discover more cards, but nothing here really screams anything too exciting.
Yeah, we've got, Death Chiller, probably the best of a bunch of underwhelming options. They will go ahead and play that Horn of Winter now, get the Construct Quarter out, just bank that location while they can. Rogues picked up Draka. That's an important card, but no pop-off hand.
But, sometimes there's a relief sense when you at least get one of your activators, right? You're like, okay, now I have a chance. It's not like you're worried about drawing it. Yeah. It's like a security blanket, right? I can find a way to get there. Now it's just a matter of buying some time. Are you thinking about, cycling Cutlass for just to draw more? What were your thought processes here?
The main debate is probably whether or not they want to try to have this Door of Shadows infuse, because one-off infuse, and that's the only other card that is a card you can realistically throw out to activate a Ghostly Strike combo. So they might be wanting to play the Cutlass and then Ghostly Strike, but ultimately, and that's some bad news. They've drawn all the most expensive things. They've got nothing to do. Just got to sit and wait a little bit longer.
But on the upside, not much coming from at them from the DK, right? So they haven't had any kind of wide board, and you're not seeing a bunch of damage. It's turn 4, and they're at 28. That's a victory against a Frost.
Yeah,
right?
DK's found the Acolyte of Death, which is a little bit of a draw engine. They can draw one card if they either press the button or wanted to play out a minion and activate location. They choose to go ahead and kill their Death Rattle minion there. And that's double Frostworms. Things are looking up for the DK.
Oh, and then we see the graveyard on the other side. Yeah, but that we talked about, getting cards that are kind of your activators. DK likes the Furies in hand and 2 of them at that, but choosing to go in now.
Yeah, there's not really time anymore.
Yeah.
DK's put some pressure on the board. So Hyper Horizon's going to have to start digging for playables. Gone Fishing is a great find here. They can try to enable a graveyard and double Stenographer would be the plan.
Yeah, and
And
even
there's
though
Prep.
there's the prep, and you have big toughness, but the 2/4/4 rushers are going to clean up nicely, and then end it with a big minion on board, and really force the DK to freeze or die. Still trying to manipulate prep into.
They were deciding whether or not to go Door of Shadows and then Prep, or the other way around, and figured, well, what if we hit Shadow Step? Which they did. So let's see if they now APM it well enough to get it all off.
I have faith.
You've got Step, double Stenographer, play it all, remove the 4/4. I'm sure they do it.
Yeah, easy. Just make sure you click that button last. That's the most important aspect. And done.
All right, and big pop-off turn from the Rogue. We see the power of Miracle Rogue. That was nothing right up until a turn 5 when a 3/4, a 4/4 got removed, and a 10/10 and a 4/4 get to stick on the other side. Your move, Death Knight.
Yeah. And they floated 1 mana. What an amateur.
For shame.
For shame. And from the Death Knight side, not anything spicy. I mean, they got to survive 2 turns to get to these Furies, but unless they draw some kind of freeze, it's going to be a little rough.
I mean, fortunately, they did have the Arms Dealer in hand, so they were able to beef up the attack power. Amazing draw, though, for Hyper Horizon on the top deck. They had nothing to do, and here comes the 1 of Potion Belt, a 1 in 16 for probably the best card in their deck.
Always draw it on curve, right?
Easy.
Here, the minions aren't really that important. Maybe
Probably Hazy, maybe Bubbling.
Maybe because you need to get them 25 in 2 turns. Like, I think they know what's coming at them, right? So it's like you need to make sure you hit that damage exactly at 25, and we do see.
But Hazy could be anything. It could even be more damage.
It could be. It's the apple in the box. We never know.
Responsible pick, though, to take the
absolutely
damage here.
And deciding, just go ahead and use it now. Oh, just using it to remove. Okay. Sometimes you're always lucky. You get the concoctor, fill up the curve, and get you some more value. And really putting them on, I need, this thought process. I'm trying to get to 14 next turn because we all know it's going to happen. We just assume Frost DK always has double Fury.
Especially, though, with Frost DK being as slow as it is last turn and clearly this turn. Getting to activate the Vizier is huge, though. Oh, wow. And picks up a really important Discover there. That changes the game quite a bit. And so I would say that Hyper Horizon's game plan was chip in the extra damage and try to finish him off with Draka before they get frozen. Things look different now.
They do. Now it's about activating this weapon to kind of trying to get to 7 so it's 2 swings away. I think that's where you kind of have the mentality. You got the Astlor to kind of buy a little time and get some more damage in, possibly if you last for 3 more turns. Yeah, this is not where you want to be at.
Yeah, just that Vizier pickup. We talked about the perfect card being top decked for Hyper Horizon, but that was the perfect card being top decked for RIT. Vizier, not only, I mean, it might not have been the perfect card if it didn't also get the perfect Discover, but it absolutely did with a free clear of a 10/10 they had no answer to. Now Hyper Horizon is in a really tough spot.
Do you start with the concoction, even though it's only half done, right? Like, or do you just make this the Astlor turn?
I'm not sure that you can do something better than just get a 2/2 and a 5/5 down on the board, but they're acknowledging maybe that they need that armor.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of getting minions down, going a little bit wider, right? But you're setting yourself up to kind of be trapped here.
And now, well, they're kind of just like, okay, we can't beat Frostworm's Fury.
Yeah.
So they have barely any cards. Hopefully they don't have it, I guess would be the line that you can only realistically take as Hyper Horizon. But if you're RIT, I don't think you're playing that school teacher. I'm
No,
just gonna throw that out there.
There's a lot of good options, Ron. I mean, come on, let's think about this. Let's think about all the options from
There's
school teacher.
there's pass.
I mean,
there's
yeah.
there's button pass.
I mean, the correct thing is think of all the lines that play here. But to me, it's Fury.
Oh my God, they
Swing
found
Phase.
it. They found the
Yeah,
line.
hey, they found it. Now, will they find it next turn? And this is, yeah, this looks like it's.
So I mean, we see the benefit of holding back on just getting the 5/5 on board. They're like, well, if they do play Frostwurm's Fury, we're definitely going to lose without this 5 armor. So now, because it's active, get an extra 5, hope it's enough to survive.
Hope they don't have the second one, right? Right, where they have
As
to
we can
trade
see,
in.
yeah, it pretty much won't ever be enough here.
Yeah. Gets the bad news. The second one comes in. I mean,
There's more than enough power on board. I don't think we should press the location button here. You get 2 more attack, but you give them a concoction, which could have been enough to get out of range
now,
with a lucky one.
there's still a chance that all these pings go to. Oh, it's not enough damage. Is it even if all of them go to face? It's just 7 because of bloodthirst. They're gonna say there's the odds that if you asked Lord, you could have had all the pings go to face. It was turn 10.
Yeah, the concoction is completely miserable as well for Hyper Horizon. This does basically nothing. So it looks like game 1
Hey,
is going to be going to RIT.
Yeah. Oh.
And there's the concede. We have game 1 in the books. RIT now needs a Paladin and a Mage to get through. Hyper Horizon still on their full slate of Death Knight, Rogue, and Warlock.
And if you're RT, what are you kind of bringing in as your second and keeping as your close? Are you bringing the Mage or are you bringing the Paladin next?
Flip a coin.
Okay.
With Conquest, it doesn't matter as much. Like when you play in THL, there's incentive to try to maximize your points and look at the matchups to see which one is going to be more favorable. Maybe Paladin, just because it has a little bit of a better spread against Mindlock, and you try to catch the Warlock. But I don't know if it really makes too much of a difference.
And it looks like we got just an RIT Black beat, barely lethal 3-0 and a clean sweep. Pretty quick match there.
Yeah, bringing in your score update. You talked about quick matches, Kodamora. Maybe that's a trend that we're going to see throughout this tournament. We got an early sweep from the other RIT. This RIT that we're spectating now is hoping for a sweep of their own, and they're still 2 wins away.
Super heavy hand we're seeing from the Death Knight. You know, what are you keeping here? Arms dealer, obviously. Are you keeping?
I kind of want to keep the Thessarian. Well, yeah, they agree they keep the Thessarian. I don't think you're ever keeping the expensive cards, but the Thessarian is kind of broken. That card's really good.
Yeah, it turns out like doing damage and then having reborn and then doing it on a battle cry and your death rattle is pretty good stuff. I mean, your damage per mana output there is pretty high. Good solid curve we're seeing here from McBannerface and from the Paladin side. Early start. I mean, this is what the deck does. Has a little bunch of low drops and then just kind of ramps and gets there.
And we see no location in hand for the Death Knight. Those games are definitely very different. Location in hand compared to no location in hand, that's the card.
And I'm wondering here, I mean, yeah, you kind of have to put the arms dealer out to get it out there and kind of force the decision on trade or not, which we assume not, but we do have.
No, I think the arms dealer is enough of a problem that you want to remove it from the board. I would expect RIT to get rid of it here. Anything that snowballs, usually you just want to deal with it.
It's like a peasant, but not really, but kind of. Not
Every one drop is a peasant in its own way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a frog. I mean, there's a couple of them.
Wait, does that mean Ron's a 1-drop?
One is a
Oh,
one
there
drop.
it is.
Got
There
it.
it is. I think so, yes. I think that's what it means. All right, so we do see the removal of the quote-unquote peasant. This, of course, activates the Vizier, so Hyper Horizon coins it out and gets underwhelming options. Rune Forging is maybe okay, just because it draws a Bone Breaker. Grave Strength is a nice little surprise lethal for 2 mana, which could be a pick. And Army of the Dead, not quite enough corpses, but you'll eventually have them, and it is a big swing of the board. So all options not too bad. They go with Army.
Yeah, kind of playing the game plan of I have a bunch of minions in hand. I'm not going to beat them in a rush early. We're going to get value late game, so just kind of putting it out there. The one danger in that is, I mean, you are allowing the paladin more turns. I'm not saying the other options were better, but you're starting to see this. It's kind of scary when their board gets bigger than yours. We do see the location pickup for DK.
All right, Paladin, a very aggressive start, but still trading. Cashing in that Divine Shield to kill the 2/4, protecting the 3/1 a little bit further, saying, no, you can't kill it unless you have to spend 2 mana with your little charger to take out their 3/1. They want to protect it further. And it's an awkward turn for Hyper Horizon once again. They did finally pick up that location, but no triggers yet.
This is one of those based on the board. You kind of, one line would be to put down the location, kind of setting up for your rush stuff next turn. That's the one thing about DK is it does have some rush turnarounds. We see it in hand with the Army of Dead. We see it with the location, so they can take back the board. So the whole goal here is that Paladin needs to start going more aggressive and going face and not trading, because if you're just trading, then the Death Knight's going to come back and kind of retake the board through its rush minions. But we are seeing.
I do like Body Bagger hero power here, though. It stacks a few more corpses, and they are holding this Army of the Dead. So Army is going to be fully exploitable, I guess, with 1 additional corpse, which can just happen with Body Bagger dying if RIT insists on continuing to trade. Even if they don't, you can trade it in yourselves.
Yeah, in this turn, I don't expect to see trade incoming. I mean, that would be shocked if a trade comes in this turn. But what are they thinking about from a play?
I don't know. You've seen like 1 Vizier already. School Teacher would be the other thing that discovers removal. So I would love to see Seal of Blood hit this Battle Vicar, and just make it gigantic and smack face.
Mm-hmm. Put them on the clock, and then just drop one of your minions down just to get it on the board, right?
You could even play the Reckoning.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those that do you play the Reckoning without knowing what the target's going to be? I mean, to me, it's like if you don't start playing these Silverhand recruits, when are you going to play them? So I'm not against this play either, right?
Yeah,
so
I do like this line as well. It's still a buff, one of the 2 buff spells in hand that just pushes extra damage. So keeping the pressure on.
And then now we start to see, is this the location turn? Is this?
I mean, you've got Body Bagger. That's kind of the perfect draw to enable the Army of the Dead to spend all of your mana here. I would like to see Hyper Horizon just play Body Bagger and then Army of the Dead. 3 rushers will clear the Vicar, the other 2 will kill the 1/1s, and you can even push 1 face now. I think that's what they want to do.
Yeah, it seems good. And now we talk about this is now the turnaround, right? So now we see full board control and options in hand for the following turns. Debating if putting it down to 1 matters on these, and I don't. Just one of the thought process here is like it's a cleaner to put the 1/3 into it and save the health, but I don't think it really matters. I mean, against the Paladin, what the health is.
Yeah, just working through their options before making the decision.
Kudamura, I found your control matchup.
Uh-oh.
It's Taco, Empanada, and Miyanga versus -$6 crew. They're in a control mirror right now.
It will still be going by the time this is done. So
100%. They are on turn 6 right now.
Of game
1.
Oh, oh my.
I'm giddy.
We do it for Konomura.
All right, and we see like big wall here, but again, these 5/5s really don't matter. It seems like we see the impending doom coming in.
Yep, power card for the Death Knight. Acolyte of Death also is a huge draw engine for Death Knight here, especially with these 4 minions on board. Horizon may just elect to play this Acolyte of Death and
I like
get
drawing
a
4.
bunch of draw.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not the most thrilling turn because you are in a board fight and you currently have a bit of board advantage and a way to swing it further with like a school teacher, possibly discovering asphyxiate or something to get rid of the 5/5 and push face. You also have that construct quarter ready.
yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense here to maintain board control and kind of keep pushing. You always have the death turn, but you know, I like drawing cards too. But got to keep your advantage. Either way, you're removing the board, I think, right? So I think
Yeah, I mean, I think it seems clear based on hero power attack. They were never playing the Acolyte anymore. Just trying to figure out what's the best way to navigate this turn. We do see, of course, the Reckoning will blow up this undead monstrosity. So the board has basically disappeared for both sides.
No longer draw 4, but but we do see Lightblade drawn. I mean,
it's
no
a
order in the
weird
court.
Draw. You want to play the Lightblade with the Seal of Blood, but you don't have another target on board to do it. Which makes the rest of your turn extremely awkward mana-wise. You don't exactly want to be playing a class action lawyer to make a 1/3 a 1/1. So maybe we just drop the Katori and okay, yeah, just as wide as possible.
Yeah, you got to put something down. You can't if you wait for the perfect target. I mean, you're going to be dead. It's going to be too late. We do see the foul egg. Would have liked to see that a lot earlier. But,
And now it's definitely school teacher try to find an answer to that light blade, which they do find in Glacial Advance.
Got the Glacial Advance. No reason to freeze the board. Just kind of going through all the options here. Yeah, easy Glacial
Yeah,
Advance.
just kill the scary one.
Yeah.
Is often the good decision to make.
Yeah, it's a good way to play Hearthstone. I don't like that one.
The scary one is gone, and now Paladin is, I would say, really struggling at this point. It needs to find order in the court, or just right off the bat, just top deck the Countess to have a better shot.
I gotta say, the power level of this deck without hitting Order of the Court early is insane.
At Caster cursed it, right? Like, I said that it's consistent, and we've seen it just like it now has no cards in hand. I mean, like the consistency is going out the window.
If y'all lose this game, RIT White, you can blame Kodomura. Confirmed.
Yeah,
Confirmed.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is kind of a rough. You have to maintain control on the board because you are worried about the freeze turns coming up, right?
Yeah, at this point, I would say it's likely Paladin's just going to take that 5/6 straight into the 4/4. Yep. What else can you do? You hope your board sticks.
Oh.
Breaking news. Board will not stick.
If you were worried about it, it's not going to happen.
There's another 4/5 rusher. There's card draw in Acolyte. There's a more clean mana turn in Thessarian and Construct Quarter. You can even blow up your own Thessarian to get extra damage to deal with the board.
Yeah.
Since you're already planning on blowing up an egg, it just seems to make sense.
It does, and I think it's one of those weird times you have Fury in hand. You're like, I got better plays. There's minions on the board, and I got better plays. Good target there with the just removing the 1/1. Maybe like
it was probably the target they wanted the least, except for face.
Hey, I'm
They
trying to
would
make him
really
feel
want to
better.
hit. They would want to hit Liadrin or Lawyer because the Rusher kills Lawyer if it takes 2. Liadrin dies on 2.
There we go.
Okay.
That's a good one.
And now this works out nicely. They get to kill the Liadrin, they get to kill the Lawyer. Someone out there is happy that I said the words kill the Lawyer.
Kill the someone is. Well, let's be honest. 99% of the people out there are happy you said that. And we see. Oh, and
Brutal top
Here
deck.
at
for
THL,
RIT.
we do not condone for any words said by Ron Mexico. We love all lawyers. They're all great.
I mean, Ron has some pretty hot takes we want to get into later.
No.
Those were fake. Those were fake hot takes.
I recorded them and I'll release them on my OnlyFans page. Don't worry, guys.
only Kotamura's.
Only go to Morris. I mean, do we want to just end the game here and play Fury and just kind of push the damage, or we're going to take it a little bit slower and kind of remove all doubt? I mean, it's one of those that I think at this point you can pretty much put them on a 1-turn draw, which I'd like to do if you're this far ahead, because you never know.
When you're this far ahead, I think just the calculus changes to how do we possibly lose, and they go through the ways that things could actually change, and they're like, okay, I guess Countess top deck, and then they play an invitation. So would we be better off beating that with the Fury after they play a Countess top deck or something?
That's fair.
Because it's highly unlikely to lose from this point.
Mackie roll. We got the Mackie roll, right? And I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to give him hope.
It's a lot of healing.
It is a lot. Is it enough though? I don't know.
How much is it, Ron?
No.
Do the math. How much healing is it?
It's
not.
14 healing.
I can tell you right now, we're gonna be going to game 3 with Hyper Horizons Frosty K getting through.
I mean, nothing here gets us any better. Even the Rays, right? Like I'm trying to think of, they can't cast Ray because they only have they can. No, yeah, 7 mana. They could have, but they chose Consecration.
Well, they could have healed 14, or they can remove. Basically everything and deny card draw.
Well, don't you? Yeah, I mean, they're leaving up.
They have to leave up a 5/1.
5/1.
And they also take 2 random damage somewhere that they hope goes into the 1/3.
Oh, no.
At least it didn't go face from their perspective. But yeah, again, game's over. On to game 3. We're evened up at 1-1. RIT White unable to match RIT Black in a sweep. But we'll see what the options are for each team with a game apiece.
Anything. I mean, I was really kind of surprised by the Paladins' lack to do anything there. Typically, you see more kind of dynamic turns with that deck. It just seemed to kind of just stall out hard.
There were some very clunky draws. Like Brushy Tuna was saying earlier, when you don't find order in the court, things go a lot worse.
And so now we're left,
THL condones what Ron just said. That's allowed. What he said earlier, we do not condone.
Thanks,
Tuna. Yeah. Oh, we see. Okay, so we have the Rogue here versus the same Paladin. What's Paladin's game plan against the Miracle Rogue?
Pray.
Okay. I like that.
So, I mean, Rogue has so many tools to deal with, like, early boards. Things like Prep and Step, Bone Spike, your stenographers, Rogue can go off with this crazy board of things. And this is not any kind of Paladin that has control tools. So if this Paladin falls behind to big minions, it is completely over. And their only chance would be Countess and Invitations. They do have order in the court. So with the first step of Pray, it worked. They found the power card. The next step is hope that your opponent draws badly.
Yeah, and allows you to get to the turn where it matters, right? So
Yes.
Perfect scenario, they take a bunch of damage on turn 6 to have stuff ready for turn 7, which could be dangerous. I mean, taking 7 damage on turn 6 as a Paladin could put you in lethal range much sooner. And we do see the location, and we do see the Bone Spike for discounts. I mean, Rogue's looking pretty decent right now.
Yeah, I mean, this just absolutely has
Ooh.
to be, I think, order in the court on 2 so that you can coin out the Crusader on turn 5 and
Mm.
play Countess immediately and play 3 invitations on turn 6. That's the game plan for the Paladin. That's how they win.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it's pretty favorable for the Rogue, but this looks good for Paladin right now.
yeah.
Slam that. Oh,
Slam.
well,
Oh, because you have to get through the 2 taunts now, right? So from a card draw
they
perspective,
they found Blood Crusader on the bottom, so they can buff it, and the same game plan can still go into effect with Order in the Court on 3. It doesn't change the
oh,
order of
they didn't
draws
fix it.
anymore with what you need to still coin out that minion,
Oh, they did.
because that's one of the minions you would have needed to draw in sequence. So a very fortunate seafloor savior if they still want to go with that game plan.
Yeah, and I think most importantly, it would have been the bottom of the 4, right? Because you have 2 taunts, you have the Countess, and then that one. So from a timing perspective, because they guaranteed the draw it now, it kind of helps out in the process. Maybe not.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they play Order in the Court on turn 3. They'll draw one of the taunts. Turn 4, they'll
Yeah.
draw the other taunt. Turn 5, they'll
I've
draw the Countess.
Countess, and then turn
And
6.
they can,
Yep.
of course, just coin on
Coin
turn
on 5.
5 when they draw the
Yep.
Countess, the Crusader, play the Countess, and try to do their thing. But if
So what
they
you're
don't
saying,
play Order in the
Mhm.
Court right now, that option is not available to them to have a turn 6 triple invitation turn.
They are hovering it. So what you're saying is they knew that the
They,
Blood Crusader was in the bottom
they knew
3.
they were going to hit Blood Crusader on the
Yeah.
bottom. Come on, play the order.
I
Play the order.
I can imagine the comms right now. No, 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 it works. Look, blah 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 blah. And then turn 6, you do this. No, 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 no. We're never gonna make it. Like, I can imagine the comms of like,
They're hovering the
promise me.
Vindicator. So
Oh,
no hit order, hit order. Oh. All right. So I mean there is another line of play the Paladin can take, which is just beat him up.
put
However,
pressure
Rogue
down.
has a lot of tools to remove things. They do already have the location up. We'll see what Hyper Horizon can come up with on this turn.
Oh, it's,
There's a Ghostly Strike to take off the Divine Shield. There's a Bone Spike to kill the 3/1 and get a discount. But they are running out of mana here.
yeah. It seems like it's one more turn away, right? Like I think the question is, do you want to use Ghostly Strike to dig, but just remove 3 damage from the board as you prep to go through?
Taking 8 is no picnic here either. So
Yeah.
they are on a clock.
And again, multiple voices are saying multiple lines here when things aren't exactly easy.
So gone fishing, try to find a prep or something. No luck for them. They do have step in hand with Concoctor, which means they could get the stenographer down.
Ooh, interesting. Using the bone spike here to get the stenographer
Yeah,
down.
it's the
But
only way
again,
to set it up to be able to
Yeah.
play all the things and get a stenographer. They'll get a big ghost.
See how they and choosing
And
to take
grit your
5.
teeth and
Oh.
smack that divine shield off because it's worse for you if you don't do it. But definitely hurts to take 5 there if you're Hype Horizon. Now back onto the Paladin, no longer with the option to order in the court and drop the Blood Crusader on turn 5, but ahead on board with, well, previously ahead on board, now a bit behind.
Yeah, but now I think it's you kind of change your game plan a little bit, right? And you're now I think you just go wide and give
Well,
up the
you go
blood.
for Knight, try to hit the other Seal of Blood, which would have been amazing to kill the 8/8.
But even now you can still trade in, right? I mean, you don't get to save it, but at least you remove the threat.
At this point, you probably have to ignore the 8/8. So now we see order in the court. Drawing a light ray too. There's going to be some good protection for the next turn with a light ray top deck as well. Okay, so they do elect to remove the 8/8. I thought maybe they'd try to keep some a value
Pressure.
trade, but
Yeah.
acknowledging that Rogue still has a lot of ways to deal with a weakened minion.
Yeah, I mean, leaving 8's scary, right? I think 6, 7 people are okay with. When it hits 8, I think it mentally just kind of puts it in a different level where I agree with you. Maybe pushing damage to the face, make them remove your board instead of getting into a race because they don't have always their freeze. They have to remove your board, kind of putting them into that damage thing. But maybe looking at their hand, they know they're going to take damage, from the Blood Crusader turn and just not wanting to take the extra damage and kind of still be able to cast these spells to kind of have that turnaround turn.
Yeah, and Rogue, I mean, they kind of needed some more stuff on board to do something. With the clunky hand that they have, they just essentially had to pass here, and this is huge for RIT. Now things look really good from their side. They can just play the Blood Crusader on turn 6 with the Countess. They're dropping double 5/5 taunts alongside a wide board to help against any random destroy, like what their opponent is holding. Really well done.
And having these walls ahead of your next turn, you're going to take 7 damage regardless is always a good feeling. And here,
Outside of
coin.
a fortunate draw off of Ghostly Strike, things look extremely bad for Hyperizon here.
Yeah, I think that's where you have to start, though, right? Pinging Ghost Strike into one of the 5/5s. Mailbox answers.
Well, yeah, you need a combo activator first.
Yeah. Explain that.
Okay, get to re-roll. And also isolate the board a little bit more for a snipe on one of these 5/5s. Concoctor still have a prep. So we could see the coin, a prep, bone spike, and destroy.
Trying to do more to remove the options here. Maximize the value that you get rid of at least one of these 5/5s.
They're really hoping this doesn't hit the 2/1. Let's see where it goes. It does, in fact, snipe one of the 5/5s. They've got a solid board here. And, I mean, this is where the plan starts to get a little dicey. You need to play your Crusader Countess. There's no other good play. You could, I guess, just slam down Crusader and recruit if you're afraid of taking that 7. But your plan was take 7 yourself. They'd go down to 13, and this board could kill them.
Yeah, that's... Okay, so how does this board not? You have to trade in the 1, 2, 8. You're taking 11. I mean...
Guide me.
An alternative option, because the Dancer's up, the 2/1 can trade into the Dancer, take the coin, play it, and play Countess.
Yeah.
Then you're not taking damage. You feel
like
bad
this.
about never using that Blood Crusader,
I-
but
you know,
it is what it is. You don't want to die.
Yeah, you don't want to die. I don't feel bad at all. Concoctions looks for bubbly.
Amazing draw for Hyperizon right off the top. They get offered the double destroy.
Well, what were the 8, 3s, 11, 12?
Could also take damage.
Because I think you can line up where you just need 1 destroy. I think getting the chip damage in, right? Like, maybe okay, or just summoning another minion. So
They know invitations are about to come down, so they don't have much time.
yeah. Draw cards is fine. Play it first, see what you get. You got the coin to go into. You can still concoct. Oh, that's nice.
If I know anything
wow.
about Hearthstone, drawing cards is good.
This is true.
Except if you're DK and you have a board and you choose not to. Last game.
All right, so isolate and clear, push some damage. These invitations are going to have to be very good.
In before double
Very
King Crush. Come on. Come on.
But I mean, we know already, Kodomara, invitations are always lethal.
Oh, they are
Like
always
Glug,
lethal.
lethal.
I, I like the hover over. How many fireballs can I get? Oh, none. Okay.
These are not showing up for me.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We see
Yeah.
Hedra the Heretic, Tavish Stormpike, and Firemancer Flurgle are the next options.
I mean,
The first three options weren't relevant. One of them was Glug, so you take Glug.
yeah.
This one, they take a bad one because it's the best that they have, a 4/5. Now we have
Ooh.
Olgra, Asphodon, Grand Shield, and
Ooh.
Alakir. Oh my god. I mean, it's always Alakir and Glug that get slammed down, right?
I want to say yes because yes.
They might be debating on Asphodon just because it will recast a mixed concoction for 3 damage and destroy a random enemy minion.
What are the odds it hits the right targets?
Like,
mean,
how do you not take Alec here?
I
All right, well, they're gambling.
see.
They're like, hey, it's a 50-50 to clear that 8/8. We're going to go for it. They might also hit themselves in the face for 3, though. It's a random hit.
Oh.
Or is it a random enemy? Yeah, no, it was a random hit. They could have hit themselves in the face for 3 and then die to the mixed on the other side. That would have been really funny. But it looks
concoction
probably good enough to win. However, Hyper Horizon has 3 damage already in a mixed and can go digging with a potion belt afterwards or lead potion belt and try again. Damage, easy game.
I was just gonna say, like, no matter what, I think it was easy because like it just mattered to get one more 3 damage, and they had several ways to get it, even with Potion Master in hand, right? So easy game. What a crazy game, going back and forth. Turn 8. It felt like
I mean they just needed one damage option off of the potion belt because they had the spell that could just recast. So that one got very close. Somehow invitations were not lethal there. It was shocking.
It was lethal next turn though, so I'll still give it to you because it was almost lethal. That's how
almost lethal,
works.
but died. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I died first. It's
same
not my
thing,
fault.
right?
Yeah,
Win,
the
loss,
cards did what
thing.
they could. I mean, it wasn't their fault.
All right, so now we're down to the final deck for Hyper Horizon in Mine Warlock with the 2-1 lead, and RIT coming right back with that Paladin that has so far been an Achilles heel.
And here, kind of what, I mean, is it still the same thing of praying that they don't have the cards to go off?
Paladin has a I mean, it depends on the pilot and like who's running the mine lock. In this case, I would not say the Paladin is favored, because Hyper Horizon has some very experienced mine lock players. In a lot of cases, I would say the Paladin seems a little bit more favorable because of all the Divine Shields and difficulty for the mine lock to clear boards.
In a match update, all pretty mid ETSs beat NAXX out 3-0. So another clean sweep for a match update.
I got to be honest with you, I had no idea what you were saying for at least 5 seconds of that. You gotta love some of the team names, though. It just happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Rod, do you not read chat? It's been in chat for quite some time, brother.
I like the fact. Let's just go with the fact. No, Kodo's just gone off the deep end.
Well, you know I can't read.
I love that Ron responded to my joke about Slobs asking me to stream it to my Xbox, but didn't read the previous message.
Yeah, come on. All right, I mean, this is a fast start. I mean, we talk about the game, we were joking, and it's turn 4, and we're worried about what's going to happen next, but we do have a good clear
things
here.
Look great for the Warlock early by drawing, the Rod and being on coin, but that was a turbo start for Paladin with a lot of damage. However, the minion's been dealt with now, and they've got to reload.
And we do see Rod, we do see Tamsin in hand as kind of a board clear, and
so this sets up an amazing turn 6 for Hyper Horizon. They just need to figure out something to do that isn't terrible for turn 5, and it might as well be Scourge Supplies just to draw some more. Start the discounts going.
Get the discounts going, and you do have ability to. I mean, you look at the board. I'm looking at 4 health.
Paladin's made a decent board here so far. But Scourge Supplies, Grimoire. Oh, they found a sheep too. They can clear the entire board.
Clear the board. Easy game.
Devour is important. Sheep
Yeah.
is potentially something you want to play right now. Shallow Grave is a very relevant card, but they already are holding one, so we probably get rid of the Shallow Grave here.
But also, Devour Soul is nice to have too. But I agree with you. I'm saying you have other activators, so it's a redundancy almost. So it's not necessarily needed, but it is definitely a bonus to have. But yeah, this is easy.
And there we go, full board clear, Paladin needing to reload again. Maybe this is a Blood Crusader Light Ray turn?
I
It's
agree
the
with that.
most stats.
Put the most stats on the board, try to win, but now we're going to see more.
I mean, this also buffs the most things, and it's the stickiest board, so this is also reasonable. Well, they didn't know necessarily they were going to draw the other protector, so it's a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
But Light Ray gets buffed up a little bit more, some Divine Shield things. And here we go. It's Tamsin.
Tamsin, and let's discount some cards and draw some cards, and I heard that's a good thing.
You guys remember when this Warlock weapon cost 3 mana?
Yes. I played it nonstop.
Unacceptable.
And now we just get to put the mine out, set everything up, and then here, go ahead and use the sacrifice. Now that's notably both sacrifice used, right? And both sheep have been used.
All right, so goodbye board. Not both sheep yet. I think there's still a sheep in the deck.
Didn't they use one and then they discarded the other one?
No, they discarded the Shallow Grave. So both
Oh,
Shallow
okay.
Graves have been used.
Okay.
They still have a sheep in the deck. They still have a mine in the deck, but they have a mine in the bin already, as Lorenda would say.
And what activators do they have left to kill their own minion?
It would be just killing a sheep, mainly.
Oh, just killing. Okay.
So
And there's a couple
they don't
things.
need Tamsin for the combo when they have Devour of Souls in hand. Tamsin just gives them all of the draw they could possibly want.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways to do it. Okay.
Can clear the minion again, get a free Drain Soul, get a free touch. Just, the options are kind of endless, and this game doesn't look winnable from the Paladin side anymore.
Yeah, definitely have turned the corner. But you know what? If you draw legendaries, that's always a win condition. So never say never.
I mean,
And
at
then-
this point, it would probably require Hype Horizon to throw, because even
So you're
drawing the
saying
legendary, you can't play the invitation, and
So
I'm
you're saying there's a
fairly
chance.
certain. I'm fairly certain that it's lethal next turn.
So you're saying there's a chance.
You remember we called out that turn 8 lethal on Mind Lock? I think we're going to see it.
Yeah, sometimes we're right. Yeah, this is.
RIT doing all they can, clear up some things, get rid of the Tamsin so Phylactery can't be repeated. Maybe it's awkward enough that it takes an additional turn, but I expect with all the card draw in hand.
You cast a cursed us like the turn before.
No, I'm pretty sure this is still going to be lethal this turn.
I'm upset. It better be. If not, I mean, Tuna, get someone else ready.
Oh yeah. I was literally about to say that. I got you. Let's pick out random chatter.
You're lucky, Ron. You're lucky.
Actually, wait, is it not lethal? Hold up.
It's not lethal.
It's not.
They gotta wait one more turn?
Ron's shocked. Wait a second. No. They have to wait? How's this not? And the argument, this is us talking. We're not even playing. Imagine the conversation going on in their chat right now.
Oh, maybe it is. Because we can, imp Phylactery and then kill our Devourer. I think clears it.
a good spot.
Yeah,
It's not like they weren't winning on the next turn anyway, but I don't know, maybe there was a Countess invitation play off the top that could have changed it.
That stops
hey, it is leap.
untargeted damage. Yeah, maybe.
And there you have it. That is Hyperizon getting through 3-1 over RIT. A full sweep over the Paladin, which had some fast starts and looked good at points, but ultimately fell short.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think I cursed it in the beginning by saying it's consistent, but we haven't really seen. We saw its chance, the previous game, but that one, it played its game. But Mind Warlock does play its own game sometimes, right? Like you're playing solitaire, so it played solitaire and it got there.
It did.
I believe that control matchup's still going.
Oh,
They haven't reported any matches though, so I actually have no idea.
Is it the only one still underway? No, we might have a couple others underway.
Yeah, we got Washumisha's versus AF Get Wrecked. 3 gnomes in a trench coat still playing against where the BG's at. And then we have the control matchup from earlier. Taco and Pinata versus -$6 crew.
This is just in time. I mean, we got to check in on them.
All right, we'll head over to them.
See if we can head over to them.
Sweet, let's do it. Also, score updates. We see a Sussy Union has beaten AF2LG 3-1, and the L Gang has beaten Lean Lovers 3-2.
Yeah, look, the first 2 non-sweeps. I mean, that's good to see competition. We never like to see one-sided matchups, regardless, just because we love the conversation around just the back and forth fights. Let's see here. See, we're trying to get into this next match to see if it's hard to accept things when you're in mid-match, but maybe we can get
Absolutely. Well, I am spectating at least Justin's side right now.
Yep, so is all the viewers at home.
Hey, I've got Shazard now. Probably had enough time to go in and accept the requests.
Yeah, they were pretty fast. Justin, not so much. Justin doesn't like me. I'm going to take it as a personal affront.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, we'll cast a curse them. They're going to win this easy. It's going to be the easiest match for Justin for the rest of the tournament. I think I've officially cursed them.
Nicely done.
Ooh,
that's messed up. That's messed up.
As I come in, I see they're at 41 life.
Yeah.
He's not 11 life.
I know this is at least game 2 because I believe game 1 was Mage versus Warrior. So I'll shoot a message to Justin, try to figure out where they are overall right now.
Okay.
All right, and yep, that game ending right there with Justin getting the victory.
And it looked like was that a blood mage? I mean, a blood DK? It had to be at 41 life, unless they got lucky off some other things, but
It was a Horseman deck at that. Or they, no, they beat a Horseman deck.
Horseman deck? Oh, well, at least we could have seen it. Let's see here. Hopefully they're not done yet.
This is preparing to battle. Let me see if that's where they're at. Just messaging Justin as well. Okay, it is 2-1, so they're lining up there.
I said I was messaging Justin. Why are you also messaging Justin?
Because
Justin told me that he doesn't like brushy tuna.
Oh, it says Justin's offline.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
That 2-1 is turning around in a hurry.
Yeah.
With Justin being offline, we may have a
them.
new victor in this matchup.
It is the caster curse coming back. Ultimately, I only need a game. I do. Oh, they probably didn't have spectate on. Oh, they must have because you were watching.
Maybe just a brief glitch shows that he's back online now.
It does. And now he accepts it. See, just had to get his attention.
So while we wait for the players to go through, we can at least see that these control lineups, both sides banned Priest. We're seeing a Horseman deck on the side of the Blood Decay for Taco, Empanada y Milanga. And for $6 crew, they've got their control-y Death Knight deck, their Blood Decay just got through in the mirror.
It is
although they don't have Horseman.
2-1 for Justin's team.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't know which was their other victory, though, if it was Shaman or Warrior. So we'll find out soon enough.
I think Warrior.
I like Warrior. I mean, I think it...
What's Warrior?
Control Warrior.
A Control Warrior with the Jailer.
I haven't seen it in a long time. What is that a new class? Like...
Yeah,
they brought it back.
Priest. Yeah, Priest and Warrior. I mean, they're bringing them back. They did a revamp on them.
This deck, I had the misfortune of running into this deck in Hero last week, and it did not go well for me. I think I dealt about 250 damage to the Warrior over 3 games, and the Warrior swept me.
Yep, that sounds about right. I mean, I think, in hot take time, Ron, you know how this is. I think Hearthstone is in its
the
best
Warrior
spot.
lost.
Oh.
Well, maybe we'll see a win.
Yeah,
because they are jumping into the match, and Warrior's going to be up now against the Mage for Taco, Empanada y Milanga.
To finish the thought, I think Hearthstone's always in its best spot when Control Warrior has a place.
No comment. No comment on that one.
I agree. I support this message.
Kodamura is entitled to his control-loving opinions.
But I think it because it allows aggro to also have a place too, right? I think that you have to have all three. You have to have control, you have to have mid, and you have to have aggro, and that's a perfectly balanced meta, in my opinion.
That's fair.
That's classic Hearthstone, right?
That's a fair point.
And we are seeing which mage is this? Is this ping mage or is this aggro mage?
This mage is a ping mage.
Ping mage. And I do like, I played ping mage last week and I think it's solid. I mean, it's just your standard staple, just ramp up, control the board. I think it's a good bring into this lineup for the meta for this tournament. So I think it's a solid bring. Is it good enough to get through the damage, though? I mean, it has to ramp up its damage on ping to really get through all the armor. Let's see if it gets there.
I mean, definitely capable of doing that. This is a deck that has inevitability in just constant, like, ping damage. Their other inevitability deck, by the way, Mindlock, of course, was their one victory that has gotten through. Just getting that update from Justin. So the Taco, Empanada y Milanga team has their Death Knight remaining that they have to get through if they win this game with the Mage. And of course, $6 crew, my bad, negative $6 crew just has this Warrior to try to punch their victory in round 1.
So it's Warrior against the field. I'm trying to think of not even besides this game. I think this one takes longer to get to a point of inflection they can punch through. And the other thing is that outside the solid alibis, you only have a couple armor things. There's no life gain on Mage's side, so there is a lower threshold of damage that the Warrior needs to deal to get the lethal. Be interesting to see. I mean, the spammies are okay, but they're not great. I mean, they'll be good now, but
this draw is a big deal for the Mage here, finding that frozen touch finally. Any card that can essentially go infinite against Warrior with its crazy levels of armor gain is absolutely what they need in order to try to find the victory. Also feel like this would be the most likely matchup for negative $6 crew to win, because beating a Horseman Blood DK with a very controlly warrior deck sounds pretty rough if we make it to a game 5.
Yeah, it does sound like it would struggle, but you never know. I mean, you got swept by it, so clearly it's the best deck in the format.
I mean, hey, listen, I'll get swept by anything. I don't care.
Swept for content. That's your new motto for your stream.
Easy.
What are the thoughts here from the warrior side? I mean, you gained a bunch of armor. It's not really the best spammy thing. You're going to shield Cheddar.
Yeah, the hand's clunky. What you want to do with this deck, especially with Spinley in hand, would be to find the Lava Gorger, gain a bunch of armor with an expensive card, and then play the Spinley, put that expensive card on the bottom, find another Lava Gorger, and do it again.
Yeah. And that's that burst, that kind of damage. But put them down to where now your charge stuff with Captain is within range, right? Like you just get there.
Yeah, so in the meantime, just kind of conserving resources. This Frozen Touch 100 times out of 100 is going to be the play on this turn to lead off. You want your infinite card to get as much damage as it can.
But it's only 3 damage, Ron. It doesn't matter.
3 more.
I agree. I mean, that's the thing, is you want to keep that activated. As soon as it's activated, you want to dump it out of your hand. Just keep that inevitable 3 coming to the face.
And there's really not much else to do.
Location here seems like empty your hand. Like at some point, you got to say like, okay, I don't want just to sit in hand. It's not going to surprise. So just put it on the board, get it out of your hand, so you can have more flexibility. What else are you going to do with 4
You only
mana?
really care about the hero card getting played next turn.
Yeah.
And obviously you don't want to burn cards, so you got to play something. But nothing else is really accomplishing much. The apprentices are better for later in the game. The multicaster will burn you cards. Location had to be the play.
And they're just like, hey, we're just going to do this now. Take 9.
So Warrior's like, all right, you're going slow? Take 9.
I'll go fast.
Picking up a Wildfire, though, is pretty huge.
Because they can
One
double
of
it
the
up.
probably
Yeah.
the only draw that would have actually prevented Dawngrass Hero from being played right here. Because that's something that gets replayed off of Dawngrass. But it's also now the final card in Savara, which they would very much like as well. Still struggling with a lot of hand size issues, though.
That is one of the things I'm looking at here, is that Savara is great, but you have 9 cards in hand.
I don't know, Warrior doesn't make boards. Just slam down the Varden, maybe? Deals 4 to the Galvangar. Get some space.
Or, I mean, you have 2 Recklesses. You don't need to be greedy with them, right? I think just putting this down just to get something else on the board to freeze another one, right? Because, I mean, what happens if Jailer hits? You don't have a way to really stop. I'm trying to think of, like, other big things they can put down that you want to kind of just slow the board for 1 turn.
Interesting. They get rid of a Frozen Touch. I
get it
guess
back.
there's a 0 mana card in this Savara?
I don't think there is.
Because I know we didn't see the beginning part of it.
No.
There's not, so they're just going to burn a top deck. They don't care about it.
Well, I mean, with those cards in hand, really, what are you worried about burning? I mean, maybe
Mordresh?
the other... Yeah, well, I mean, don't
It's
come at me with
only
your
10,
logic.
I guess. And you don't really need the 10 against Warrior, because Warrior has like 1 million armor.
Yeah,
It's,
I mean,
it's more about your infinite cards. Like
Yeah.
Dawngrass gives you just crazy damage.
I'd be more worried about burning like a solid alibi or another Frozen Touch.
On the Warrior side, it's still awkward. Clunky draws, clunky hand. The mage is going so slow that the Warrior doesn't have a whole lot of options.
Finley
so
here. I like Finley here.
yeah, just get rid of your ugly
Well,
hand and make it better
Do
looking.
you coin before you Finley? Because you don't want to draw a coin later.
Yeah, but you do want that coin to be a card from your deck. Coin's at the bottom. So you have a very low chance of it ever mattering when you draw it.
Ooh.
And they finally found a Lava Gorger, 2 of them. They would have wanted
That's
to, draw that first before the Finley, but they can still gain a little bit more armor here. The burn off the top for the mage, not very relevant, just a 2-3. Also, we've got some score updates for you. The rest of the bracket, we have Columbia team has beaten Brown Alumni Esports 3-1. Donkey Hot has beaten Death on Site 3-1, and Team Norway has beaten Rapping Rabbits 3-2.
close matches. Always good to see. 3 matches left, including this one, so there's 2 others still going on.
Meanwhile, Justin's saying, I swear I put weapons in this deck.
Yeah, I promise they're in here. I mean, you have to deal with this, of course. But again, I think that was the whole point of playing it early, is get damage down, but force them to deal with this. You have Aslor into some damage. You have, I mean,
I am a bit surprised, I have to say, to not see Dawn Grasp get played here.
yeah, but ooh, and they're gonna freeze it. Okay, good. I was like, why are they just leaving it up? But you see the other touch, which is good.
Honestly, I don't really love that decision either. With a 0-mana flurry, you could have stalled it out with and then play Dawn Grasp to get scaling the ping. Well, no, I guess they're at 3, so it would scale it to 4 and then also 5 by replaying the Wildfire. Never mind. They didn't miss a option to ramp it up.
But we do see a Jailer in hand.
All right, hear me out. We draw coin for next turn, and we coin Jailer.
I mean, that's a win.
That's an easy win. I don't know how we lose from there.
I think it's impossible to draw the coin, though, because it goes...
Again, Ron, we don't want your logic.
Ron crushing dreams out here. Thanks a lot, Ron.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, guys.
Thanks, Ron.
God,
it used to be fun before
the
Ron
spindly
came
flip,
along.
it goes right to left instead of left to right.
Not for my fault.
He does have weapons in the deck. Yeah. Look at that.
Go face. Nice.
And no point in hitting one of the 3/5s. You don't get any card draw.
No
Mage taking some shots here.
Yeah, but I mean, to your point, I think at some point they had the 7 cast cost card in their hand, and they got to put it on the board. To be able to do that and hero power at the same time seems like a good thing, but we see them hovering a bunch of other cards.
Their hand size has been so awkward for so long, but they can finally play a flurry and hero card. It will recast the Arcane Intellect, but it won't burn a card off of that draw. It will still burn a top deck, but they've already shown a willingness to burn top decks. So what's one more to finally get this card out that wins the game?
But this is where maybe a couple voices come together and they're like, oh no, we're still in control. We still got time. They don't want to burn more Dresh. Maybe that's what's getting at.
You wish to match wits with me.
Dealing with some stream stuff here. Okay, and then
I have an idea.
Yeah, we finally see it come down. Nice. And then now swinging face. Now we got some ramp. Now we have a win condition on the board. 5 damage already on the hero power.
All right, yep, worked out nicely here. Dawn's Grasp, of course, finally up. It's a 5 damage hero power, so 5 every turn at least incoming from the mage. Makes things a bit difficult for the warrior, who was struggling to draw a weapon all game long. And now what do? You draw Rikara off the top, and you can override your weapon. Hilarious.
And Rikara does give that possibility of just the extra damage coming in. If they throw down more Dresh, I mean, that's 8 coming back the other way if you survive it.
True, yeah, and they get to armor some more with the 2/2, and this shield shatter will clear up the rest of the board. Still sitting at a pretty healthy looking 37.
We got some time. We got options. I mean, we're not going to deck them, so I don't think this is going to fatigue. I mean, it's
Out
always
comes the
possible.
infinite damage cards again.
Yeah.
Couple of frozen touches going face. And then it's time to make a real decision.
Well, and this is just a reload. You know, I think this is why they're holding on to the minions so long. Is just a reload for your frozen touches, right? So this is another frozen touch activation with 3 on the board.
Right.
You know they have to get rid of it.
They either don't care about burning a card or they finally play an alibi here, maybe. They could also play Prismatic, and it's possible that it finds a playable card to not burn one. The way they've been playing with just 3 minions on board every turn to continually get frozen touches seems like they're not going to be playing this Prismatic.
Let's see here.
And you're holding 2 alibis. Surely you can
Yeah, you use
throw
one
one out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's. Aha! Checkmate. Got him. You know, I think there's. To me, I mean, do you just hit the jailer down now so everything out after this is just safe? I mean, you're not seeing much come back the other direction. I mean, you
Maybe they
need
want to wait for one additional flurry to be seen.
But if you put it down, what are they going to wait on a flurry of 10, or are they just going to try to freeze it? But the following turns, you need as many minions as possible to survive from here on out to create a threatening turn. Because you don't have very many turns left, right, where you can do things.
True.
So by playing the jailer now, you're setting up to basically save every minion you play afterwards as a threat. If you play any minions now, you're basically saying, okay, they're not a threat, they're going to die, or they're going to get removed. So to me, it's like,
yeah, it's a tough call to make to burn out the last 14 cards of your deck. Maybe the option they choose, they at least want to lead off Astalor first, though, here. And maybe it's Jailer next turn.
you don't. I get not wanting to put yourself on the clock, but at some point you're going to have that mentality of like, I need to put them in a 2-turn lethal. Because before you know it, you're not going to have enough time.
Fair.
As we know, we're giving them targets to ramp off of, because as soon as you lock them out with Jailer, they can't ramp anymore on their hero power. Well, they guess on their own minions, but at 5, I don't think they have any minions that they can ping themselves. We do see another ramp there.
Okay, so electing ramp over have a minion killed for frozen touches this turn. They do have a wildfire for even more hero power damage.
Ooh, let's discover a spell. Come on. Let's gamble. A little casino action.
Chaos Strike is burn. It's a tiny bit of burn, but it is
Tiny
burn.
bit of burn. And card draw. Which you may have to start worrying. You're now getting down to 6. If you draw that, then you're getting down to 5. And then the multicaster is not something you want to play, and you have 2 of them in hand. So the thing about Fel is it now turns your multicaster into a fatigue threat.
A Jarn Vessel is sort of burn. With getting more frozen touches.
Yeah.
Interesting order. I guess they just maybe missed it here, because I don't see any reason to play Wildfire after pinging. Just a tiny error that probably won't matter. Just miss 1 damage. Never comes back to bite you.
Never.
And
Ever.
back to the Warrior here. They didn't draw the Provoke, which is big. That would be maybe more of an incentive to play Jailer. Jailer Provoke is a way that you can just clear out your entire opponent's board.
And now that you have Astalor in hand coming down 14 on an empty board, right?
But, well, you already know, though, that there's frozen touches that can get activated. So are you dead if you play Jailer Provoke? You probably are, right? 12, 20. Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah.
You can't do that play. Jailer Provoke insta-loses the game.
Is there something we can do with Rancor? I mean, you have the heavy plate. You have to kill off one of these minions with Honorable if you can, right? So, let's see.
It's a very tough spot for Warrior to navigate here because of all of the damage that Mage can continually send.
Yeah. Oh, we're seeing it. And he's just
probably
dead.
just not counting. or forgetting about the 2 frozen touches in hand, because we can just see touch, 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 ping, game over.
And more dress on top, just so.
That's bait. That's
Yeah,
not lethal if you play more dress.
No, it is because it's 1 damage is from.
Oh, wait,
fatigue.
it is. Yeah, that's right.
That's the better
ping.
lethal. You kill yourself.
Wait, no,
with
ping's
fatigue.
at 7. I thought ping was at 8. Oh,
7,
my bad.
Yeah, 7 plus is 17. So
Oh, and
plus 1 from
their
fatigue.
yeah, fatigue damage.
Fatigue.
You're right.
That's the better one because it's more.
That would be a little spicier.
It would be.
Either way, it's
Oh,
always
boys.
happening
All
from
right.
this point. Once the jailer came down, we knew they had enough damage to get there in whatever way that they chose. And Mage gets through, Warrior falls by the wayside, and that is a victory for Taco Empanada y Milanga, who advances to round 2 with a 1-0 score.
And takeaways from that is, Warrior best deck, and that's what I took away from that is that.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think this is a nightmare lineup for a control warrior to face.
they got
Quest
matched. Yeah, this is the
Priest.
worst matchup. This is the only group
Right?
that had.
Quest Priest, Mind Lock, a Blood Decay with Horseman, and a Ping Mage. Like, all of the inevitability
Yeah.
against a deck that's trying to go the distance.
I'm not saying I funded a team in this race, but I'm saying is if I did, I think this is just from one of those things like, whenever you go play in opens, and we've all been there, right? You go to DreamHack, you're playing the opens, you're like, I just hope I don't play against that one random dude that brought that lineup, right? That just wrecks mine. You're playing against the meta, and someone's playing against you, right? Like that's just what it feels like sometimes.
Right.
But this is round robin.
We're going to game 5, right?
No, is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah,
Oh.
because Justin's team was up 2-1. Yeah.
Well, like I said before, Warrior best deck.
Warrior
win.
best deck.
This-
But you know what
That,
means? It's time
That game took so long.
for the best words in all of Hearthstone. Game 5. That's all I
I
wanted
literally
to do.
thought it was already over.
I know when you said congrats Taco Banana,
Yeah,
I was like, wow, what
all
are
right,
you talking
Ron's got
about?
Ron's got it. I mean, I'm
Control
still going with him.
matchups. Oh my god. It's still going. Okay. That's right.
I'm a team
It's
player,
game 5.
Ron. I'm here for you. You called over. It's over. I'm good. It's.
All right.
This is
So,
Team
I
Exco
mean,
over here.
I don't think the Warriors going to win, but it could win. We see a very good start for Taco Empanada y Milanga on the opening mulligan here with a Horseman already in hand.
I think it's one of those things that I think there is a bigger inevitability for the DK, right? Like they just have a win condition that says if I do this, I win. I think that the Warriors win condition can get there faster.
Okay,
right?
well maybe Warrior can win, right? They run a Theatar, right? Oh no.
No.
Oh, no.
Why would we do that? No. We run the
There's no Theatar.
we run the jailer. It's like Theatar, except for it's a minion. It destroys my own deck, and yeah, it's the same thing.
That is the possible win condition. Blood Decay can have used double Soul Stealer already
and not drawn
And
another
then
one
they
to
can
discover.
play jail.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't know.
mean, there is no mass board removal that DK has, right? They have zero access to any kind of mass removal. They can't discover any, so I think we're okay. We see the
Certainly.
Aslar played down early. Hey, a discover card. Look at that. And
So a really good start for the Blood Decay as well. A tempo start, Body Bagger giving them a corpse right away to activate the Hematurge. They're playing a one mana 1/3 on 1, a 2 mana 2/3 on 2. What is this, an aggro deck?
aggro, but hear me out. Colossal. You say a lot of good words, but I think colossal is a good keyword.
I don't know if I would have had the strength to not pick Frost Queen Syndragosa on these options.
Right? I mean,
Even if there were better ones, like
yeah. No.
I like that you could hear Ron reading the card name as he said, "I'm gonna pick Frost Queen Syndragosa," because he's like Frost Queen Sindragosa.
He Googles it and he's like listening to pronunciation through Google Translator. It's
How
like,
to say Sindragosa?
You guys know me too well. I did have the Google tab open, and I'm pretty sure I nailed that pronunciation.
yeah, I mean, from here, but we do see Patchwork in hand. Patchwork can be devastating, especially you see early activation of Astalor. We see Captain in hand, so there's some juicy targets there. If they catch Jailer, right? I mean, this is
the dream curve for Blood DK right now too. Having a Chill Fallen Baron to come down on turn 3 after their 1 mana 1 and their 2 mana 2, just it's really good so far for the favorable deck.
and the process to get started, right? So you have your win condition in hand, you have coin, you can put it out earlier. Some good tempo plays. I mean, the big thing about DK, controls wise, you just want to make sure your hand is always kind of full, right? You want to have options. You get into trouble when you start running out of options and you kind of just face tanking a bunch of damage. Despite your life gain, you run out of that resource pretty quick.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, here you don't even need the discount on the Vizier. Just drop it, discover a card, and I think you just keep putting that pressure down, or you hold it for the inevitable reload that's going to happen, right? Are they going to clear out 5 damage, or I think you just play it and make them do it.
It's reasonable. I mean, you could also just button pass because you have a board.
Mm-hmm. But I think you force them
The
to clear this.
Scourge. Content
Easy.
pick. Content pick.
You always value pick. It's like at some point you can't clear my board enough. So I think there is a
legitimately,
game plan.
it might be the pick. But another corpse explosion is tempting, I guess. Obliterate, not really necessary.
I think the game plan
Love
is
it. Love it. They took the Scourge.
fill the board, fill the board, fill the board. And now they're going to remove this board, but then you're just going to drop your inevitable win condition, force you to remove it. Easy game. Because this into no muncher next turn, right? Like you're starting to put beef on the board. And then after that, you have Frost Queen. There's just so many options here. I think you just start putting the pressure down, start your win condition a turn early. Don't need to be cute. See the coin?
Did you Google how to pronounce that?
Sindragosa or coin?
Coin.
Coin? Yeah, I mean...
Ron just Googled, for 10 minutes ago, Ron Googled funny memes young kids say nowadays, and then posted let him cook in chat.
Yeah. He's been saying let him cook and bet nonstop, and I don't get it. I mean, that's just...
Wait, it's not let him cook? Okay.
Okay.
What do I know?
Bet.
So on to finally, I guess Lava Gorger Spinley could be a move here.
No, we
grab
Lava
that
Gorger
shield
the Lava
shatter.
Gorger. No.
Yep, clear up the minion. Spinley
Thank
puts
you.
another Lava Gorger in hand for even more armor gain.
Yeah, but the thing that doesn't worry about armor is the card that says I win.
I suppose they don't really want to play it yet, right, with Galvangar in hand.
Correct. And here, not a lot of threats. They're playing the value play here. To me, there's not even... even putting a no muncher down, I know it's going to get removed or whatever. It's still okay.
You got an infinite card in Sourfang. It's a decent discover.
Oh, I got a very important announcement. I just got a text about it. For all those people who care, it is Girl Scout cookie season.
Oh, it is.
Oh, nice.
See, look, Kodamora was the one that cared.
Yeah. Hey, when you hit your 40s, there's only a couple things that matter.
Girl Scout cookies and your knees not hurting when you wake up.
Yeah, I've given up on that one.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
So it's just Girl Scout cookies. It's just Girl Scout cookies.
That is the only important thing. It's true.
Weapon here is okay. Infinite value, but you're taking life, puts yourself in target of their win condition. So I don't like that. I like working against their win condition. So anything I can do to gain life, I think is a good thing.
Yeah, weapon's solid for sure. They already had a Death Strike as well, so they didn't need to pick it, and then they just used the real one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and knowing how you lose, I think, is super important in this. And I think, I mean, next turn, are you patchworking early just to try to catch them? Or are you waiting to see the second Astlor come out? Are you waiting for the charger to be on the board to
You
be a
already
target?
know Astalor's in hand, right? So
Mhm.
Patchwork comes down like every time next turn. You're at 30 health. Even if they play Galvangar, you're like, okay, fine, hit me for 18. I don't care.
Kodamora, who is calling you? Can we pick up and talk to them?
No one's calling me.
Was that not you?
Oh, no.
Are you sure?
Tuna's getting confused again.
I mean,
Rip
dude,
Tuna.
Kodamora was
I
talking.
know I'm old.
I could hear like a vibration coming through his mic. I thought it was someone was calling him.
I mean, that's not a phone. But we can talk about that later. No, I'm just kidding.
We do not condone the previous comments of Kodamora. I say you're both getting a demerit on the day. I'm adding that to your Discord notes.
Yeah. I write them in my contract for a reason.
Yeah, that's fair.
So you're saying Patrick here? I mean, it makes sense. I mean, even putting down your favorite card, your favorite new card, the Frost Queen.
Hold
right?
up. Frost Queen
Oh,
Syndragosa. Okay.
Syndragosa.
What a card. 7 mana? Wait, we have 7 mana this turn. Oh my god.
Play it.
It's incredible.
Play it. Play it.
It's just like, I mean, you know that Astalor's in hand, so for me it would be Patchwork every time to try to hit the Astalor. You also hit something in deck too, and this warrior doesn't run that many minions.
Yeah, I agree. The correct
Like you
play,
might have a chance to snipe the jailer as well.
Yeah, I mean, the safest play I think is Patchwork. The most enjoyable play, just so we get to see it. I mean, for the meme.
Content play.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Easy.
Well done. I don't mind it.
Yeah,
It's a solid card.
Yeah, and I think you're thinking, okay, I can get rid of a known thing they put down. It is an answer to the captain is already activated, right? You're sitting at full health, so you can tank the charge and then be able to remove it and hitting Astalor and something in deck.
Yeah, definitely a lot more pressure
and
here.
then we see the jailer. So all the targets are good in hand. So whatever they play,
except for Spinley.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not horrible to hit.
It's not horrible, right? I mean, I think it's a sneakily effective
it has,
card.
yeah, it has its own value to flip a hand that's not doing anything into one that can. But you'd really want to hit one of the other targets, and there's a high chance that happens. Good chance Patchwork comes down now. Still no.
No, because if they played the value play last time, I think they want to wait till something's on the board.
Yeah, I sort of figured giving them more time to protect Astalor, but I guess it's just not really a concern. They're at 40 now. They have the board. They have pressure. At this point, yeah, you're certainly right that they're just going to hold Patchwork until they get a value hit on board too.
Now, they don't have. Yeah, I mean they don't have Soul Stealer in hand. So if this goes another turn, I mean there is a world they just drop Jailer and say you better have it or not because Patchwork can't do anything about it.
Right. To that end, they would want to hold Provoke. So I don't think it's likely that we're going to see a Jailer on this next turn with the Provoke being traded into the deck.
I think you asked Stoller here. No? Not good. Oh, they can still do it.
Shatter Ranker. Nice little way to clear up the board and gain some extra armor.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah.
Scourge.
Scourge. Here we go. Are they good? Are they good?
One of them.
That's pretty decent. Ooh. I mean...
There's some extra damage too. Yeah. It's not negligible. It's 7 when these minions die. Well, 10 and a reload. Yeah, like Brawl can come down and clear up all but 1, but just pretty insane.
That is pretty. I mean, the double, triple wall is actually really good, right? And then you got 2 that do damage to your enemy, so reduces their armor. 1 has reborn, right? Like all these are. Oh wait, 3. 3 do damage. So it's interesting. And this
We
is
may have gotten carried away with the content angle of the Scourge, though, because Justin is pointing out that that was one of the ways to lose the matchup if they had found the Bone Lord, or Bone Whisper, whatever it's called, the 6/6, that when it dies, you die in 3 turns.
I mean, but what are the
Could have been a
chances?
random outcome from Scourge, and it would have been extra hilarious to see here.
You know, always a possibility, but as a caster, I'm going to say that never happens, and we'll never see it ever happen. So,
Good call. And now we see the brawl, a bunch of extra damage coming
Ooh.
in.
And the one they didn't want to survive, right? Because now that's 2 walls they have to get through. So your charger's pointless, right? I mean, just the values down there. Oh!
Well, there is a massive win condition card that has just been burned. But Brand Patchwork is definitely going to wreak some havoc here.
Good, but not great, right?
Yeah, hit probably some of the worst ones, at least from hand, in Weapons Expert Galvangar. The 9/9 Charger really didn't matter nearly as much as Jailer or Astalor. Weapons Expert kind of irrelevant. Hitting Ozomat is maybe okay, but they'll live with it. It just gets them closer to fatigue.
This pushes it now into you win by ultra control. You need your soul stealers. You need to play them after Jailer hits, right? Like you have to shift your game plan into a full value play as the Death Knight. And from the Warrior, knowing that, I mean, you kind of have to bait out those removals, those mass removals.
It still just looks like a disaster, though, from the Warrior perspective. I don't see any lines of play that that put them into a very winnable position.
Soul Stealer in the bottom 2 cards is your win condition, right?
I suppose.
I mean, and to that end, I think this is the play, right? I think you have to just say, you know what?
Yeah.
You have it or you don't. And if you don't have it, I have a chance. So seeing the line, taking the, I like this a lot.
All right, some final updates on round 1. The Washu Mishas beat AF Get Wrecked 3-2, and 3 Gnomes in a Trench Coat has beaten Where Da BG's at 3-2. So this will be, as expected, in a control mirror, the final match of the first round.
And I can't be happier. I mean, to me, this is what Hearthstone's all about. Fatigue. That's the best damage in the world is fatigue damage.
Pick me!
All right, we see a lot of damage coming in from the Death Knight here. I think that's just far too much to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, it basically saying you have Jailer. Yeah, I have my own pseudo Jailer. You can't target me either, right? So what are you going to do? I mean, Shield Shatter is good, but it's just too much, too consistent. The inevitability is still there. I think there's still chances. I don't know how they do 40 fast enough, but... Right.
Especially with more lifesteal cards in hand for the Blood DK.
Mm-hmm.
Deathstrike doesn't say enemy, so they can still just heal off of their own hero power.
And thinking about Finley just to put more...
Yeah, Finley just stalls fatigue a little bit more so they take less damage.
They have to do this, but it doesn't do enough. And the prophetic nature that is Run Mexico, calling the match before the match was over.
It's just a miserable matchup.
Yeah.
They did actually see a Horseman get burned. So, you know, one win con is out the window, but it was way too much for Warrior to beat. They acknowledge it. It's over. All right, now officially, a congratulations to Taco Empanada y Milanga for advancing with a victory in that first round.
True, you were just 20 minutes too early the first time.
Listen, Warrior just ran into a very bad matchup. I still think that -$6 crew, well, they had a rough go of it in round one, has a decent lineup for the rest of the field. We're going to see some aggressive stuff, and that Warrior's going to shine, but it did not have a chance to show off any of its best plays. Also, I think Justin commented on how he would have very much liked to have drawn a weapon before like turn 7 in any of those games he played with Warrior, but it just wasn't happening.
It happens, but I mean, luckily this is Swiss and not single elimination. So like, if -$6 crew win out the rest of the tournament today, they're all set for day 2. And I'm gonna explain day 2 a little bit real quick for all the viewers at home, so they know what we're getting into post today. Because today is just 6 rounds of Swiss. Tomorrow, normally top 8, maybe you stream like 1 per round, but we're actually gonna do it a little different. We're gonna stream 1 top 8 match, both top 4 matches, the 3rd place match, and then the finals. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total games tomorrow for everyone. So that way, tomorrow is almost as action-packed as today per games. Obviously, there'll be more on the line tomorrow because the top 8 is when things really come down to mattering of, your prize payout. Which is, the sponsor of this weekend was real nice and has a pretty good prize payout set up for this weekend. 5th through 8 getting $30 back, $10 per player, 4th getting $50, 3rd getting $70, 2nd getting $100, and 1st getting $150.
That's right. So we've got some fun games today, and tomorrow's when the stakes really go up and people get extra serious about these games.
All right, round 2 is up, Ron. What do you want to start with?
Let's take a look. Who are our standout matches? Actually, let's first see
I don't know
if
any of these team names. Like, I have to go back and look at pilots to understand what's
I'm
going on.
gonna try to find the teams that have already advanced with a win in their first round.
It'll be
so
the first 5 for sure, are all 1-0 teams.
we've got we haven't seen RIT Black or Donkey Hot, Asusi Union, all pretty mid ETs. Columbia team, the L Gang, Team Norway, Washu Mishas, 3 Gnomes in a Trench Coat. Those would be the ones I'd be looking for most. Let's see who we can spot.
Now, hear me out. I heard Justin's running this control deck.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Go to work.
Welcome back.
I had to get back in before you guys chose the match.
We
without
gave you
me.
your control matchup.
I'm down to do the RIT Black game.
Yeah, they won
versus,
fast.
Yeah, so that way we can get to
Versus
the
Team
later.
Norway.
Yeah.
And let's see. RIT Black is piloted by Templar.
Yep, I'm gonna post the stuff for you guys here shortly.
Team Norway piloted by. Go ahead. You can read that one, Kodamura.
Well, hold on. Let me. Team. You put in this. Yeah, this is clearly.
I know how to say one of their. I know how to say one of their team players. Elefante.
Jerstad.
But Jerstad maybe.
It's got to be Jerstad.
Jerstad.
When you start, yeah, it has 4 consonants to start the name. 5. Yeah, Jerstad. Easy. I speak Norwegian.
If we get these teams in, RIT Black will be on the bottom and Team Norway will be on top.
Excellent.
Perfect. The one thing I love about Hearthstone is it's still a very global sport, right? It's a global, like every region is different. You got players around the world, so despite what they're doing to the pro scene, I love the game still after all these years, right? Like I can't get rid of it.
Well said. So I've got the players added in the friends list. Looks like they'll be ready to go shortly. Let's take a look at the lineups.
Let's see
From
here.
Team Norway's side, we're looking at, oh look, it's a shaman once again. Evolve Shaman making its 1 millionth appearance in this tournament, I'm sure.
Yep.
They also have an Unholy Death Knight, the first Unholy Death Knight that we've seen or talked about today. They have a Miracle Rogue as well, much like Hyper Horizon brought. And they also have the Paladin, which we've seen on stream
The pure
lose 3
Paladin.
times.
Yep.
So maybe, well, I mean, they obviously found a way through in the first round. Meanwhile, RT Black, also Paladin. Kodomora, tell me what the rest of that lineup looks like.
And then again, surprise, surprise, we have the Evolved Shaman. We haven't seen that yet, only because it's been banned every match. We do see the Aggro Mage, which it's not that ping mage we saw last time, but definitely can put out the fire. And they're we are seeing the same DK that we've seen previously with the early aggro of the undead, but the end curve being the Furies. So same, very similar lineups. I think the interesting point here is going to be the DK and then the bring of the mage versus the bring of the rogue. And I think one of those things, because of the changes we see the location for rogue, it does give mage more of a chance because they can freeze and kind of just go over the top. So it'll be very interesting to see.
Absolutely. And RIT, interesting to note, RIT Black and RIT White went with, I believe, the same exact lineup, if I'm not wrong, in our leadoff match in round 1. We saw a Death Knight, Shaman, Mage, Paladin as well. So they're all in agreement in that school.
Let's see here. Just trying to add, make sure that I got
Templar's
everybody.
stepping out real quick, so he'll be right back. So it
Okay.
gives me time to update. So if you haven't got accepted by him yet, it'll be shortly. Hopefully.
Any surprises so far, Ron? Anything that I know we've only seen one round, but we've seen a couple matches, and anything unique or anything stand out so far?
I mean, just a bit surprised to see the double control in round 1. Then, of course, anytime you have a tournament, if there's even 2 lineups that are full control, they're going to match up, and it's going to happen in round 1, no less. So I guess
you can't have them go on. No TO wants to have a control versus control matchup on stream late because
this is a good point. You may have cut out a little bit.
Yeah, what was the reason? What was the reason?
I'm wondering why I cut out. Huh?
Oh, I hear you now.
Oh, okay.
I can guess what the reason is. Nobody wants that, but go on.
Well, the TOs don't want that. I mean, Tuna doesn't want that, so I'm blaming Tuna.
No, I 100% want that. I don't know what you're talking about. See, you didn't. I don't know. You weren't in THL like 2 years ago, plus, right, Kodomora?
Like 2 years ago is when I start. No, that's when I started.
Okay.
It's been about 2 years.
I love control decks. Like swept an entire hero series season with just playing control shaman, like an off meta control shaman, and just 3-0'd for weeks. So I am very much the control player.
Did you ever play Boomkin?
Yeah.
Ron knows about my Boomkin story.
Yeah. Oh, I also play control in Magic when I play Magic. So I'm all about the control decks. I'm down to sit here for an hour. It's when you take a card, you make it disappear in your hand, and you make it reappear later for the kids at home, and they get really, really ecstatic.
Really excited. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good enough. People refer to it. I just never know. And they keep snapping their fingers at me. What's that thing all about? I don't get that reference
when people that deal with Magic snap their fingers at you.
No, just snap in general.
Oh,
it's a bad joke.
It's diversion. They take your wallet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Ron wanted to call it the lawyers earlier, so I guess all crime is free now.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
I,
I thought THL wasn't endorsing.
no, we're not. But that's what Ron wants to do. So Ron wants a crime-filled world. So I'm going to his house right now, and I'm taking everything out of his fridge.
Side note: my brother's a lawyer.
Oh God!
Oh, so he's the favorite one.
This
Okay,
story just got
that
worse.
makes a lot more sense. Now I get the story of Ron Mexico. I get it. It all makes sense now. Oh man. Well, enough about magics and the snaps, but like coming back to the Hearthstone. Um, what would you like to see kind of moving forward? I mean, are we based on this very small sample size? I mean, we're kind of looking at the same kind of meta for the next X number of weeks. I mean, what changes are you looking forward to? Hopefully, they implementing. Um, where do you think this is going
um, just in general, like
in general?
changes upcoming, or
Yeah, like just
I want to
direction
see
of
this
it.
meta just play out as is. I don't want to see any changes for at least the next couple weeks or more. I think there's a lot to be explored. I think there's a lot that can be settled, but eventually, we might need to look at, um, dealing with that warlock weapon again, or something with phylactery or the devourer, because mindlock is going to be a menace. Miracle rogue is also something that will probably become a menace for quite a while, and may need some adjustment. But outside of that, a lot of things look really interesting and cool with how the meta is going. It's like a decently balanced part right now, even though the mini set might be a little bit underwhelming. Um, I don't think there's too many massive power outliers. Not like there was prior to the balance patch that dealt with Quest Demon Hunter and some of the more
Mhm.
disgusting Miracle Rogue things that haven't quite gone away yet, but are not as powerful as they were.
Yeah, it's interesting because the one thing that we haven't seen yet, and I think to your point, there'd be some iteration of is some sort of ramp druid nonsense, right? Because that's the one piece that was in the past that is not currently, we're not seeing that much of. And I'd like to see something along those lines, just kind of give some sort of upside to more of a controlly, more of a rampy style.
Yeah, it's
Um,
still maybe a bit too fringe,
yeah,
because of the other things that are kind of crowding it out, but it's not too many pieces away
correct.
from being a contender. I mean, Druid still has the ability to ramp up a lot, and hit the Anubricon Bran Astalor combo, some order that is not exactly that usually. Um, that would be a way to just end basically any game, and they can do that fairly quickly. Problem is they can't do it quickly enough based on some of the other things in the meta right now. Not sure if I want that to come around, but variety is always good, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see like the old school, like ramping into damage. Savage War Force of Nature thing was always it's so oppressive back in the day, but just the concept of like knowing you can get there, um, and you see some charge minion come out from them, it's like, okay, well maybe there's a chance that they don't have any, taunts in the way, right? Because that damage is stoppable, right? You can play around that kind of lethal threat. So I wouldn't mind a more board centric ramp druid. But to your point, like I hate losing to solitaire. So if they just have a way they just ramp if you can't kill them in time, then you're just dead regardless. Is
Yeah.
never really a fun thing. And I say that knowing they put in win conditions into the to this meta. Um, but as we saw, I mean, if you burn your win condition, you just lose. Very similar.
Yeah.
Very
Who
similar to
needs who needs the horseman?
well, this is very similar to the quest priest, right? Because you have too many cards in your hand and you burn your quest reward. Like, I mean, stuff happens, man. Like it's you lose count of how many cards you're drawing and where you're at, and sometimes you get unlucky. But yeah, I think that this is we'll definitely see more fine tuning. I like seeing the aggro mage stuff. We're seeing a couple more mage variants with ping mage. I mean, I like casino mage is super fun deck to play. But we see the aggro mage, so having variations there is really good. Even if they nerf Miracle Rogue, you still have Thief Rogue, which is still very playable. So it's not like that class gets totally killed. Paladin has control, it has aggro.
Double DK ban, by the way.
Ooh, interesting.
Double
We don't see a double
DK.
shaman ban this time.
Man, maybe people are just tired of playing DK already.
They're sick of that location. It's going crazy.
Oh,
That is something that may get changed as well. Possibly it gets adjusted to have only 2 charges instead of 3 because it does a lot.
Would you rather if they were to remove a stat, like either health or damage, what would you have them remove or nerf? The health of the creature or the damage of the creature?
Health.
Yeah, 100%.
5 is such an
5 is
insane
too big.
breakpoint.
5 is too big. I mean, the 5
I've
is
seen over and over minions with 5 health in relatively early game scenarios are kind of busted and
Yep.
wind up getting adjusted. Going back to like Evil Miscreant way back in the day as a 3-mana 1/5, Hanar as a 2-mana 1/5. Like those were things that just were so hard to remove and snowballed.
Game is up.
Yeah, we're jumping in and we see
All right.
starting off. Surprise, surprise. It is Shaman vs. Shaman.
You're telling me Shaman didn't get banned, so we get a Shaman mirror?
Shaman gets
Here we
played,
go. I'm ready for the shenanigans. Who's gonna evolve into a Thaddeus first?
Yeah, yeah. I know. Who gets the chance? And we do see.
I mean,
we do
actually, first off, it's who's on coin. So
Yeah.
in that case, it'd be Jerstad,
Jerstad.
and they have schooling. So both players skillfully drawing schooling for the opening turn.
Cancer
Jerstad, though,
Fisher?
is 1 null off of a turn 2 10 drop.
I heard that's good. I heard there are things you can do with that.
Indeed.
We're just seeing the chisel come out. Good standard play. Just kind of fill the board, get some things out there. I mean, really know where to go. Ooh, wind chill.
Yeah, just a couple of chiselers here. We got chisel and then chisel right back. Looks like the expected play. Maybe not. Oh, they really want that null.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, there is a world here where you think about just digging. The safe play, I think, is the chisel, right? Just standard. Let's use our mana, whatever. Let's not overcommit. But that, and then you have the ability to wind chill next turn to draw into it, right? So I think this is correct. It can only be punished by them dropping it earlier on their side, but we're not seeing that.
Now a decision point for Templar and RIT is, do you keep waiting or do you throw down some piranhas?
I mean, both players have aquariums, right? Their hands are full of fish, and they're just kind of staring at them. I mean, it's just. I think that's.
These are two teams that understood what this weekend was about. It's a
Piranha time.
Bring your.
That's
fishes.
right.
It is a tournament.
Honestly, I think every team understood that, though. I've been going through the bracket, and I'm down to almost like the very bottom of round 2 bracket, and almost every single team has DK and Shaman. There are very few exceptions for either or.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have the best.
Fish everywhere.
Yeah. The question here is,
all
do
the
you
shamans.
coin out Cavern? I mean, I'm trying to think of like you can either answer with your own aquarium, right? Which they're gonna. It looks like they're gonna.
Yeah, I don't think you want to play the Cavern here, because the fishies are threatening.
Yeah,
fish them back.
Yeah, I guess they are threatening. You can just even evolve on them as more minions, and then you have possible bloodlust. But I think, why would you?
Fish on, fish violence here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because they're all 1 health on the order of this. As long as the one you hit with your face is only the one that does 1 damage to you, I think you're good. And holding on that coin for next turn, possibly dropping down the Neptunes, possibly doing the Cavern into.
So they skipped the assert dominance move by tanking 3 damage with their face.
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
although it does seem to be strictly the correct Hearthstone play.
We're not here for correctness. We're here for content, right? Like, this is what we're here for. Slow starts, right? Like, this is one of those.
We got ourselves an old-fashioned fish fight.
Yes.
This is more schooling, more piranhas. Let's go.
Let's do it again. One more time. Oh, and they are, look at this, sorting dominance, taking the 4. I want my minions.
Definitely a reasonable option for sure here to keep as many minions as possible. Just going to use this full infused convincing disguise. Now the random 3 drops. And Vile Apothecary's a great hit. That's a threatening card. It just keeps generating value.
Yeah, this forces the Neptulon, right? You're like,
Absolutely
that can't
does.
stay. No more of that nonsense.
Yeah, this would be a turn where Jurstad and Team Norway would have wanted to play the Wild Paw Cavern, but there are some dangerous cards on the board, namely the Apothecary.
And that, again, puts them on 4 mana next turn, which limits their, their options really to the Cavern or maybe something else that comes up, but really hits their next turn. Let's see.
Yeah, I like the trade choice too. Obviously,
Yeah.
you don't want to hit the 3/3 with one of your 4 health minions and have it die to the Piranha you know is in hand.
Yeah, keeping it on there, forcing them to make the decision is always a good spot to be in Hearthstone. Is forcing your opponent to make some choices, because we all can't make the correct choice all the time. So playing the odds there. What are you thinking from RIT Black side? I mean, is this worth?
It looks ugly.
Do you draw?
You could
the
maybe
start?
just slam down the command in Epsilon and just take your minion trades with the 2/3 and the 3/3 into the minions on board and just have 5/4s and hope that they push damage. You know that they're overloaded and they can't command you back. They're going to have 4 mana to work with. The other option would just be dig in your deck, hope you find something better.
Is there a world here you Piranha swing and then wave? No, I mean, I was just thinking like,
yeah, wave's ugly though.
yeah, if you're going to wave, you would have done it after, before you froze a minion. But yeah.
So the long-awaited Wild Paw Cavern, which was an option on turn 3 and turn 4, can finally be played here on 5.
And again, not the it's a clean play mana wise, but it's not the most impactful. You like to get it going; it has long term value, but still doesn't.
Yeah, it
feel
doesn't help
great.
too much for this turn, but it is still relevant. The 3/4 against these 2/3 health minions that can't kill it on their own,
In that case, I mean,
and it just keeps scaling. Like it's solid for them.
Yeah.
RIT just gonna slam down the tiny toys. Hope it's a high roll. It's good enough. 2/2
Good enough
rusher
to
killing a
rush.
6/2.
Yeah. And then you have a
Talon,
counter.
not bad.
Yeah. I kind of don't even want to evolve this, right? I want to get some value out of this, so it's like, yeah. I think you just, swing in and.
The decision might be, does Talon protect sufficiently that they can use the rusher to kill the 0/2 and then trade a weaker minion because they want to evolve next turn? I don't agree with leaving the 6/2 up though, but I guess they're saying it's gonna trade and it doesn't really matter where it
Oh, but we
hits.
see the null into blazing, right? Like this is.
All right, this is what we've been waiting for. I don't know what
Yeah.
these decks have been doing this
Yeah.
whole time until now.
Come on now. Obviously, incorrect.
We're here
deck
for the
building.
high rolls.
Yeah.
It's always Null blazing.
Yeah. We know blazing earlier. The deck order is just wrong. That goes down to the deck builders. That's their fault.
Of course, the bug has been fixed, so the best hit off of Blazing Transmutation on a Null would have been Neptulon, which can no longer happen, fortunately.
Why was that a bug?
You shouldn't be able to transform into a Colossal. It's like hard-coded that Colossals can't do
Colossals
that,
can be traded.
this Discovered circumvented it until they fixed it.
Okay.
Ooh, I mean,
Localar?
Localar seems pretty good to me. I mean,
Denathrius is also tempting because of the
you're
lifesteal,
so low life, but I like removing minions.
they
so
have a big
can't-
board of things. I like getting rid of the things. All right, 6/2 always dies, so it hits the highest attack, absolutely. I don't know why we didn't kill the Tenacious, but it probably doesn't matter that much. Over the
Yeah,
Savage Jameer Jar. Like, this actually does 2 damage to their face, in addition to the
and
swing.
has lifesteal, so like the more it stays.
Wait,
on the
is
board,
there ever a Bloodlust here?
I think there's always a thought of a bloodlust. Yeah.
It was, I mean, it was close. It wasn't quite a lethal, but it did push a lot. All right, and
Ooh.
true to form, we're high rolling right back.
Yeah,
It's
but
no
but no
evolve.
rush though, right? So
Well,
the fact.
Anixia's rush.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I think you have to, right? You have to take the rush because you
It's
can't
uh,
allow your
it's it's
opponent.
very unfortunate for them with the way this worked out.
Wow. Decides to.
Not sure I agree with that with the freeze on board,
Yeah.
but it is a big minion. Now, Jerstad also holding a Wind Chill, which will be amazing for the Deathwing. See what else they find.
Ooh, another one.
Got to be command here then.
Yeah, kind of forcing the hand on the command. Which I think you were going to do it anyways because you're trying to set up your primordial wave options, right? Um, and now the fact you have two.
We can Vulge in the Deathwing, and then we can blow up their board on another turn.
Big brain plays.
Look at this awful play we can do.
I mean, do you ever just primordial just to unfreeze?
I think you've got to command and
You
just
have
clear up
command,
stuff.
yeah.
Maybe it's primordial now.
Now primordial, yeah.
That made the Deathwing worse, but the 5/4 rushers that were damaged get a little bit more useful. And on the other side, these minions got transformed into things that are pretty bad.
They're bad, but they survive a run in, so you can actually run in and then primordial, right? Like, not that it matters, but you can't remove anything with it.
Yeah, you don't want to give your opponent extra armor for no reason, so we'll just primordial right back.
Oh, that's a good
Oh,
crush.
the Baroness Vash is really interesting with another wave and muck pools in hand. I
Yeah,
think they've just got to do it. Muck pools first to get an extra minion. Not going to use the rusher because there's a 3/5 taunt in the way and it would die. Oh, they evolved the Vash.
yeah,
All right, that's how that works too. Okay.
yeah. Because it stays and it just becomes.
Technically, it didn't matter which one they hit in that case.
Yeah. Do you just remove? Yeah, I think you have to remove the 3 because the threat of lethal. You lose the minion, but it really doesn't matter. And then you
Okay,
just.
and then wave a random 8 on one side.
Ooh, win condition.
Bit of a dangerous 8 there.
Ooh, that is not what you wanted to see.
No lethals yet for RIT. It's barely off.
I think you just start with Farsight, right? To see what we get.
Is a null playable from Prescience? You have too few cards. Because they were overloaded, they couldn't go Prescience Vol'jin.
Yeah. But I think here you prescience for the.
You probably just want the taunts on board.
You just want the taunts. So yeah, you want the taunts here. I mean, I understand why you think toys on the board is going to be better because you just put a threat for your bloodlust, but you're not in a hurry. You have the ability because you have the life resource. Oh, they're going tiny toys. See what they get. 2 taunts.
It was a good hit.
It was a good. I mean, solid.
Definitely a lot more efficient of a mana play there. Like, perfectly reasonable to use the tiny toys and go super wide, especially holding that bloodlust. Saying, yeah, you're going to have to clear up all our stuff, and there's still the Troll Centurion that kills you on its own, in addition to bloodlust. I do like this play. It may have just been the correct one over Prescience. And it looks like Team Norway is going to fall in this Shaman Mirror.
It does look like that. I mean, there's not a way to kind of roll to see what you get against Vosh, but like, are we missing
I
anything
mean,
with
they can be
Bloodlust?
not dead on board with this Bloodlust play. But they will be dead to the bloodlust in their opponent's hand.
Yeah. Which they have to assume is there. But you have no other option, right? There's just nothing. Could you get double? Is there a way to get double top?
Both sides emoting the oops. I'm not sure why. I feel like that was their only play.
Well, you can actually hero power, get a taunt, and then chisel to get another taunt. And I think there's still no, there's not still alive. Oh, now they're dead.
Well, Vol'jin could flip that too, right? If they did get double taunts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, or they just draw
Yeah.
Command of
Yeah, I mean,
Epsilon off the top, and then it was always
remove all
lethal
doubt.
through multiple taunts anyway.
It's always
But there it is. Game 1 in the books. RIT taking down the victory. They're now 4-0 on this tournament.
Yeah.
RIT Black.
Yeah, it's a good start. I think it's interesting choices on both sides not to ban the shaman. Maybe it's just that the power of the DK in its current state is just not something you want to deal with. And then there's always this chance at least shaman can low roll, right? And not hit their spikes. And we saw both sides do that this time. But
This is true.
I think Team Norway is just going to run back the shaman because why wouldn't you? And
Yeah, definitely a powerful deck. Expect to see Shaman again, and then we've got either Mage or Paladin on the other side. RIT elects the Mage.
My elements are frightful.
in of the decks that I can see kind of stalling out even early plays, nothing to really look at from the shaman side. I think you throw this all back, right? Maybe Prescience?
I think you keep Prescience.
Maybe, yeah.
It's basically one of the best cards on the deck. But I wouldn't keep anything else on the Shaman
No.
side. On the Mage side, you've got a decent opener. You could even keep this whole hand.
Yeah,
Prismatics are very interesting.
I love Prismatic. I think it is a fantastic card.
And then, also reasonable, of course, to toss one because it's off curve for the next play. Might not necessarily be because of the Discover, but they're looking for just different power cards. Sorceress is great for turn 1 if you have a spell in hand, which they did not.
All right, mind games it.
Pick the bad one so they won't take it.
Yeah. Which one's the bad one here?
Honestly, you probably just want to pick the one that's best for you. You don't have many cards in hand, so Gifts is good.
Gifts is good, but Visage, you don't have scary minions you're going to hit them in the face with, right? They do. So I like this, actually.
That's fair.
Because you're not worried about your minions hitting you in the face. Now, do they think the same thing? Are they like, okay, they don't have scary minions, so they're clearly going to pick this? Or are they going to be like Ron Mexico and say, I want to draw cards?
I feel like it's easy enough to play around Visage, but there is a chance that it just buys you a turn because you've removed enough that a scary minion will come back on the other side. You don't want to run into that.
It stops your
It's very reasonable.
only minion as a 10-10 on the board, right? You're like, okay, yeah, swing at me, please. Oh, and they do pick it. Oh, did they or no?
No, I think they went with the draw card.
They went the reasonable choice.
So the Visage pick pays off. Shaman
Got
doesn't
him.
get a choice. And that was their whole turn. They didn't actually do anything. They just made a decision on what to pick and then ended their turn because they didn't have any plays.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Ooh. Explosive is,
do they get to know if you pick the secret? No, they do, yeah, because it costs 2. But that would be really interesting to take a secret if they were both the same cost and they're not paying
Yeah.
close attention to hand positioning and you play a secret and they're like, oh, it's Visage, I know it is because you
What?
told me it was.
Oh, no.
And then surprise, it's explosive. But yeah, Switcheroo's the better one.
Why? I know why, but to me, it's like I want to stop null from coming down. So, if you play explosive, they have to play around it. And how many minions do they actually have?
I mean,
So
it's
now
piranhas.
Yeah. But that card doesn't exist. So if you don't have piranhas,
I like the decision from RIT here to take the draw card. I wanted them to take a draw card last turn. Now this draws cards. You want
guess.
resources? Let's stack them up.
I guess. I'll give you this one, Ron. All right, so reducing things. Now we do see the Deathborn hand, which is great because the Shaman does play the Tiny Toys, so it could be easily if they leave it up on the board, all the piranhas up on the board, right? If they're not activating in the same turn, is a healthy target here. Having Frozen Touch in hand is great. We have Blood Mage, which is ping damage. We have Arc Splitters. Everything's kind of coming together.
All right, Prescience finds Vol'jin and Null. Should be fairly easy to get the Null out of hand, and then if they're fortunate, they'll have a minion survive the board which they can then flip and get the Neptulon out of their hand for some big power.
I'm just saying, if they had the trap, the null's not an issue. But you know, worried about
Excellent
piranhas. Worrying about the piranhas.
As we can clearly see, piranhas don't exist. They're not in the hand.
Yeah, I think here you're kind of forced into your game plan, and hope you don't get punished this turn. Remove the Trog.
I mean, I see a Null and an Evolve card.
I do that, yeah. Ooh.
That one's big. That one's scary.
But you can freeze it, which is good. There are options here.
Or you could play Vengeful here.
That one's big twice.
Thanks, Tuna.
You're welcome.
It is. He's not
Tuna
wrong.
says something. Woo!
Woo! It dies. It comes back as another big one. Whee!
So you could do just something like a Frozen Touch on the minion and then play your Vengeful Visage. I feel like it's kind of your best
Yeah, you picked it for a reason.
moment
so
for
yeah.
Vengeful. Snow, this also works. You get to... Oh, they're not going for it.
I mean, are you saving your...
I mean, you might just be like, okay, fine. It was a random pick. It's probably not getting played this game. Or maybe there's a moment where Visage was actually good to play. But I do like this still. It's sending face damage
You're
and
getting your
stalling
chip
out a
damage in.
minion.
Yeah. You're trying to get to a point where you can just freeze enough times to go over the top.
So would you do it, Kotamora? Would you Vulge in your Stoneborn General to get a Neptulon?
I mean, the answer is always yes.
I don't think I like it very much, especially going into turn 6, where those hands of Neptulon can just get blown up by Deathborns.
But we already
It
established...
would survive though as a
Yeah.
7/5 Wind Fury and push 14.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's... I mean, the safer play, obviously, is a Neptulon and just run it in. But, like, you do have to start worrying about over-the-top damage, though, right? Like, you do have to start worrying about this. At some point, Aggro Mage is just going to ignore what you're trying to do, either freeze the board or freeze one or two minions where they're not going to die.
Right.
So you have to start putting enough pressure to where they have to either clear or die.
Yeah, command is perfectly reasonable here.
Yeah.
We can see that there are options in hand to deal with this again. See what they
And
have to
another
do.
freeze. I think this is... I think freezing the 8/6.
Okay, so out comes location. No thank you on the 8 power face. And
Yeah.
now the Visage comes down. Yeah, I mean, if the plan was Visage, I think I really would have liked to seen it last turn rather than this turn. Because now you're just getting a 5/2.
But in essence, but 5/2 is still okay, right? Because it's still 5 damage.
It is 5 face. It's true.
Right? So, like, I think there's like 5 or 8 really doesn't matter. I just want to make sure I'm not taking 8 damage, which I think is a valid thing. But now we're going to see...
Here comes the Neptulon. It doesn't actually matter which one they hit first.
Yeah.
Because there'll still be another hand even if it takes the skeleton damage. It goes face. Good
exactly.
skeleton. Smorky
Yeah.
skeleton.
We are still in trouble, though.
I mean, do you have to just say, all right, I always lose to Bloodlust, just throw down a Deathborn and play your Snow Flurry to freeze the Neptulon?
Yep, I think that's exactly... Oh.
Okay. There's multiple freezes with this option.
Yeah.
They can still send the Frozen Touch face, or clear up the 5/3 if they're threatened by it. If that's not going face, though, like you're not getting this board damage.
You're not
to
winning.
stick.
Yeah.
You kind of need to win that race, and they're too far behind in the race as is.
Yeah, I don't. They need another freeze.
At
Right,
I
they
mean,
need
at
a
this
flurry.
point, you can just if you're Team Norway, you could just go all face and then play the Primordial Wave.
Yeah.
These Neptulon's hands will become random 5-drops. You've already got 2 really powerful 10s, but they've been frozen the whole time, so you could just turn them into different 10s. It won't really matter too much.
Well, you got 8, 11, and then you got Brucon the following turn after, right? So it's a guaranteed 6. So like I think you
Yeah.
just
And the wave is just nice because of getting rid of a skeleton, although that might not even really matter. Convincing Disguise is also there for a mass evolve.
yeah. I mean, I think putting him down to 6 should be the goal.
Okay, as many things as possible, and then a convincing, or do we not see it? No convincing.
Basically saying my board is good enough, but the problem is there's so much damage on the board that Thalnos, Deathborn, right?
Flurry was a huge pickup.
Yeah. That's the one that we called out beforehand. But like this is
Flurry was absolutely massive here. I think they're dead without it.
yeah. And it puts them in position.
Yep. Bolt does 4. So this will kill everything but the Stoneborn General, which can be frozen.
Now, do they see it? Do they see? Okay, they saw.
So yeah, I mean, they didn't need the Flurry. I thought they would have gone with a slightly different line, but this was excellent. Since they had the Arcane Bolt, I was expecting they wouldn't kill Neptulon. But really nicely done from RIT, and they're setting up a lot of damage coming back the Shaman's way.
I would have liked to see that kept not killing off Neptulon and kept it for damage to the face, right? Because you're making it, you have to kill them pretty quickly. And so that damage they used on the minion, they could have used face next turn.
So how much do you take with the Brucon clear? 12?
Yeah.
You gain 11 though. So Shaman should still be perfectly safe with a 2 damage to everything. Oh, that's super aggressive.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Here, I was thinking it was health and 2 damage to everything. I guess, okay, if they don't have another Deathborn, then it's 12 damage regardless, right? If they just pick the heal now.
They do. Okay. All right.
A much more smorky line, which I kind of like, but I mean, they're not the burn deck, so they don't have any reach in hand.
Oh, no. That's a double activation on. Is there a way to. Each one of those represents 6 easily, right? So that's 12. They can freeze, cold case. They're not out of this. Trying to figure out the lines here. You have one infused already. You want to use it. Do you use it? You're going to freeze a minion, so never assume that you're going to kill off that minion, right? So like,
yeah, it is really uncomfortable for the mage. The fact that the shaman rolled health again.
Yep.
So it's just like a strange thing to have to navigate. Yeah, they can just push all face damage, play the frozen touch face. I guess just cold case for the armor since you're at 4. You miss out on 1 skeleton. They don't seem too broken up about missing out on a skeleton with the freeze that they already led with.
Yeah, I would have liked to maybe seen some trades of those minions in to get more value on the activations on the frozen touches, right? To kind of keep that cycle going a little bit more.
But they have 14 on board, and they've set their opponent to 14. And if these minions die, they send damage, and they also activate frozen touches. It's looking very good for the mage.
Yeah, they're not out of it. I mean, this is.
And I think things changed for the shaman just by not electing to use that mass evolve when they had a chance. The Neptulon's hands were pretty weak, but they could have become random 5s and given the mage a problem. you know, Team Norway elected to keep their board as is, saying, okay, you should be pretty much out of freezes, right? I'll kill you with it next turn, and then things flipped around in a hurry. Now
The
Shaman's on the back foot.
Yeah, Shaman's on the back foot and having to remove and hope it doesn't hit face. Is that the game plan?
Well, you've got a Primordial Wave, so, I mean, it has to get played here, right? I think I would have liked to see Piranhas come down post-wave to just clear up 1/1s, since you've taken so much damage. We'll see what this becomes. They did find a Rusher. Now they're going with this Mass Evolve, and they can press the button for heal. Looking for more Rushers. Oh wow, they all became Rushers. They hit the Shaw. Well, hey, we signed up for shenanigans, and we got it. Oh, and look at that horrible evolve for the mage with a helmet hermit, too. The most depressing 4/3 imaginable.
But still in range. That's where it's kind of interesting, is I think you still have...
Yeah, still in range, and another flurry in hand, too. The Shaman has the burn hero power now. This is a crazy back and forth all of a sudden. You can just Frozen Touch, hit the Senjin, send another Frozen Touch face, trade a minion to progress and fuse a tiny bit, and then play your Flurry to freeze all the other minions on board.
Yeah. I think this is the play, and it's in range, right? Like that's the crazy part, is you're still with double Frozen Touch activations.
Or I guess you could just ping the Senjin, that makes sense too.
Yeah, as long as he comes out of the way, and then got the freeze. And without having the heal...
Yeah, an additional flurry in hand for the next turn. Shaman might not get out of this.
Chisel's death. No Chisel. Glug always wins.
Well, we say Shaman might not get out of this, but then Glug shows up and gives you 3 taunts, and maybe that's enough. They can also Blazing and find a 10 of their choosing.
Oh, wait, 6.
Glug is all Rushers, too, because of the Shaw effect.
But that does activate.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be enough to kill them. If they're clearing everything, right? Frozen Touch is going to be 12 damage on 8 mana.
And then I'm trying to
Evolving the Glug for a random 8. It's bad. It's a bad 8.
It's bad 8. Yeah, but it is another Rusher. And getting rid of the non-functional 4/3, sure.
So agonizingly close to lethal for the Shaman, but Mage doesn't really have enough of a way out of this anymore.
Hold on.
Huge top deck with huge evolve in Shaw, especially. I think that just changed everything.
Yeah, hold on. Can we get there?
Savara is a win now?
Yeah.
This game has been so insane.
Hold on.
Flurry activates the Savara. You play Flurry, you play Savara, you play Flurry again. Shaman's board locked. They don't have damage, and it's game. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't give them board space.
Someone said that. Someone said that. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. What are you doing?
What a absolutely crazy game. And yeah, you just Frozen Touch face again. It's there for the Mage. It's a setup for next turn lethal. Shaman has no way out unless it's a good top deck. That's not it.
Yeah, right. Chisel was the only way out, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's random evolves too that could have found a charger.
What charger could? I mean, there's a couple. But...
there's a bunch of minions on board. I don't know. Yeah. One of them's bound to transform into a charger. We don't need to look through the entire pool of cards.
Come on,
a new Braun into King Crush. Let's go.
Thanks, Tuna. That's an easy one.
Hey, I was just letting everyone know at home. I don't know of any chargers on 5 mana or 3 mana, so I just said the one I knew.
So, of course, Team Norway seeing the bad news. RIT is still undefeated in this tournament. That is 5-0 for them. They've gone up 2-0 in this series. And now they get to play the Achilles heel of RIT White. It is Paladin, trying to get its first win on stream for us.
And as we go through kind of some updates, we have AF get wrecked. AF get wrecked. I got it. Beaten barely lethal. 3-0. Lean Lover beat RIT White. So we're seeing RIT White have some struggles with that Paladin probably again. Brown Alum Esports beats where the BG's at. 3-0. Clean sweep for them.
Okay, couple of sweeps and a 3-1. We may be headed for another sweep here.
Paladin went 0-2 for RIT White.
My
Lost to
elements
Rogue
Yep.
that night.
Light, guide my
So they
hand.
got the Paladin's been swept by RT White, so it's been the bane of their existence. Let's see if RT Black can pilot it. And
Yeah, it's
get it
given
through.
no trouble for RIT Black so far, but this is the moment of truth here. And for Team Norway, kind of a surprising start to their series here. Public enemy number 1 in Shaman is not banned and yet has lost 2 games. They're going to try to finally get this through and start their bid at a reverse sweep.
I mean, what I take away is just Shaman's just horrible. Shaman's a bad.
Must
deck.
be bad.
Yeah, I mean that's they got the secret sauce.
I mean, we've seen Shaman a few times, but I haven't seen any turn 2 evolves. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's deck build. I mean that's
Probably. No other
Oh, and-
explanation.
and again, just not the starts you want to see, right? I mean, Prescience is great, but not that early shenanigans that you like to see.
Yeah, bad hand for Shaman, aggro start for Paladin. They've also found the Order in the Court, which they can play on turn 2, and guarantee, if they
Yep.
do play it on turn 2, the turn 5 Blood Crusade. Never mind. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to do it. I don't know why. It's so good. Turn 6, literally like a turn 6 triple invitation is available to you if you
this
play
is our
Order in the
stone.
Court on turn 2 and save the coin.
Ron, we don't look forward turns. We play the turn now. We don't worry about the future. It's all
I'm
about
upset.
now.
I'm upset.
Oh, it looks like
Nobody
Nax-
wants super fast invitations.
No,
in shambles.
Yeah, legendaries never win. It looks like Nax out beat Rapping Rabbids 3-1. That's another update. And aggro plays here. Do you worry about the minion at all, or you just take two to the face?
We cleared the minion.
Yep.
You don't want to let Shaman stick minions. The
At all.
longer you wait to like clear stuff up, the more things can get on the board, the more likely it is for them to vulge in one of those things and beat you with that. So you just don't let them have anything hang around. Rough stuff for the Shaman here to have to wind chill a 4-1.
Do it again. Do it again.
You probably want to save that other wind chill though. You can just press the button and the other wind chill at least freezes the 4-1 again, or freezes like a Seal of Blooded minion, which we can see is in hand and will almost certainly happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if they
gonna
can even
regret.
afford to actually play wind chill on turn 4 though with a Prescience in hand. They've got to play Prescience as fast as possible.
So what you're saying is you're talking yourself into wind chilling right now.
I am. I absolutely am. It's either wind chill now or it's wind chill on 5.
Yeah, which means wind chill never. Like, oh, hero power.
Wind chill now would have prevented a Seal of Blood hitting you in the face.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
So like decent argument there. Now you've got a pretty powerful minion. It's probably going to ignore the Searing Totem, although that was a great totem roll. That was a 25%er to have something that can deal with the board.
Yeah. Does it change it? Did you change your thought process into just going wider with another sinful into Battle Vicar? Or do you trade the true one to save the 4-1? Right? Nope.
I think I'm always just smacking face with the Seal of Blood.
Yeah. Why save a 4-1 when you can make a 5-4?
I mean, if I'm not playing Order in the Court on turn 2, then and I'm coining something early, then I'm trying to kill them quick with an aggressive start. So that means get them.
Interesting turn. We see the 2-3s.
Hitting an awkward point for the Paladin here now. Vindicator, I suppose, is mostly fine. You could just Vindicator and hit an Order in the Court and play it, or Kel'Thalas, but Kel'Thalas is annoying because it gives your hero 2 and not 3, so you can't get through both taunts on the board. Pretty much in any way you look at it. Unless Vicar finds a way to get through it, which I don't believe is an option with 2 mana.
But another seal's not bad. Conviction is more damage overall.
Yeah, Conviction for the extra burn, trying to go wide, and okay, now we finally see the Order in the Court.
Yeah. And this is, I think, seeing that they settle enough, I think you have to definitely turn over into a... Okay,
They've
now
played enough cards. The Light Rays
Yeah.
will be free next turn.
Thank you.
All right, here comes Vol'jin, and out comes a Neptulon. Now Paladin's got some trouble to deal with. The Order in the Court coming down just before this means they don't have any way to actually draw the class action lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it would help that much.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like now, you're kind of stuck in.
This is not a control Paladin build. It's a aggressive Paladin build, and when it loses board, it really struggles, and it is lost board hard.
Yeah, this is there's no board, so
yeah. Light Rays are worthless. Light Rays are prevent you from taking 16, but they don't get to survive.
You think they lost board there, Ron? Is that your
my official
your
analysis?
official analysis of this
Is that
right now?
the Wind Fury minion that makes immune things hit is on the board, making it very hard to win back board.
Yeah.
Back to you in the booth, Tuna.
I'm gonna make a statement here. I think they lost board, guys. I think this is a.
They got some 5/5s. I don't know what you guys are talking about. They seem to have a board.
Neptulon, and I mean.
So, Shaman got through.
Yeah. I'm not going to call this over, but
I mean, all that remains here for the Shaman, I guess, is just assessing like how much damage do you want to send face this turn, and how much do you want to prioritize removing board, and their decision is all of the face damage.
Yeah.
Because it's lethal.
I mean,
I think lethal's good.
I like lethal. I think lethal is fantastic. You cursed them, Ron. You said that their paladin was perfect. It was never going to lose, is what you told me. And...
I'm pretty sure I called it an Achilles heel.
I mean, so, hey, Tuna, we have to go back on the tapes on that one. I think I heard Ron called it undefeated for the rest of the tournament. Is what I heard.
I'm tired.
RIT Black has gotten their first loss of the tournament. They were 5-0 to this point. Their Paladin wasn't banned before, so clearly it was capable of a victory at some point. Although we have not seen Paladin win on stream, it is 0-4 on stream for us. So what's gonna give first? Well, it's a Paladin mirror, so Paladin's gotta win. Here we go, guys.
Some Paladin's gotta win. If there was ever a chance for Paladin to pull through, it's now. And we do see. Ooh, do you toss? You toss the Countess back, right? I mean,
yes.
And do you toss the order if you're
never.
RT Black? Because they have nothing to start with.
I mean, you always keep order in the court, though.
Hear me out. You have no other cards you can play. If they get hit with a spell, you're losing. Well,
yeah, you just get rid of Seal of Blood and Countess, and you keep order in the court. You just probably can't play it on turn 2, but it's like the best card in your deck. It's the thing that gives you Countess when
part of the cards.
When you want Countess on 7 or 6.
They tossed it. Now, I'm not saying it's right, but someone tossed it. Hey, full toss. Yes. Ron's wrong.
Why did Team Norway toss it? They could play 3 invitations on turn 6. Why does nobody want to do that? They run Blood Crusader.
I think it's because they've watched your stream, Ron. And whenever you play Paladin, you're always trying to just slam like invitations ASAP. So this is all.
I'm so tilted.
Yeah, take this, Ron.
I'm so tilted. Why? Why can't we just play invitations?
We did earlier, and only two
Hey,
people that got
there
to
we
see
go.
what we got were you and Kodomora. All of stream at home did not get to see what the invitations were.
They saw the pics.
True, but
You
I
know,
mean, half
yeah,
the
it's
fun
like-
is seeing all three of the legendaries show up on the screen.
Yeah.
That's true. Is that
Now,
just
do you-
bugged for you?
I'll find out the next time we get a countess on screen, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe it's
I
bugged
think-
for like the top part of the screen and not the bottom.
Yeah,
No, it was
not
bottom.
the bottom.
It was bottom last time.
Oh, well, that makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, because I could see all the other picks, like any other time there was a Discover.
Why?
We could see those, but not.
Why did you
not
do
invitations. I blame.
Why are you put? Why are we doing light blade down knowing it's gonna die?
It protects the 2/1 Divine Shield.
That is a true statement. Of the two, is that your concern though?
No. But, I mean, it's just a minion that you can play on curve. You spend 2 mana. You didn't have any
Yeah.
other good ways to spend 2 mana because Order in the Court coming down that early means all of your draws are unplayable for
Well, you can make a
multiple turns.
dude and play sinful, right? You can go wider and make a dude. Not saying it's the
No, I mean,
best, but
last
there's-
turn you would have
yeah.
just played Sous Chef and floated a mana.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the reasoning for playing Light Blade. It's not like it's
good-
a terrible play to have
Yeah.
made.
Ooh, I like this one though. It's buffed.
Speaking of Light Blade,
Yeah,
that's a 4/5.
That's a bigger one.
And they'll go with the curve play first, of course, and
Kinda like
that's
Order.
an Order in the Court. It's free. Let's play it.
4 mana light rays are pretty good. Becomes cheaper.
I wouldn't mind slamming a 4-mana Light Ray on this next turn if Team Norway. On the side of
yeah.
RIT, they've got a Bannerman and either Sous Chef or Soldier as reasonable options.
Yeah, next turn you can also light blade into for Kalthos. Why do they make names like this?
They do it because they hate you.
That I'm glad someone said it. 'Cause that's what I think.
All right, so it's an Order in the Court fight.
It's been played, which means that we should see stuff. But the difference here is now I think RT's got to start trading minions because their life is at 19. If they're going into, the Countess blade, you get into danger of not being able to take 7 damage, right? So you're putting your
Yep.
turn behind.
RIT takes the value hit. We've got a Light Blade Kalthalos. I mean, it's probably the better option
Yeah.
now, given the board especially, than just jamming the Light Ray. The Light Ray is going to keep getting cheaper. You can play it for free in a turn.
And you can swing your face into the 5/4 and remove it now, right? Like, and keep your minion.
Yep, the
control
double
more.
+2.
Yep.
You get to buff another thing.
Thought here is if you just
I think 2/1 trades 2/1, 5/2 goes face, and
Yeah.
your face kills a 5/4 would be probably the most realistic way to do it.
sides and
They don't want to take the damage.
which it's a thought. I mean, I think
5/2
you're-
was dying to a 2/1 Divine Shield anyway.
yeah.
I must move quickly.
But your life's high enough where it is still a resource, right? So there was a thought there. The thought is now.
Personally, I wanted to push the 5 and sacrifice
Yeah.
the 5/2 to the 2/1, saying, well, this protects my Katori, and that's the thing I worry about more,
Yeah, and they're basically saying you
especially
have
with a
to stop
Vicar
us
in
now.
hand.
Yeah,
This does also push a decent amount of face damage, though, just ignoring board. And out comes Bannerman and the entire hand. No reason not to.
yeah. Get it all out there. You're gonna see mirror both light rays coming down, and dead draws on both sides because they can't play Countess next
Yep.
turn. This board is gonna stay the same.
Well, I mean, fortunately for Team Norway, they do have an actual play in Vicar,
Yeah.
and then they're going to top deck the 6-mana card and get to play Countess first. Ooh. Righteous Defense. Pretty big. I mean, you could take the Seal of Blood,
Sealed blood and
Um,
just yeah.
but the board's a lot. And if you're planning on already self-damaging next turn, like I think we'd much rather try
In
to
high
hit a
roll?
light
Yeah.
ray with their light ray stats. It's huge. So yep, that's the option they pick. They
Oh, never
whiffed.
lucky.
Oh, feels
Oh,
bad if you're
yeah.
Team Norway. 66% chance to get a big light ray and it bricks.
66% of the time, never happens.
However, they're very healthy right now. Their board is winning, and RIT Black has a dead turn.
Well, the problem is that the next turn, Team Norway is going to have your fun. I'm going to take 7 and get things down, right? So they get the chance to envelope first. So their
Exactly.
invitations come down, and they're not getting through these walls.
Invitations faster, and not
Yeah.
just that, but also a 6/6, or is it a 5/5? The
6-6.
Crusader, it's 5/5.
Is it
So
5-5?
a 5/5 and a 12/12 also hit the board, in addition to having invitation follow-ups.
And still not having a great board. Like they're gonna have 3 more dudes on the board, right? So
Yeah, so just
dude.
For duty.
disaster for RIT
Yeah.
Black here.
Reporting for duty.
And they don't really have the option to taking 6 to put the other minion down
No,
early,
they'll just
right?
kill themselves.
Yeah.
So it's
So this
basically
is-
another. Well, it's not a dead draw. It's a 6-mana 5/5 that they play.
Yeah.
They just
but
don't
they
play the
it.
Countess. But I think this means game over.
Yeah, I think you have to play the Countess next turn. You have a chance, but you don't have a chance. Yeah.
Well,
because there's no.
yeah,
way to
you're just
stop the
dead
kill.
on board. Yeah,
You're dead on
like
board.
obviously you're dead on board.
You think they pass to
Literally
let
no plays matter.
open up their invitations?
Yeah.
Oh my god, please. Please don't concede.
Please.
I wanna see him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
still here. Please.
Oh god, no.
concede.
No, they're gonna concede. Don't do it. No.
Oh.
I'm upset.
Oh.
We'll never know who's invited.
Nope.
All
I
right,
think that's
so
an automatic game loss. So
once again, the Achilles heel of RIT. And on stream, the only time we've watched Paladin win is when Paladin played Paladin. Now we have the Miracle Rogue for Team Norway in this next game. What game is this coming up here?
It's the best words, Ron. Game 5.
Hey.
Hey, Lamau.
So Miracle Rogue for Team Norway, Paladin for RIT Black. We'll see if they can finally get this Paladin through, or if it will be reverse swept and remain winless except for itself on stream. You heard it here first, everyone in THL playoffs. Bring Paladin in
Bring
all of your
Paladin.
lineups.
If you're playing against a
Absolutely.
Ron team, don't bring it unless you're playing against Team Brushy Tuna. Bring nonstop Paladin.
Good job.
Yeah. So
Had
Team
a
Norway,
shirt.
what's the game plan for Team Norway here? As the rogue into
You
a
probably shouldn't keep Draka.
good. Okay.
I think that's a full mull.
Good job, Ron.
And
So,
you're just
oh,
looking
man.
for the power cards. You want Potion Belt on 2. You want the Graveyard on 3. You want to hit some other like playable things that you can set up a massive like generate a ghost turn.
We do see a lot of gone fishings and
Very
Soul
important
Spikes,
card for the Paladin in hand though in Class Action Lawyer. Basically, its only real good way to deal with a giant ghost. Battle Vicar technically is another possible way, discovering something like what we saw last game in Righteous Defense.
I like the dagger up here. Just
Look, Team
Deal
Norway
with
knows
one
what
more.
it's about. They're going fishing. Because it's the
Yeah.
True.
Get it?
TUNA-MENT.
TUNA-MENT.
it's a tournament.
Fish card, fish card.
Fish card.
I thought you were referring to the outstanding Norwegian economy based around fishing in the sea, but it's all about you. I get that.
I mean, that works too. I mean,
He was also it was a dual thing.
yeah, it was dual.
It's a dual- it's
it's like
both.
dual cards
Twofer.
again. Dual class cards.
It's twofer. Yeah. Ghost to strike. So a lot
Kodamora
of
and
stuff
his
to go.
Norwegian economics.
Kodamora knows a lot about Norwegian economics for living in
Hey.
the worst state in the country.
I mean, I don't live in Pennsylvania, so I'm okay.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
talking
Ooh.
about Ohio.
Firing
know you are.
shots.
Wait, do you know I'm from Pennsylvania, Cuttermore?
No, I just assumed. There's just an assumption there.
That's fantastic.
I am actually from Pennsylvania.
Your reputation has preceded you.
I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell. I
I mean, the
mean,
minute you start making fun of Ohio, you know you're from like that area.
Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're from Michigan. You're from Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Yeah, you had a 50-50 shot and you hit it.
Meanwhile, Norwegian stonks are up. We got a graveyard in hand.
Hey,
Graveyard and a bunch
you
of
don't know
activators,
anything,
right?
Ron. Leave that to the professional in Quartermore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
This is true.
Yeah. No one's turning into your streams, Ron. Everyone's coming to my streams. Like no one. What?
Actually, I think right now they're all coming to the THL stream.
That is
gonna
true.
be honest.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. They're good start from the Paladin here, though. It has cards in hand, has some the ways to deal with a big minion, right? Like, as you mentioned earlier, and a threat on board. I think you're definitely looking for a second graveyard activation at least. You like to have a major pop off turn here, but
Yeah, RIT debating on whether it's right to play the Protector. I like it here.
having minions on the board that stop momentum and have Divine Shield is always good, but we do see the Alchemist. The other thing is, like, as Paladin goes wide, this Potion Master becomes more valuable, right? Because the value you get off the minions dying.
There's some interesting options here. Was curious to see if they were going to try to go in on this turn, electing to wait and try to pop off next turn. There was definitely an option, though, to swing the dagger into the Protector, prep out a Bone Spike, kill the Protector. Possibly could have played Putricide on that turn, too, along with Ghoulish Alchemist and try to snipe the 6/4 with a Destroy, but maybe they'll do that next turn.
Yeah, and again, as it goes wider, there's more options here. Ooh, that's a free Order in the Court. Let's go ahead and play that. That seems like a good idea.
Absolutely.
Wondering about, it doesn't really matter what.
Yeah, the order of that won't matter at all.
Yeah, but I think you always then just still draw, get another minion down. But all these little minions can turn into potions, right?
So close to being able to play this Light Ray on this turn too, which would have been pretty huge.
Yeah. Still, I think in the controlling position, I still think let's see what Team Norway can pull off here. But yeah, you're going to see the Potion Master come down into a bunch
Team
of
Norway
stuff.
definitely in trouble at this point.
I think they'll clear the board, but then they'll get answered pretty hard. It's how they follow up this turn, I think, is what we're going to see.
Well, additional Stenographer makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter which one you pick, whether you want to tooth the Knight or punch and then tooth this.
I think you're double run into the 6/4 regardless.
Okay. There's a free Ghoulish Alchemist, creating a free double concoction, which unfortunately for Team Norway is not anything to help deal with board any further. Octobot. Interesting. Okay. Well, out comes the double Stenographer here, and that does clear up the Vindicator in a kind of awkward way.
I'd be wondering if taking the 6 damage and instead of using Potion Belt there to go ahead and use the dagger that's face tank 6, at least keep a 4 damage minion on board. Some thought process there. I mean, may not be the best, but
My client has the heart of a killer.
And we see the Lawyer, of course, coming down to neutralize this 9/9. But the rest of the board is still a big problem for this Paladin. I think Rogue's done enough. They can, though, remove the Putricide, which is also fairly important.
Yeah. And I think that it becomes objective number 1 for them, right? To remove the Putricide. Because if not, then they're going to have some capabilities next turn.
Yeah, you know your opponent is holding, a double concoction and a singular one. Don't know what else. So definitely like the Knight of Neumann getting buffed and killing the Putricide there.
All right. So we start with drawing 2 and destroy random.
There's a 50-50 chance it hits one of the best ones. Let's see where it
Always.
goes.
Always where it needs to be.
Always lucky.
Do you Astalor your Octobot? Or you Astalor the 5/5, run the 3/2 in, and then run your Octobot into the 2/3? How do you do this?
Seems reasonable. Octo is a pretty significant hit they got.
Yeah, I think that could be a turnaround win condition, because now you can activate another. Not a lot of mana this turn, so kind of setting up the discounts.
But your opponent is going to be top decking Countess, which means their random spell that they're holding and their one other card, if you're on the perspective of the rogue, has to do something on this turn because their top deck does nothing.
So you want to remove everything.
Unless, of course, they're holding Countess or the 6-drop. But that's unlikely, and you wouldn't plan for that. And as we can see, it isn't the case here.
But this life gain is going to be pretty big. You can hold the bridge, right? So that's 6, 5, 7. That's 12. That's pretty big. But the destroy random minion is going to get rid of this pretty quickly. And I think at some point your life total is your life total, right? Like, they're going to win on a big swing regardless.
Yeah, Rogue is very low on health though, and Countess technically puts you on like a 2-turn clock, right? It comes down and then the invitations kill you. So Rogue needs to get all the way there.
Yeah, I think Rogue will get there in this to where the threat, if they play Countess, maybe just lethal, right? Because they have enough mana, they can destroy the 9/5. Right, next concussion's cheap. We just need to be able to activate.
There will be an active Astalor on the next turn too for Rogue to gain some armor, which might be relevant. Okay, going ahead and just picking minion and then burn.
Yeah.
So not gonna have a chance to go for the Draka here. But 2 big ghosts also work out.
Gets to destroy random minions, so even the Countess coming down is not.
But the Countess itself isn't really the pressure that you're afraid of.
Yeah.
It's the invitations that can all be played, give 0 mana legendaries, and beat you.
Is there a thought there to shadow stepping?
I think you definitely do it. You step and replay to make bigger ghosts to try to kill them, because you know their turn is nothing that pressures. So missing the extra stats is huge.
You're not putting them in a lethal point, because now they can actually use their life as a resource, right?
Wasn't it lethal if they had stepped a couple times? I don't know if maybe it still is. I don't really know, because I didn't care to count.
I think you're doing enough here that even the weapon, it would have been lethal for sure, but I think you still get there.
Yeah, they need 12 more damage on top of their board. So if they had made these 2 ghosts,
2 bigger.
2 bigger, that's 4 more damage.
Yeah, that means 8. Which we can still get there with this. Let's see. Come on. And then this. And then that. Where's it at now? It's an 8 right now. At 9.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't have board space for Draka.
Yeah.
Because they replayed this. So, like, none of these actually matter. And it's just going to come down to, do the invitations deal 9 damage? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But here it is. We get to see invitations. This is what I've been waiting for. Here we go. Invitations for the win. There's a Grom. Invitations are always lethal. They're almost there. One more. That maybe wins. I mean, you have to pick Zhilag, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's an out. Last one. What do we got?
Ew. Ugh.
Yikes.
Yikers.
It has to be a random Gelag lethal or it's game over.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
the
mean, go
Achilles
for it.
heel. It comes back. Invitations were not lethal. Maybe. I don't know. It's possible.
Only if we had a way to like damage our Grom.
yeah, this is sometimes get there, never.
It never gets there, right? Oh no, it does, right? Because he's due 2.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, if he's lucky,
it's
they all go
possible.
face.
I mean,
Yeah.
there is a chance.
Oh no, they deal 3,
You're
right?
way dead on board, so there's no shot you trade Grom. Here we go.
2 of these
3
go
of them
face.
have to hit face. It's not it.
Lame.
All right, and Paladin remains winless
Wait.
on stream
Let's see if
unless
they
it
see
plays
it.
itself.
Okay, there we go. All right.
And the reverse sweep has been completed by Team Norway. Jerstad gets through in that game 5 with the Rogue. A very close call, but RIT Black, a great start with 2-0, and then they had to play Paladin, and it went south.
Man, and we've seen like in this amazing large sample size of 2 matches, we've seen the Paladin not be able to pull through. It does seem to be the kind of the anchor weight of a deck bring, but they're not out of it. That's 1 loss, right? So they still have several round robins to go. I think with 1 loss, you're still good to go.
I mean, we've seen technically 7 games of Paladin, if you count Paladin versus Paladin as one of
and
those
Paladin lost
games.
in all 7 of those. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I mean,
so Paladin's gone 1-6, and its 1 win was versus Paladin. That's not looking great.
I mean, that is a true statement. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm trying to save Paladin here. I think it's what we've learned is giving enough time to your opponent to find ways to get to you. I mean, it gets there, and sometimes even a consistent deck will stall out, and the legendaries just don't win you the game. Updating some of the rest of the outcomes, the -$6 crew beat to death, so yay control. 3 gnomes in a trench coat beat all pretty mid ETs, 3-2 in a close match, and AF2LG beat Columbia team.
Yeah, we got
3-2.
some good 5-game series. Another 3-2
Yeah.
there. I'm not sure if we updated the other 2 that may have happened a little bit before. Washu Misha's getting the victory in a sweep over the L Gang, and Hype Horizon beat a Sussy Union 3-1.
Yeah, you said that one a long time ago.
Did I?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll repeat
think-
myself again later.
Okay, do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not happy with the Sussy Union taking our team name on. I think we are the Sussy Union as
True.
a casting crew, but
we
I'll
gotta
give
that's
it to
just
them.
run
It's okay.
anywhere.
gotta throw the
let's be
curse on
honest.
him.
Yeah, gotta throw the curse on them. And is that it for the rounds? Is any other team
I'm
still up? Or we?
messaging players right now of the last game. Oh, it just ended.
I think it just
Yeah.
ended, yeah. So our final update of round 2, Donkey Hot gets a 3-1 victory over Taco Empanada y Milanga.
Spicy.
So we're going to be headed towards round 3 soon. Let's take a look at our undefeateds. We have our top 5, the 5-2-0 teams. Washu Mishas at 2-0, Donkey Hot at 2-0, Hype Horizon, 3 gnomes in a trench coat, and Team Norway, all undefeated so far.
I believe we
Any
also had a
surprises?
drop. I think RIT White has left the tournament.
Okay.
O2 drop.
Mhm.
Yeah, the O2 drop series. Yeah, that's rough. Paladin's so strong they can't carry it anymore. They decided it's too good, and calling it a day. They don't want to give out that secret sauce. But it's good to come out, right? Even if you have the O2, I think it's strong to keep playing through. Totally understandable though, right? Like when you it's hard to go
There's
through
still another
this round.
RIT repping them too. So they're
Yeah,
like, oh,
exactly.
we'll just put all our
Now it's
energy
6
into
on 1. Yeah,
the other.
absolutely. Any surprises so far for you, Ron?
I mean, not really. The most surprising thing, if I have to keep harping on it, is that multiple people brought Paladin. Um, I mean, I'm sorry to be just like a straight up Paladin hater at this point,
I
but
mean, you were
they're
just
also
trashing this class. I mean,
they're all
what's going
tilting
on?
me because they're not even going
They're
for the
not going for
turn
the
6
6.
invitation plan. Like, why are you even playing Paladin if you're not doing that? I hate it. But yeah, like a ton of DKs, a ton of Shaman, um, and we're seeing some early standouts in Miracle Rogue and Mindlock for some things that have gotten through. So I think that's going to be pretty common in the winning lineups, is those 4 classes, especially those 4
Yeah.
decks, especially, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's a good taste of the meta and good. I think it gives a good sense of where teams are at. I think, you know, the domination of Shaman isn't as strong as we saw it struggle a couple times. It wasn't just 1 or 2. It was, in fact, a couple times. So I think that was pretty interesting to me. Yeah, everything else is kind of playing out as it should. I'd be interested to see how the control decks do going moving forward. We saw negative $6 crew come through with a 3-0, so clearly, um, you know, had it faced the meta and was able to handle it pretty swiftly. So obviously, when it's going against meta decks, I think it has a strong chance. So I like to follow that as it goes.
Yeah, but we've also seen then on the other side the control lineup that beats control lineups did fall in the final match of this round, where Donkey Hot's team got through 3-1 against Taco Empanada. And that was the victory over -$6 crew that we saw in the control mirror in round 1. It'll be interesting to see if these control teams can make it, both having a loss early.
Yeah, having a loss early, but I mean having the 3-0s. But I think to your point, having just a control deck, I think has a better chance against the meta than having the the decks that beat control decks, because there's only one that we found, right? There's only one other one. So other than that, you're just beating the meta, and I don't know if those long-term win conditions can just straight beat the meta. Be interesting to see what they do next round. Keep an eye on them.
Definitely will.
And now we have our last. This is my last cast of the day, right? This is 3 rounds after this round.
True.
No,
Yeah.
I've decided I'm keeping Kodomora. Ron, get out of here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll
Oh,
jet.
okay. Well, I mean, it happens. I mean, it's not surprising. Let's be honest, but
Although you all both said some sus things today, so maybe I kind of get just a whole new crew.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
If it's coming from me to you, Ron, I don't know how you think that's an
How
anime
did I not
betrayal.
see this coming?
Yeah.
Ah!
it was the plan all along.
Yeah, we're waiting for round 3 to get started on Battlefy. That is our current hang up. Well, not really hang up, but just current thing.
Yep, so we'll have round 3 sorted soon. While we're waiting on that, we can take a look at the rest of the contending teams at 1-1. We have some O2s we won't point out yet because we already had a drop on an O2, but it is still possible to make it with an O2 record.
Just win
just
out.
need to win out, basically.
I think depending on drops and stuff, there might be 1-3-2 that make it, maybe, depending on how this bracket works out.
Wouldn't it be a 4-2? We got 6 rounds.
Yeah, or yeah. 4-2s, like there'll be like 2 or 3 4-2s.
Yeah, we'll have and then they'll just need to have good tiebreakers, which more likely than not means some of the 1-1s currently would be our 4-2s that make it.
Yeah.
So just to run through from 6th place through 17th place right now is where we have our 1-1s. We've got all pretty mid ETs, a Sussy Union, Taco Empanada y Milanga, the L Gang, AF Get Wrecked, RIT Black, Columbia Team, AF2LG, -$6 Crew, Brown Alumni Esports, Lean Lovers, and Nax Out. still very much in the thick of things.
Competitive, and that's where you want to be at. I think that you're always going to have your standard meta stuff, and coming down to pilots, it's easy to pilot when you're alone at home. No voices in your head other than the ones that are normally there, and
Nice.
you know,
I had to throw that out there.
yeah, just saying, mental health week, it's serious. There's when you're coming together and the dynamic of the team, I think matters a lot. The event that we cast together, that was also a team event. The winners talked about that, where you had certain players were experts at a deck that they brought, and so when they were playing that one deck, then that person spoke. Right. I think it's a fantastic way to actually divvy up responsibility without getting too many words in your head and too many lines of thought. Because as we know, there are multiple lines you can play a game, and your best chance of winning is when you take that line and you kind of run it down, opposed to diverting and changing your lines and kind of going back and forth and casting your doubt. And sometimes the strongest personalities aren't always right. Ron, isn't that correct? The strongest personalities aren't always
I'm
right.
very familiar with this.
So
Absolutely.
No, I'm always right.
yeah, except for Brush.
Yeah.
I said strong personality. I thought
I
qualified it.
I have a strong personality. I hope.
Not anymore.
Not no more. You're from Pennsylvania, you fool.
One other point of interest, since you brought up the tournament that we cast together recently, Kodomora, is the fact that there is a team up at the top in Hype Horizon of this tournament that also has a player who won that tournament that we cast together, and that's Dreadeye, who's one of the team of Hype
Yep.
Horizon. I can't remember if Gamer or RBG was also on that team or not.
Gamer, I think, was on that. If I recall correctly, they were.
Okay. Yeah, so then it's 2 out of 3
Yeah.
from a team that already won a recent trios tournament. They may have had some experience. They just, switched out a player for McBanterface. So I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna go. Stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll see. To be determined. But yeah, it'd be interesting to talk to the teams as we go to kind of see what their strategy was, because it can get chaotic, and it's not like Hearthstone personalities are very strong, right? Like, no one has an opinion in our space. So when you get a lot of people, you put money on the line, right? And as the tournament gets deeper, I'll be listening in and checking it out. But this is exciting. It's a great start so far. Couldn't ask for anything more. I think after me, is the dankest of all the dads going to be here?
It is.
Oh man.
Yeah, the stream's
love to
about to
see it.
get a lot worse.
If you guys haven't noticed, it only gets better from here. They started off with the light hitter, and everyone after me is a superstar, all-star. So glad to be a part of it, but it only
It's
gets
okay.
better.
I'm here to make sure that you guys shine.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Just by comparison.
You can you can thank Ron for that,
You're welcome.
Kodomora, because I hit up Ron and I was like, "Who do you want casting with you?" And he goes, "Oh, for sure, Kodomora." Like, and I think they gets that. I think we're like the two. Ron was like, "I'm gonna text him right now." So.
Well, this is one thing about our community, is that it's passionate people. It's doing things, and we enjoy what we're talking about, right? It's not like it's a force. It's not like it's a job or anything. This is definitely something we've been a part of. I've been a part of it since beta. Even my professional job is around gaming and in esports. So it's an industry I love. And anytime the community comes together, and I'm definitely appreciative of you, Tuna, to put this together, I'm all for supporting. This is what we're all about.
Well said.
You hear that, Ron? People actually appreciate me.
You gotta have somebody, glad you found someone. So we're going to be heading to
Kodomora for the future rounds and sending you home.
Yes.
I hope your schedule's clear, Kodomora, because you're not leaving.
I'll be here regardless.
Fair.
All right.
So we are looking at highlighting our round 3 match. The pairings have been made, and we got a really good-looking one here in 2 undefeated teams. We're looking at WashU Mishas going up against 3 gnomes in a trench coat.
I mean, without looking at decks, I'm all for 3 gnomes in a trench coat. I mean, if you want to describe my college years, I mean, I think that is pretty much on point.
Ron, once he clicks on decks, Ron's gonna really love this round.
I love
Depending on how bands go.
Wash U and Heat Shock lineups, especially. Like,
I'm talking about the classes involved.
They do some wild stuff.
Go look,
Oh no,
go look at the
that's
classes. Go look.
Oh no,
yeah.
ban the priest,
Yes.
please, let me see
Yes.
double priest ban. I'm hoping for a double priest ban.
Oh, I am
On
so
names
happy this
alone,
is my
though,
last
I do
game.
have to be rooting for 3 gnomes in a trench coat because that is a fantastic name.
Yeah, I mean, hands down the best name. I don't play favorites, but that's the best name. And so let's talk about these lineups. Pre-ban, three gnomes in a trench coat is bringing. It looks like aggro. No, this is King Mage and Evolved Shaman, of course. This is a blood mage DK control list, and they are bringing a shadow mage. No, shellfish. No,
Yeah, this is a very interesting looking priest list that we're seeing here.
it's a silence.
It's
No,
shellfish priest.
it's shellfish priest.
Is that a thing? I
Yeah.
mean, they've got double
It is now.
shellfish and the Zarella hero
I
card,
mean,
so
if we needed
there's
another reason to make them our favorite team,
some
I mean,
mill stuff there.
yeah, I
Looks like
love
a
it.
very unusual list. I'll be interested to see how this pans out. On the other side, WashU, maybe a bit more straightforward. We see Phenos Frost DK showing up again. Not a mage, a shaman, as is pretty common, DK and shaman. Though. It's another team that brought Paladin, but I will say this is not the Paladin that is the
No.
one that has had the Achilles heel of lineups in the other ones we've seen on stream. This is Control. This runs Lightforged Cariel. This has Leviathan Countess still, because it's pure, and Anachronos running the Purator engine for draw. It'll be a lot more interesting, I think, to watch this one. And then, of course, they have their own priest, and this priest is the bane of my existence. It's just a very, very control heavy. Plague spreaders,
Super control heavy.
lots of anti-aggro, clear board, heal cards, and so on.
It's full control because it's not quest. Which is
True, yeah. They
interesting.
don't even have that quest win condition. They just double down on having as much removal stuff as possible.
Okay, all right. Next stream that I run, I'm putting a ban or a character limit on names.
No.
I'm having the worst time trying to make these team names, some of these team names fit. Like 3 gnomes in a trench coat is just so much.
I mean,
you could just abbreviate it.
Yeah, abbreviate.
Nope.
Put
I'm
the number
putting
3.
The full thing.
Respect.
Let people know. Yeah, they took time to think of this creative name. And for this time, I will respect their creativity.
Brushy Tuna don't take no shortcuts.
That's right.
I got you.
That's right.
Now, Ron, the
wow,
most
Brown
important
Alumni
question...
Esports already won, guys.
Wait, for real?
RIT White dropped, so...
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh my god. I know we said they're going fast, but wow.
The most important question of the day, Ron, is like, which priest are you bringing? I mean, like, let's talk priest. Let's have a little priest conversation. I mean, Saucy, Mill.
Hey, if I was bringing
Shellfish?
a priest, I'd bring an aggro priest for sure.
I thought someone would bring Shadow Priest, right? Like, there's enough Shadow cards now. I think the burn phase thing would be an option, but we don't even see that. We see this. Maybe it's because it's a tuna event and they needed to bring a fish deck.
Probably.
Genius.
Shellfish?
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Genius.
Yeah.
I love people. All right, Ron, bans are in. What do you think got banned?
Priest.
All right, one priest.
No.
Oh, nice.
Washu Misha's priest is banned. 3 gnomes in a trench coat. Mage is banned.
I mean,
I'm actually kind of interested to see 3 gnomes priest deck. I really didn't want to see Washu's priest deck, so these are great bans.
yeah, I get to see a priest. I'm okay, right? Like, and this is a very interesting deck. So, but these are going to be long games. I mean, there are a lot of control on both sides.
True.
So I'm glad to be casting for another 2.5 hours. Should
Yeah,
be
you
good.
thought you were leaving soon? Haha. Joke's on you. You're stuck with us.
We started in barely the afternoon. It's going to be evening by the time the 3 games are done. I'm sorry,
All
Denkis.
right,
You get the golden
they
midnight
are
shift.
in game. Washu Mishas will be on the bottom for those at home, and Three Gnomes and Trenchcoat will be on top.
DK versus DK, and definitely a control versus meta matchup, right? Foul egg and quarter. If they had the coin, this would be golden, but that's still a good start.
There can only be one
Corpse is solid.
true king.
All right, so we got an egg and a location in hand for WashU. That's pretty much what you want to do.
Yeah.
You can play the body bagger first and then play egg next turn and set it up.
Or the thought here is that you can, yeah, I think that's the way you go about it. The other way is to throw egg out there, put no pressure down, hero power turn 2, and then go into quarter turn 3. And that way you're killing your egg off and you still have your body bagger, but I think this is just fine. Oh, this is even better. Oh, what a top deck.
Yeah, nice draw.
Yeah. Sometimes the egg is even does damage. So
Although dealer doesn't really get to stick around, pretty easy to clear it up with the body bagger and the hero power if
but I think it's
they
done
elect
its
to.
job enough. Yeah, I mean I think even one activation is worth it, and the egg still can run into things. You can clear off their body bagger and then have a full health, minion on the turn after like this. This is good.
This is a pretty interesting matchup overall, the Blood Decay versus the Frost. There's plenty of ways for Frost to kind of chip in enough damage to get there quickly, but outside of that, Blood Decay does a lot of clear and healing. This game goes any kind of distance at all, it becomes increasingly blood favored.
Yeah, and to your point is that chip damage and their board clears. It's giving them a tempting board to have to get rid of, but not committing everything. And then, as we saw in the previous game, sometimes they can find more value cards, get full board, boards with undead. It becomes a value trade at some point outside the rush, right? You can't overrule them early. You have to at some point value trade.
In case you're
Great
wondering,
draw
Ron,
here.
Diamond just said that it was Dreadeye, Shep, and Robot Wizard was the winning team.
So it wasn't Gamer, okay. I thought I was just needlessly discriminating against Gamer RBG. Glad to know that I was correct in remembering Dreadeye as the only one there.
That was my fault, and I take full credit. Ron told me to say it.
No.
I did.
I don't know if you know this, we only blame Ron. There is no one else's fault. It is Ron's fault no matter what.
In all the teams I play with Ron, we haven't won. So,
this is
you ever
true,
made it to the
except for
playoffs?
last season's championship when we were on a team together.
Just
an easy thing to forget your first ever championship.
But you
no big
didn't
deal.
win in the finals. That's what I remember.
See, Ron chokes in the playoffs.
Is the Ron loss?
Knew it.
Oh no.
Ron, what's your playoff record? Didn't we look this up the other day? Isn't it like?
Oh no, my championship record's not good. My playoff record's pretty good.
Yeah, you're like what, like 3-9 in the championship, something like that.
Yeah, he shows up when it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Acting like I've played 12 games in the championship. I don't get that.
Oh, true. He's 0-2. That's right.
Yeah.
For those of you interested in the match, we watched you just clearing up a little bit, pushing some damage. It's a pretty fortunate draw to get that Harbinger since they had nothing to do. This might actually give them a playable turn next turn too if it dies and they find like a Frost Strike.
Yeah.
On the other side for the Blood Decay, plenty of options. They picked the Army of the Dead. This might be a good time to just use it. Use those 4 corpses.
I think that's an option. I mean, at some point, I also think, I kind of like even School Teacher to just put some minions down. You're not getting overrun yet.
Or full 5 corpses here. Coin the army.
This is good.
There we go. It clears out the board completely. I like this.
Yeah.
And serve your king.
the danger you can get caught sometimes with blood DK is you don't put enough minions on the board to remove with your minions, and you're stuck with removal only from hand, and you're kind of always a turn behind. So it's just trying to figure that out. It's like when to play it, when to take the damage, but that's a good clear. And here you're seeing, I mean, not the, it's good clear, but it's not the best. Just going to make a 4/5, not immense value, but a 4/5 on the board is good. But you've seen easy cleanup on the other side. But I think here, School Teacher is still a great play. Let's develop the board. A 4/5 versus 4/4. You don't need to remove a 4/5.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate draw too, for Washu not finding the Frost Strike off of
Yeah.
the Death Rattle there, because Horn of Winter is just totally useless on this turn. They do have Fridge to play on the next turn and try to reload, set up for their burn. But if that falls short, Blood DK's basically cruising.
Anybody?
Yeah. Even drawing the weapon here to get life gain and stuff is an option. It's just going to go ahead and shell. Makes the minions
Not the options they wanted, but Shell
Yeah.
is
Still
okay
good.
because it does
Yeah.
set up at least for the 5/5 value trade on the 4/5. And no real choice here for Washu. Just slamming down the Frigidara.
I think you just go face, put the pressure down, right?
Smork. Smork good.
And especially with double fury in hand, right? It's forcing them to have the life gain, which we see they have, but
They do
will it be
indeed.
enough?
It's kind of Blood DK's thing.
So I've heard. People have told me the blood DK, surprise, surprise, has stuff that gives them life, and remove board, and draw a bunch of
Washu
cards.
considering the horn, but I don't think it does enough here. I mean, I guess it's okay to horn out the Harbinger.
I think I like that play of horning out the Harbinger because you're not really getting. You want to put more threats down, more cards to draw, and you know you're going to Fury next turn anyways, right? So it's
Yeah.
just kind of forcing that play.
Now this is, there's an easy full clear if they want it. The Gnomes could just, of course, trade into the 4/5 and then use their Death Strike. Or they could opt for the Gnome Muncher. Gnome sticks around and I think is a little bit better of a play. So they didn't have much else to do. They would have just pressed the button.
I mean, got easy cleanup here, 5 damage, and freeze board. That seems pretty solid.
Yep, just Horn Frostram's Fury might have been the reasoning behind not playing Horn Harbinger on that last turn, to have an answer to something like a Gnome Muncher. These picks aren't thrilling. There's a little bit of burn in Winter, Remorseless Winter, and then Harbinger, draws you another Frost Strike or a Horn of Winter, but you already
Yeah.
have one in hand, so
Not
it's
that saucy.
not really
Yeah.
all that worthwhile.
I mean, is there something even to the repulsive because they have to remove it and they can't get life out of it? But I just think it's not efficient enough, right?
It's just such a bad card.
I wish it was better. The effect is solid enough. I think it's useful in some matchups, but it doesn't align with the stats and the cost, right? Like
If
it's
there's
just not-
any time you're taking it, it's against the Blood DK, right? And you
Yeah.
still don't take it
You still
because
don't
it sucks. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's pretty telling. So putting a real threat here towards their life total, though, Washu against these gnomes, and they're gonna have to find their way out, heal, which they can do, clear both minions with
They
full
have to
mana
do
and gain
more,
6
yeah.
health.
Yeah. Seems solid, and and they do have the Soul Stealer in hand, right? So they do have another board wipe. We're gonna have to see some true
And
value here.
Vizier
Ooh.
finds a Glacial.
Glacial Advance is nice.
1 mana Glacial. It's essentially it's a free card, as long as you have another spell in hand that you can play.
Yeah, do like that value, but you're now down to 5, so you're kind of caught on what you can spend your mana on. I think here,
Okay, just go ahead and take the weapon. It is also a free weapon. They can play Harbinger and another location if they choose to.
if you were going to do that, I mean, I guess because you're drawing the spell.
Well, you expect it's at least a very good chance of finding
Yeah.
the Horn of Winter.
But little time.
Not using it this turn, saving it for next turn. Okay.
It's either that or maybe get the Harbinger out now just for more stats. Potentially you could play the location because it spends all the mana.
Yeah, but
You could
yeah.
even blow up your own Vizier again, but you expect boards are just constantly getting cleared by a Blood DK.
4 enough health is enough for them to worry about. So like I'd hate to remove 4 health to get 5 health for 2 more damage, right? So I rather them try to remove the 2/4.
I think we've reached the point though now where Blood DK is heavily favored in this game.
For sure. Yeah, this is 17 still kind of scary. I mean, it's not scary if that makes
And,
it like it's
well, and the draws were great for Washu here. Getting Frost Strike and Vizier. Randomness is kind of your outs now, and that's what they
Yeah.
found.
Woo!
More burn.
Like that. I think you just slap that down, right? 7 mana means it goes face. Because you got to outrace them now, right? So
You don't
gotta
play the
make sure-
fake one. If you're going to play it, you
No.
play the real one, right?
You play the real one, but you
But
don't play
Vizier
too
may not
slow.
be active next turn. Well, I guess you always have a way to guarantee it with
Yeah,
location and button.
yeah. You need to start putting pressure down. Put the 5/5 down. Make them make the decision to remove the 5/5. If not, your threats aren't big enough to really push
Yeah.
the damage over the top.
Yeah, I like this. Play the real one. They have no idea you have an additional Frostworm's Fury. And this is the last gasp effort for Washu to try to get this through. Blood DK, though, has basically run out of useful cards. Hematurge's got to find something good.
My blood for the Lich King.
And I mean,
Ron,
That is bad. Frost Queen Syndrome. I did it!
You did it.
Alright, so yep, they have to take it, but this could just be well, probably not just a straight up win on the spot.
what?
I think they've got another turn. This needs to be burn. It is not burn. There's still
it is
another
a board
chance because
clear.
of School Teacher.
Yeah, I'm trying to because you see the double Blood Boil in hand. I'm trying to think about are they playing around Blood Boil because you want them to gain life? Like Corpse Explosion at least kills off your minions, so they can't Blood Boil anything. But I don't know. That doesn't solve the problem.
So you play School Teacher and Explosion, so that there's nothing on board.
Yeah, that's not. I just say it's a
And
good
then
idea.
try to have burn with Froststorms on the next
And
turn.
now, see, the thing is, now you're giving them 8 life.
Well, that's if they even play.
Yeah, if they double Blood Boil, but double
Yeah.
Blood Boil does not remove the Frostworms, so they gain 8, but they lose 5.
Still making a 3.
And then they highly likely die to a School Teacher Discover. It's a bad spot for the Blood DK. They don't have anything else to do.
Yeah.
The hand is clunky. Here's the window. The window of opportunity is wide open. But I guess now School Teacher doesn't discover enough.
I was gonna say. I mean, well, no.
Anybody?
And finds a Frost Strike. Awkward ordering. I mean, on the one hand, they wanted to keep their 4/4 alive to try to hit face with it, but now they've lost a potential target for Frost Strike that could be more burn. The other things aren't really all that useful.
Do you Frost Strike or do you Vampiric Blood to buy yourself time to draw another card?
I would take Frost Strike.
I agree. But
I think you have to just hold it back. You pick it,
Can't
you
you
press the
hero
button,
power? Yeah,
and
then
equip the weapon.
Well, you can Frost Strike your own guy this turn to ensure you have something to kill with Frost Strike.
Eternal.
True, but you could also do that next turn, and you don't get the weapon equipped if you
Yeah.
elect to play the Noggling now.
Yeah.
They did not pick the Frost Strike, though, to try to discover burn.
They picked a longer term draw card. Yeah.
So, I mean, the Blood Decay is still dead unless they draw something that matters, because this hand isn't doing much of anything. Self-damage is not helpful here.
Got him. But it's one less damage.
There are Chill-Fallen Barons. That's going to have to be it for the Blood Decay. See if they can find an out. School Teacher's huge. School Teacher could be Vampiric Blood.
I mean, Akani into Obliterate, right? Stops a little bit.
Okani
Right.
Obliterate and you die to the weapon.
Take 2 to. I mean, I see your logical line there.
I think you have to play School
5
Teacher here.
minus 3 is 2. 2 minus 2, 0.
Some
I
say.
don't like Chill Fallen. There's too many expensive cards to draw.
Yeah.
School Teacher's the out, and now it's not because you don't have the mana to play it. And it's just more self-damage, and that's game.
Wait, there's lethal. They have lethal. They can do it.
Lethal
Yes,
under himself?
yes!
Yeah.
They found it.
They found the.
No!
Oh, wait, they didn't do it?
Oh.
Why did they do it? Why
Yeah, I
did
mean,
the
come
first
on.
one?
What? They didn't even do that right. Boo.
All right, so I mean that was really close. Blood
Yeah.
Decay was like just inches away from locking this game up. The additional discovered Frostworm's Fury made a massive difference there, and that's the downside of Blood Decay sometimes is there's a lot of cards in that deck that do specific things at specific moments to be helpful. They're not always the thing you need, so they ran out of the important cards for the matchup and wound up getting burned down. Good job to Wash U taking game 1.
Absolutely. We saw the trouble that is, even though the Blood Decay went deep, it just, if you don't have enough minions on board to kind of help manage that situation and you use your removal and you just don't have that follow up, all it takes is 1 or 2 turns and you're just behind.
Absolutely. So 3 gnomes in a trench coat going down early in the Death Knight fight. We'll see if they decide to go back to that Blood Decay or switch it up to anything else. Meanwhile, Wash U remaining has Paladin or Shaman. Gotta queue Shaman, right? You save Paladin for last.
I mean, yeah, based on what we've seen, we know it's a different Paladin list, but you save Paladin for last. Let's see if they follow that line, and yep.
Here comes Shaman, and the gnomes are right back at it on that Death Knight.
You got to get the win. I mean, I think it's one of those that, that mentality you have to win with all decks anyways, and just kind of, it's a strong deck, gets there.
Oh, wow. We see 2 pieces of the early game high roll, and there are 6 1-mana Evolve cards in this Shaman deck. Schooling on 1, Knoll on 2, coin the Evolve.
Still got turn. Still got time. Let's see.
Blood Decay did have the ideal opener, though.
And does
Body
have an
Bagger
option.
into Hematurge is
Obliterate.
great. Oh, well,
Yeah.
Go ahead and high roll,
Yeah.
they're saying.
We have the answer. And they're thinking about Zolaing for, do you Zola early? I mean, just to get pressure down to get more card draw, discover to get another removal, or your turns are kind
I
of
like
iffy.
it. I think you just play the Zola.
Too often we get caught trying to be cute with this deck, and sometimes you just need to put the pressure down and get value early to make it to the mid and late.
All right, Wash U out here chiseling.
There is little time.
I think happy to see. I mean, it wants to see kind of the high rolls so they can just kill it early, but also happy not to see it, right? Like when you have the answer, you kind of want to see it, but you're also happy that you didn't. Just slow starts again from the Shaman.
Well, the early high roll could always be the 8/8 Death Rattle that summons another 8/8, and then your Obliterate doesn't look so good.
It's half as good. It's not great, it's just half as good.
But I would very much like to see the Zola get played on the Hematurge here.
I think just getting the value down. Another minion down on the board.
Tempo Bran is sweet too. Love me some Tempo Bran. Hey, if they can't remove it this, like
Yeah.
the temptation, right? Play
Yeah, I
Bran,
know.
play Zola.
Yeah. Never punished, right? Never punished by a null. How many brands are never punished by the null? But I do like this play here. And then just to your point, remove. It's an O2, but it's still a minion. Don't give them any value. Decide to give them value.
They're the control deck. It's kind of surprising to see them
Yeah.
leave up anything. Like,
Yeah.
isn't that the point of your deck?
Yeah.
Just get rid of stuff.
Give them nothing. Take
But
everything.
I respect the Smork. Hit him in the face.
I mean, do you just play the piranhas?
Word is, if you hit him in the face enough, they explode.
Some say. I mean, there is the point of the game is get them to 0, right? It's pretty straightforward. Everything else is just nonsense.
True, it's all just noise.
It's all just noise. But yeah, this is a tricky one, right? Like, do you spend the no for the?
It's a really awkward hand.
Super awkward.
They don't even have their good turn 4s yet.
Yeah, no prescience, nothing to kind of build more value, nothing they can coin into yet, right? There's just.
By doing this, they also activate the Hematurge.
Which they know is in hand because they saw it get copied, so it's not like it's a surprise.
But not something that the gnomes have to go with. They could also just throw down the school teacher now.
Yeah, I do like that because what else are you gonna do with your mana other than I guess kill off the 1/2, trade in use the body bagger, but such do this.
You guys ready for my one caster curse today? They're
What's
gonna
that?
top deck Brucon. Or it's not Brucon, Glug. It'd just still not be able to do too much.
Ah,
I was like, Brucon, I guess, because it's already in hand.
that would be
amazing. Wait a second.
Brucon.
really surprising.
I can't let Ron be the only idiot on stream. I gotta say something.
Thanks,
Judge.
bud.
Aw, gross. Hey, it's me. I'm the judge.
Yeah, does it clear the board? But is that really what your intention? Right? Like this is not.
They're just out here in support of the tournament, playing all the fish cards. I think that's.
This is full aquarium mode, right? Like this is full on like looking at it. Look at all the fishes. That's all we're doing.
What are the odds?
Winning, losing.
The time
we don't
I
care
want to
about
run
that.
like a tournament thing, one of the best card or one of the most played cards is a card that makes fish.
It's well timed.
Yeah. Planned it perfectly.
I would like to see the re-weapon here instead of playing the other schooling, right? Swing in with the weapon, re-weapon. I mean, I get you want to kind of clear the board if you're already committed to that line, but still.
Every option doesn't look very good, to be fair.
It all looks because it doesn't even clean the board.
Like, the thing you don't want to do is give Blood DK time. Also, to be losing tempo to Blood DK feels awful, but that is exactly what's happening here for the Shaman, as it is just drawing miserably.
And it's giving them corpses, which then activate Vampiric Blood, which gives them more time to ramp and all the tools, right? Like, Blood DK doesn't have a lot of ways to gain early corpses, and so like the fact that you're giving them the trades for it.
You don't even have to play the Blood here. Teacher's a pretty good option to just play alongside the Noggling.
Yeah, I think Teacher here is solid. Oh, I mean,
more corpses, burn, or things that turn into more corpses and also contest board. I think you take the Graveyard Shift.
Graveyard Shift's now, Grain is later, and like we saw the last game, sometimes you can't play too much for late game, and maybe they're seeing blood in the water and they think Glacial Advance and just kind of going for it, right? Maybe there's a line here. If you haven't done it yet, you're never going to do it.
Burn Blood DK.
That's the thing.
Hell yeah.
I like it. And I mean, at some point, you got to have some evolve somewhere, right? Like there is evolve in this deck.
I'm pretty sure it's in this deck. I'm pretty sure there's 6 of them. They don't want to show up.
Still not.
Yeah, Prescience means you burn a card off the top unless you use the coin. So I'm sure they use the coin here.
And the thing is they can't even Vol'jin that well because there's so many minions in their hand that they just don't want to play because they
I
don't have the
assume
value.
the board's finally getting cleared, right? So that they could play Piranha Vol'jin, but then you're just taking a 33% chance on
Yeah.
Neptulon because otherwise it's a null that you could have just played for cheaper. It's just rough all around for Shaman. 33% of their deck
Ooh.
now is evolve cards for 1 mana.
That means 66% of it is not. I went to school.
There are 2 more evolve cards, they're just more expensive.
Yeah, so here, I mean, you're giving them time. We see the soul. Now we're getting to where they can just full wipe your board regardless, right? So this is the later it goes, the more dangerous the removal, and they haven't had to really use their removal up to this point. So it's value on top of value, another obliterate. I mean, you may get caught in the false sense that Frost Strike may be worth it, right? Because
No, not false. We're burn blood.
yeah, we are Burn Blood. I forgot.
Froststrike discovers more burn. Get him.
He discovers Fury always. Oh, never Fury.
What is this? That wasn't burn at all.
What are we doing?
We've been lied to.
I mean, Asphyxiate is still a card, and it's still removable.
Yeah, I mean it's probably best to pick Asphyxiate, but like it was also probably best to pick the Obliterate, right, and just stack removal because that's how Shaman beats you. Is big things you can't deal with, but they've committed to a different line. They're like, we're gonna make it to Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer wins the game anyway.
It should win the game.
Hey, look, they drew one of the 1 mana evolve cards finally.
Yeah.
What a lucky draw! You kidding me? There's only a 33% chance.
Yeah. I mean,
What to do?
Don't think about the math for what it took to not draw it in the first 5 turns.
that's not how math works, Ron, and you know this. It's never. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a rough spot. I mean, at some point, you just got to commit these nulls to get on board, get control, and make them have it, right? Like trying to get the perfect play is just not going to be there. So
They will literally always have removal. You just have to force it out.
correct, one at a time, right? Like
yeah.
it's one of those things. Like
I think this is just null trade Vizier and convincing disguise the null and hope you get the 8/8 death rattle.
yeah.
Washu says no.
No.
It's a tournament. We like fish. Fair.
I like fish and taking 4 to the face. I mean, this is how we win the game.
Which plays right into the 3 gnomes in a trench coat's burn game plan with their blood DK.
They knew it all along.
They're like, look, they're down to 19 now.
We were the fools. Vampiric blood now. Sitting on it for a while.
They didn't care about the health gain. They just wanted to draw.
Yep.
Draw into draw. Easy. Hey, there's a burn card.
Mm,
In a sense.
yeah. It does the things. And I think this is where, I mean, I'm even okay just heroing up, ping them for 1.
Yeah,
Right.
I wouldn't play any other cards from hand. It looks like it's just a button.
I
Get
just
corpse.
crashed for some
Push
reason.
1 damage. Finally respecting board a little bit. They're like, okay, that minion has attack power, I'll clear it. And we're still in the same awful boat if you're Washu, where you just don't have a lot to do. You can lead with a wind chill, try to find something else useful. And is this finally null and a convincing, or are they feeling like convincing needs to be held for a tiny toys?
Yeah.
Command and Neptulon is playable now, but if you do play it, you can't play Brucon next turn.
Yeah, this one is that you feel so bad. You've held on it for so long. It's that sunken cost fallacy, right? I've already waited this long, so clearly the best line is to wait longer. But I think at some point you have to kind of just
double checking the
some
deck
control.
list. We do have muck pools, right? That's a card. That's a card in our deck. Yes. We
maybe
have
they didn't.
convincer. We have blazing transmutation. That's a card in the deck, right? Where is it? All right. So out comes a Vol'jin for a null play. I like this. Could have been Neptulon, and if it's not, and it's a null, then okay, we'll just mass evolve. That includes the Volgin for more minion stats.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
I
big
think
minion,
this is
and it's gone.
yeah. I wish I had that again. And then you got the backup obliterates, right?
Yeah, and
Um,
another Soul Stealer in hand too.
yeah.
I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches for
Sometimes you have the answers, right?
for the gnomes. Yeah, sometimes you got it.
And the sea giant really is. You don't have all those fishes anymore, right? So it's not snacking on them. So there's,
That's a sad looking sea giant.
yeah. And here it's not even worth fireball in the face. Just heal up, put down some taunts, take it later. Yeah, because
When you got to use Brucon for heal against
you're
the
in a
blood
bad spot.
DK,
Yeah, you're in a
you're
bad spot.
not very happy with how the game has gone.
Hey, that's a removal card. I wonder what percentage of their deck is removal at this point. Is it above 33%?
I'm not gonna check.
I mean, here, as long as you don't overcommit your removal, right? I think this is a great muncher turn, right?
They've been saving this Noggling Glacial.
Ooh,
Would
yeah.
be a decent time for it. Play the No Muncher. Whoa.
I don't agree with any of this. I think that there's still a thing of confidence of you need to have 2 removals beyond what your removal card is to feel comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing pretty fast and loose with their removals, but they
Yeah.
do have a lot. Like, they used an Obliterate and Asphyxiate, and they already have an Obliterate and Asphyxiate in hand. They also have Corpse Explosion and Soul Stealer. Like, boards never stick. And that
But
let
if
them
they
push more
did,
face damage now.
yeah. But if they did,
If only I had
you
some
know, but the thing is,
Yeah.
like, your single targets are super powerful now. I mean, this just feels bad when you're face tanking 5 at that low life, but you have to. Yeah.
They finally found a Muck Pools. That's cool.
Hey, there it is. Yeah, I like the single target when you're not flooding the board. Like your opponent's not putting out a bunch of minions anymore; they're just putting out one at a time. So it's almost like you having more mana after you have the removal spell gives you more flexibility. But it's whatever. This is, I mean, another one of these is great. I think doing 4 to their face. Is there a way we can?
I mean, they very clearly, it seems, want to like Bran plus Noggling for 8 damage and burn
Mhm.
them down as like a surprise burst. They committed to that line super early. It kind of seems like maybe they'll still save Bran for a patchwork or something later if they find it, but holding a lot of damage, and it's very frustrating at the moment to be up against that heal totem with a no muncher in hand.
Yeah.
So they just hard pass the turn.
I was thinking there's a way to. I mean, at that point, you kind of wish you had one of the removals just for that stupid O2, just because it turns into 5 damage to the face.
I mean,
But
they could have
yeah,
compromised another obliterate or something
yeah, a bridge
just
too
to
far at
push
this
an extra
point.
5.
Yeah.
How far do we want to go on the burn line? They're Brucon, and they could roll a heal at any point.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a card.
Hey, that's good.
We can do the things, but it's
Probably
a
the
false sense.
thing that gets asphyxiated.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like it also feeds into them just dumping their hand a little bit more, right? And you're
Yeah.
like, okay, you're just kind of playing into that thing. But I think this is an easy. It's a single target.
So why does Thaddeus have the lightning bolt effect on the card? Because it stops each turn, or
Yeah, it's because
It's a polarity thing.
yeah, because the effect is his effect.
yeah. I've never seen it last more than a turn, so the lightning bolt has always confused me. It's like, what does it matter? There's no effect.
Yeah, it doesn't
Oh,
do
yeah.
anything. It says the game ends either way when this card is played.
All right. Well, fortunately for Wash U, Okani picked minion, not spell. So there is a Tiny Toys wave play if they want to gamble. Tiny
But-
Toys gets countered though, which is very much in their mind, they would be
Yeah.
pretty upset.
So like this is easy Neptune play. Like we're gonna slam it down and womp
Brutal.
womp. Feels bad, man.
Neptulon completely countered by Okani. And I think all the wind goes out of WashU sails here.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit. That one hurts a little bit. I think at this point you can go into the Braun, Nageline, do 8, do 10, put them at 6, put down no muncher, right? Because they're not healing next turn. You kind of just put them down to they have to deal with the board. Astlor's also great.
I just don't
Put
really
down
see
2,
any chance for
Yeah,
Shaman to win at this point. Tiny Toys wave, I guess, for something insane.
that just gets removed right the next turn, right?
Now this is
Like, it
all
has to be-
Smork. Hardly anything that they can do. Yeah, it's got to be Tiny and wave and just hope for the best.
Yeah. And we see 2 answers with a corpse explosion doing 16 to the board. Well, 16 plus 3, right? So 19 total possible to do damage just with that card alone, which allows them to follow up with an Astlor and then save the outright chances. I mean,
Yeah, it's not going to be good enough.
yeah. It's not bad. It's just not winning. What you
Well, it
can
has
say
the
is bad.
extra funny effect of, well, not quite dooming them, I guess, because there's enough low health things. But there was a brand Noggling no muncher lethal that looks like it's
Because-
being countered by the very small amounts of health.
Yeah.
They could take a 50-50 though. Right, trade 2-1, trade 2-2. Go for it. I think they're going for it.
This is easy. 8.
Oh wait, it's just lethal on board.
It's just
I wanted to, sorry, I
yeah,
wanted
they're-
to
they're
see the
gonna
no
go for
After
it,
muncher.
Ron.
listening to Ron just talk about nonsense, I was like, Ron, they just have like 13 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
there's power on board.
They're taking the 50,
But it was so much cooler to go with the no muncher. It was the plan
yeah,
for
sure,
so long.
Sure.
I mean, all right, let's find lethals. Let's 50-50 this out. Like, let's give it a chance.
I wanted the 50-50 lethal. Okay. Anyway, we're on to game 3. The very, very lengthy Blood DK game is finally over. We're evened up at 1 apiece. The 3 gnomes in a trench coat have their own shaman left to play and their priest. WashU still with shaman and paladin. Are we in for a shaman mirror?
Priest. Yeah, it's definitely a shaman mirror.
I mean, I've been really surprised in how Shaman struggled. Just overall, ooh, priest. Here we go.
Yeah, we've seen shaman draw really poorly, like all the time in these games.
Yeah, I mean, never that. Even this hand they have now is not a great start.
They're going first. They don't have schooling or a cheap evolve card. They do have the null, but you probably don't even want to keep that going first.
And that light that burns, that one little mana card removes the big stuff, right?
Yep.
So it's like, all right, come at me. Doesn't really matter. Which is an interesting mindset. I like that mindset of just having the answer for whenever they high roll, because if they don't high roll, we've seen how much it struggles. It just seems to not do much and just not be enough.
This priest deck is so unusual, though.
It's definitely anti-aggro. I mean, you got the Nether Drakes and stuff, so.
And then what they want like a million shellfish to die and
Yep.
bring more back with the ritual.
Now, Ron,
And then eventually just hero card fatigue you.
Yeah, if you burn the card, you don't get to draw the card. It's a very simple concept.
What?
You can only have 10 cards in your hand, Ron. Everything else is just useless. Wasted.
Never hit that point. When the cards are green to play them.
Oh, freezing, drawing more. Hey, perfect into the game plan. They're helping our game plan out,
You
right?
guys have problems with hand size?
Yeah. Yours is I need more cards. Oh. And here, it's big board removal, single target removal, card draw activation. Really, kind of not really scared. Even the Sea Giant coming down can be removed.
Unfortunately for the priest, no shadow spell in hand though.
Not yet, because they can shard to, well, yeah, they can shard to trade away.
Yeah, I mean they could trade the shard, coin the dragon, and clear up the
Yeah.
entire board if they hit the right card. Alternatively, they could no, they can't actually draw off of gift because there's not enough damage yet.
Mhm. I think trading here, and then oh, another gift. But you kind of want to save that for board clear, right? For later.
Yeah, they do have 10
With
cards in
Lyra.
hand, so it's clunky.
The race to 10.
They just playing cleric just to not burn a card.
I think you just play cleric to not burn a card. I mean, or go ahead and heal so you draw a card off of it. So
Values the coin, I guess, if they
doesn't pick the shadow, notably.
there's a shadow card.
Thrive. Yeah, there's Thrive.
Okay, so they found a way by getting the Illuminate to not have to use their coin or burn a card. Nicely done.
And it kind of in the spot where, yeah, I mean, you put the Sea Giant down. It's a big minion. Easily answered if you wanted to. Not taking a lot of damage in the swing back, right?
Yeah, I mean, this could easily just be Dragon and Lighted Burns and
Remove.
full clear.
Yeah. And then use the Thrive afterwards to go dig for another card. Because it served its purpose, right? So
True, and you already have the Handmaiden in hand
Yep.
as well to activate.
also. Yeah. I like that play a lot. Let's just give them no cards, give them nothing to wave. Because everything you can remove the board now. I think you do that.
Seems good. Three gnomes just deciding amongst themselves inside their trench coat what the best way to do it is.
What side of the bed?
So they should. Now let's see what the follow-up is. And they're saying no, it's okay. Hit me for 8.
Hang on to the Lighted Burns because they have enough other heal options and it could be a better target than an 8-5. It's reasonable. Probably a better line just to conserve the control resources for a scarier situation.
Yeah, the idea of like basically making it tempting to, because they're not going to null into you because it's a 4/4, so you can trade the 8/5 null and then wave. But they wasted the wave at that point, right? So the fact you let the 8/5 out there means that maybe they didn't wave, and so you're trying to bait out more of their evolve options, right, to make it worthwhile. That could be a thought process. I don't know.
There is little time.
I don't think I'm ever trading the 8-5 into the 4-4.
I didn't. Well, if you're waving, why wouldn't you? But obviously, you're not.
8-faced.
Hey, this. Yeah, I get the 8 face.
just want to hit him in the face. I like this line.
Yeah.
Just, you know, they still get to stick an additional minion for pressure, and they get to send the 8 upstairs. Always good. Now we have another active Nether Drake.
And your hand's too full to do any tricks with like Nether Drake into gift into.
Double gift, heal face, and Zarella would be a clear if they wanted to do that. Well, hold on. The button doesn't get to be playable, but yeah, just double Zorella's enough. I mean, double gift and Zorella's enough.
Yeah. I think that that's an interesting play. I mean, it does remove your one thing that was kind of like a mass board removal, right? Opposed to your single targets. Toys wasn't played yet, so you don't, be interesting. They can evolve a toy afterwards, but you don't
But
have
they
that
found a
massive.
different mass removal in Shadowward Ruin now.
Yeah, that's true. They pick up that. I always look at this card and I think it's destroy all the odd minion cards or whatever. That's stupid. Wasn't there a removal
yeah.
for? Yeah.
That's a rogue card.
Well, I play Hearthstone. Leave me alone.
No,
Yeah.
it's a rogue's the only one that actually seems to play it.
Oh yeah. You're right. You're right. We just see these come down, and we're going to see a removal into.
Okay, are we evolving this Knoll?
I mean, the answer is always yes, isn't it?
Should be. Here we go. Hey, more Sea Giant. Not exactly what Wash you would have wanted, though.
Mm-mm.
There's 2 Lighted Burns in hand to just easily deal with this Sea Giant, and then try to find something else to do.
I think you got to start playing things out of your hand so you can hand maiden, right? Like you need to start doing stuff. You can't switcheroo. You're just too full. So you got to start using some of your removal. Empty your hand out. I mean, even sharding, like trading the shard away.
Yeah, coin, Lighted Burns, Handmaiden.
Yeah.
That gives you the space. Nope, they're going switcheroo.
No, let's go.
Well, I guess it's time to find the shellfish.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going
Must
to do
be it.
stuff, let's do stuff.
Look at that,
Making
4 mana,
shellfish.
7/2. Incredible.
It's a beast. Play that, like the Burns the 8/8, easy win. Now the problem is that if they,
Oh no, the honorable kill. The Styrewolf can summon a 2/2.
yeah. Well, the problem is if it gets morphed, it doesn't go into the death rattle pool.
This is true.
So if you wave it, it doesn't have a way to.
Which is very likely the reason for Primordial Wave being held back to this point.
Because they knew this was going to happen. They know how to counter shellfish.
That's one of 2 shellfish as priest win conditions that have been dealt with. Pretty bad 3 mana card for the priest. Pretty good 4 mana card for the shaman.
Are you telling me that Priest doesn't have enough friendly minions to die to give this thing a ton of attack?
I might be telling you that.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. Thank you.
Hold my alcoholic beverage. I'll show you how it's done. I mean, the gnome on the other side does play into the milling game plan that Priest wants to bring, though. So I think that was a high roll for the Priest for their opponent. Make them draw 1 more card. It gets there. Okay.
Always gets there.
Still not enough hand space. Got to dump something else.
Yeah, it's just so clogged
there you
up.
go.
There are some of the things that unclog it a bit.
Now you're definitely just digging for the other shellfish at this point. Because it does run 2. I'm hoping. Yeah, okay, good.
So options abound for the shaman here. They could always go for a Tiny Toys convincing play.
Solid.
And we'll see what the evolves turn out to be. Those are underwhelming.
Is Doomsayer still in the format?
Yes.
How have we not seen a Doomsayer yet?
Evolve the Doomsayer. Yeah.
Well, so far, like, dodged most 1 into 2 effects to actually hit a Doomsayer. But I'm sure eventually we'll see it.
So we see the amulets, which would have been great. Whispers, I think you dredge here? You're just digging for. What do we know is on the bottom? We know a couple. We don't know everything, right?
You know, there's another possible
Hey,
wave.
got it.
So, like, at this point, Priest is gonna need to play their shellfish and then immediately kill it,
Yep.
which of course they can do, and works out nicely with
Easy
that
job.
Shadowward Ruin. Evolve this.
Yeah, and now you're seeing the big draws and stuff, like forcing them to draw all their cards. The downside is they get to draw more cards, but they do assume have another removal. Yep, another rune still left.
The upside of the mill strategy is you get them to fatigue quickly. The downside is you give them all of your cards.
Yeah, I mean, if they're
Good
playing
stuff.
ahead of the curve and have some room space, yeah, I mean, it's not the best. But what's your mental state on this one? You're like, okay. I mean, do you go all in knowing that they've used one of their ruins, right? They've used Arella. They don't have another mass removal.
I
Are you
mean,
just saying,
Glug is looking pretty good here now since it's protected behind taunts, but
yeah,
as soon as they like kill some things, they make it big enough to just snipe again. It's super awkward all the way around. Maybe this is just jam another Sea Giant on the board. Vol'jin comes down instead
I think it's even
and
lucky.
hits Sea Giant. All right.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Ooh, I mean, that's nice.
So Washu maybe was looking for the Neptulon there, or a Glug. Works out better for them now with that top deck that they didn't hit Neptulon or Glug.
Mm-hmm. And I think you have to trade that away. Or are they just playing it to activate? Saying you're not going to beat me this turn, right? Well, they can because double bloodlust is bad.
They are holding Whispers of the Deep, so
Yeah.
that's a consideration as well to bring back a Shellfish and then use Whispers to silence to deal with stuff, but there's way too much power on board for that to be all that effective at the moment.
I think you have to remove the big guy.
Yeah, for sure.
And then,
And now they can do the Whispers here. It most likely kills the majority, which it did.
and now you can even get rid of the other one if you wanted to, right? Like,
Would have been super awkward if it killed Vol'jin and left the rest up.
yeah.
All right, this does look pretty rough for the Shaman, though. They can play a Neptulon here, they can clear the board completely and push 3 damage, but is that good enough?
There's a weird thing of like, you don't want your minions to be too big because rune's coming down, right? And the small removal is pretty much used. So it's almost like you want to put mini guys out there so they're not
Yeah, but
board wiped,
like
right?
those 4/2s, I mean, they're decent. You've got a 3/4
yeah.
and a couple 4/2s if you jam the Neptulon. I feel like it needs to be the play.
Yeah.
Looks like the Washu Brain Trust agrees. And we'll see the full board cleared and some pressure here. Priest is about to fatigue itself too. This gets around a lot of dicey removals.
Zorilla, but not when you want it yet, right? So I think you go dig. This is a dangerous spot because you
The
need to remove
final
the 7/7.
card is the other amulet, correct?
Amulet. Yeah, it's the other amulet.
I grow short of cards.
I think if you're going to ruin, you ruin first, right?
Yeah, it seemed like a dicey move. I guess they're just trying to fatigue them faster then by triggering this death rattle. I don't know if that makes much of a difference, but they do have Zarella in hand, so maybe the Zarella is the plan for the next
Them
turn.
dying, yeah, them dying I think is important.
You really can't leave this
You
Neptulon up.
can't leave it up because of Bloodlust. They have to know that, right? Okay.
This battle is far from over.
Is it enough damage? How many death rattles? that have
19
died?
damage from double Bloodlust. On the Shaman side here, if they're trying to push towards lethal, it just does not quite get there. But you know that they're essentially out of all of their stuff. It has to be Zarella to kill you. And they still have 5 cards in deck.
How many? What we should have been doing, and I blame Tuna for not following this, is how many of those shellfish have died?
5.
You just made that up, didn't you?
No. I have a deck tracker.
Oh, cheater.
Cheater. Listen, I'm the
5
one
is 15.
Oh.
Hold
I'm
on,
the one that's
15,
been like looking at
10.
all the things. I've been posting update scores for you guys that you don't read, you know.
Hitting Thaddeus is good here. All right, out comes Brucon. Extra
gain the life.
armor. I guess you take damage and health.
Why do you not take health there?
You're already winning with board and bloodlust things. I can't really remove it.
Cards.
But it's
Bit surprised to not
but the
see
win
health because
condition.
I don't know
Yeah.
how much damage they're gonna do with this Zarella.
It's 10 fatigue. It's 10 fatigue cards. Because it's 50. No, it's not. It's 5 times 2 is 10. It's 5 fatigue cards. Five.
Looks like the priest doesn't get there though.
I mean, they're close. I mean, they only needed 22 more damage.
So yeah, health totally didn't matter. Maybe they just mathed it out. They're like, yeah,
Yeah.
minions are better. We're not dying to Zarella here.
Ron's favorite class just lost.
I mean, it was a close one. Speaking of wins and losses, a quick update. You got Lean Lovers beat RIT Black 3-2. I'm curious to see which deck, if that Paladin was the anchor in that one. Minus $6 crew beat Nax out 3-0, so good to see the control deck move on. Hype Horizon beat Team Norway, one of my favorite countries in the world, 3-2. So results rolling in.
Noted Norway
Paladin
enjoyer.
only played one game in the Lean Lovers versus RIT Black, and it was game 5 and it lost.
Yikes.
Yeah. Shaman lost twice in that matchup for RIT Black and twice for Lean Lovers.
Speaking of Paladin, here we go.
I mean, is this? I mean, I'm trying to think of is this a better matchup or a worse matchup? It's hard to dictate, but Shellfish early is always, I mean, a good thing. Board clear is always a good thing. Switcheroo early seems like a decent hand here. I don't know what you keep here. You keep Switcheroo. I think you even keep Shellfish.
I mean, importantly for this matchup, Paladin doesn't have a way to transform this Shellfish, which made a huge difference in that game the Shaman just played. So, Priest with enough removal tools, maybe it's good enough against this control Paladin.
Switcheroo not good enough, so dumps that. Looking for earlier game, more removal possibly. Interesting there. Trade away. Ritual. Oh, double shellfish. We're all in the shellfish game. Oysters for everybody.
In true tournament fashion, we play the fish cards.
I mean, are we on a game plan where we're going to coin out shellfish?
Perhaps. Kind of looks like it.
And then Ooh, the silence copy could be used the other direction. Switch around.
Illuminate for a 1-mana switcheroo. Looks very good. All right, Paladin just doing its regular thing on curve here. Bannerman setting up into Bannerman potentially. That might go with the Bronze Explorer instead on this turn, but we're almost certainly going to see this Shellfish come down, right?
Yeah, I think it's coin, shellfish, switcheroo, right? Let's do that first, I guess. Let's see what we get. See if it changes our thought process. The answer is no.
Well, I think you always switcheroo just in case you hit the other handmaiden to
Yep,
progress it further, so the coin can help activate it.
absolutely.
Would be the only real consideration, because I don't think they're ever changing the slam the 7/7 down on turn 3 here.
I do like that. A quick update here. We barely lethal beat Wrapping Rabbids 3-2, and all pretty mid ETs beat a Sussy Union 3-1.
All right, results rolling in.
Donkey Hot loses its first one, 1-3 against the L Gang. So the L Gang taking down.
Was the
Donkey
L
Hot.
Gang undefeated before, or was that one
I
of
think
the?
they were playing
That was the
up.
pair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was typing
Yeah,
out that
so,
last one as Kodomura started talking, and I was like, "Oh no, I'm not gonna be done in time."
I
Big win
remember.
for L Gang there for sure.
Yeah, L Gang takes it. They could be the W Gang by the end of this.
Ooh.
And this is always Sunwell, right? You Sunwell for the win. Oh, not for content.
No,
bait.
never. It's like when Danky's
I
dad
mean-
and I casted last Saturday, and someone had a chance to cast the box like 3 turns in a row, and they just wouldn't. We were just all upset.
I was
Always
very
gonna keep
upset about
content.
that.
Yep.
Geranium just refused to see what was in the box. It's messed up, man.
Yeah, like this. Go ahead, getting card value, drawing, getting all your mana out. Shard is nice because like if they're going to buff up their minions, then just reducing them. Now they are negatively buffed with negative, with the 1 health, but so. So let's take the Narus. This light maul can clear the board as a response next turn. Paladin.
True.
I mean, we hold the Dragonflight. Does this deck naturally have this in it? I would love this deck because, yep,
I believe it does.
yeah, Flight of Bronze. I mean, I'm a huge proponent of Dragon Paladin. I brought the last 2
Hey,
previous
you can
weeks.
take First Blade and give it, make it into a Divine Shield Rusher because of a Bannerman in hand.
Oh yeah.
Fun stuff.
Do they see the play? Do they see
Maybe
the value?
just a Bannerman plus Sinful play here.
Yep, I like that a lot. But they're looking at Avenge like it's their thought process here. I mean, but I like your play of.
I don't know. Sword and Avenge look really bad to me.
Yeah, I think you win by putting too much pressure on the board. And it looks like they hear us. They're tapped into our chat. And there we go.
Good pick.
Need a bit more spice over here.
Notably, I mean, like this is still a full clear for, the light maul if they choose to go down that path.
Yeah, Dragon looks like a really good play here. Just to get rid of the whole board.
And it puts 2 1/1s in their hand, so they will burn a card next go around.
Let's see what side of the bed.
They're going to try to hit the Cariel burn. Unfortunately for them, Cariel is already in hand, and the card that gets burned is kind of worthless for the Paladin, so they can live with it.
Yeah, never lucky. But here we go. This First Blade coming down.
Yeah, First Blade does some work here.
If there was ever a deck that, the Shellfish kind of plays into really well, it's these decks that like to fill their hand up to control matchups. So, but now we're seeing them build more hand space. They're emptying it out. And I think you have to.
Ruin picked up is somewhat useful for later. Doesn't really help a whole lot here. They already have an easy answer to the 6/6 in the Light It Burns in hand.
I think Thrive in a Shellfish is a possibility, unless, let's see what we get.
Probably
Ooh,
looking
Whispers,
for Whispers maybe to try to clear another board off of Shellfish.
which means, yeah. I
But they
think
can't do it
Whispers,
this turn now.
They can't do it this turn now, which is that, now does that change their thought process? I think.
Still taking the Whispers. Feels iffy to throw down the Shellfish now.
I do not like that. I mean, I think you can take the 12 or whatever's coming back at you, right? You can even use a Light That Burns to get rid of the 6/6 if you feel that. Even
Light It
Thrive for
Burns on the
taking-
6/6 just helps more for Shellfish clear next turn too, though,
Yeah.
with Whispers. And lets your 1/1 trade into a 1/1.
And here you can even trade away the amulet if you want.
Perhaps they want to just play it next turn and get 2 Shellfish.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right, on the
More
other
options.
side, Flight of the Bronze, finally active. Get a 5/5 taunt. See what else you find.
And the health is good, but it's not your. I don't think the priest is going to beat you by.
It's
think
probably
gonna
not
try-
relevant. You might
it's
want to
not
just
really
slam
relevant.
it down.
Yeah.
But it's a tiny bit awkward on the turn, so they can do other things.
You want to know the Tuna thought about the Flay of the Bronze card? Whenever I
Go
think
for it.
about it, I think of the song Flight of the Valkyrie, but played by all like brass instruments.
Nice.
And I wish that was like what the noise was played as you played Flay
That
of
would
the
be great,
Bronze,
actually.
right? Yeah. I think about it every time this card is played.
I like, hear me out here. I like the Immortal Stone in this case because like you're putting wider minions down that they have issues with dealing. But we're
Yeah,
just gonna see.
I think that would have been a really reasonable choice. It's just awkward for like what turn do they play it. Equality works extremely well with both Cariel and City Tax, so it's also a very reasonable pick to just take their board clear in a,
Y'all, I just
in a
notably-
realized
couple cards.
there's a Pure Raider in this list.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Oh. Count on Heat
It would
Shock
be
to put the
actively-
spicy new cards in.
It would be actively terrible in this matchup, though.
That's okay.
Horrible.
This is the first Pure Raider. That's all that
Yes,
matters.
yes, this
Horrible.
is the
It's
first
exciting.
Purator deck that we have seen on stream.
That's all that matters to me.
So of course he just doesn't show up.
Right, yeah, of course. Won't even see it. It'd be like literally the last card in deck. We'll
Watch
never
him get
see it.
burned.
Yeah, right, yeah. It somehow draws like 5 extra cards, gets burned.
Now, the sad thing is that Cariel's going to come down. So your draw has to be super high to make them fatigue enough to kill them.
Yes. This appears rough for the quirky priest. But they've already made it to 2-0, so
Yeah, I mean-
they may know something we don't.
Deciding here to not do anything. Using that early.
Yeah, Ruin deals with a lot. And Cariel every time, or do we keep up the pressure? They don't have any disruption cards that can stop your Cariel, so continued pressure seems perfectly
Yeah.
fine here.
Good explorer comes prepared.
Ooh,
Kazaka.
Kazaka-san?
But then you're kind of giving the. I mean, you take it all the time. But you
That's-
kind of.
That's awesome. 100 times out of 100, I'm taking Kazaka-san in that situation.
Yeah. I
Love
mean,
to see it.
I mean, they burn your deck, and then you Kazaka's on. Easy.
If it doesn't kill you, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
the win con now. And then we play Puriator post Kazakazan. And draw
Here-
nothing.
Here you definitely light maw into amulet into whispers, right? That does enough to clear the board. It's way more than enough to clear the board.
Looks good. Yeah. This is a good top deck to get the dragon here. They have the board pressure, and we're seeing the payoff for hanging on to equality. I guess with this much pressure coming back.
Yeah, and I think it's it's still solid. Now, notably, holding on to quality, I mean, meat pushes Cariel another turn out, right? And limits some of their play down. Now they can alternatively Leviathan, a quality Leviathan, to develop and still clear the board and have some cards on the board. But just going to make it a 1/1.
My client has the heart
Just saying
of a hero.
that's enough.
Yep, this works even better.
Yep. Decides not to draw the card first, but let's see what we want and then draw it. No, despite not having the mana to play anything.
None of these options are very impressive.
But going to draw that non-impressive thing, get it out of the way, and do it again next turn.
They could be just debating on not ever attacking, yeah, because the deck they're playing against, the win condition is, make you draw cards and die.
That is very true. Yep.
They don't want to help them on the way to that win condition.
Silencing this minion makes it a 7/7.
This started as a 7/7 death rattle, got silenced and did damage to take away the death rattle, got changed into a 1/1, and now has been silenced into a 7/7 again. Roller coaster of emotions for this shellfish here.
And I think just, yeah. And then, so, I mean, here, they have to get rid of the board. And like you said, attacking with the 4/2s, just giving them closer to their win condition. They're happy to see this go, and they're going to be able to copy the Selfish. Don't have a mass amount of damage on the board, but we're going to see an interesting finish regardless.
4/1 decides finally to cash in the damage, more important than holding off on draw at this point now.
Yeah. All right. And here, I mean,
this 1 mana Sunken could even hit the claw. I know it's not ideal for their win condition. You want more shellfish, but you can draw into your other important cards.
Interested in using the deal 1 damage here. I don't. Yeah, rethinking that one a little bit.
I don't know what they'd be thinking with Light It Burns here.
To me, to your point, if you want to remove it, you Sunken Ritual. But I think they're thinking, okay, I mean, they keep doing this.
Oh, it's a Zarella play then.
Okay.
What knowledge do the stars provide?
And now it's just about activating these things and make sure you get the big Zarella in hand, right?
Absolutely. So another Flight of the Bronze. Nothing too useful. Amber Whelp, I guess, for the damage.
Yeah, I like 3 damage to face. Sounds good.
What else can you do?
Yeah, that's a Ron Whelp to me. No longer Amber Whelp.
I mean, technically, Brasswing is a little bit more face damage, potentially. It does clear the 3/2 as well and pushes 2 and doesn't die on board, but would be likely to die.
Yeah, because that's above the 5 damage threshold, right?
So that effect, Drake isn't that bad. It's pretty bad. I can't talk myself into Drake.
Yeah, I mean,
they should not take the Primordial Drake.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I like flexibility hand. 3 damage seems good. Just give me options. Nope. I mean, why not?
Or take the Drake.
Yeah.
What do I know?
Yeah.
It's a full clear. The 4 does dodge the breakpoint of Ruin, which they know their opponent runs.
You can't wait around, right? Like, this is clearly Selfish, Sunken, Whispers game plan, right?
This is, I mean, it looks rough. Because there's another equality now in the Paladin's hand. Alongside the city tax that clears things up very easily.
I think you're playing for the 25%er, right?
Yeah, just top deck. Zarella, hero card.
Yeah. They have to clear it. Well, they don't have to. Maybe the smart play is not to clear it. Now taking 14 seems bad. Or 8.
All are equal.
9 cards in hand. Oh, this seems pretty straightforward.
All right, out comes the equality tax, maybe button and the biggin. Hope that it hits the biggin.
Or just play the big one first and then just buff afterwards. But I think you're right. I think you always button first. There you go. Sometimes lucky. Looks like a quick update. We have AF2LG beat AF Get Wrecked 3-2. Another close match between the AF squads. 7, 5, 2, 7. You're not dead.
Yeah, don't they have to trade the amulet? Just to keep drawing?
I think you have to trade the amulet and then hope you get Zarella. I mean, adding one more to the pool isn't going to change this game, right? So
Is
and your
so
ruin is
close to a lethal, it's crazy.
yeah.
Oh, they just summon it.
They're basically saying it's a 33% chance now.
There he is.
But
Tuna, we were looking for that Pure Raider. He showed up.
Play him. Play him.
Oh,
got him.
oh wow. It's
Play
always
that's
lethal.
Countess.
Countess is always
No.
lethal.
We're playing the Purator. Come on.
It's actually
Come on.
strictly the best play is to
Oh.
play Countess, right? You just Countess and go for an invitation for any damage.
Well, I mean, there is this play which puts 16, 15
Yeah, but this isn't
cards.
lethal.
I mean,
Countess is lethal.
Is it? Did they put themselves out of lethal range by putting 15 cards in their deck?
Maybe. You mean 10?
Yeah, I'm at 10. You know my math. Actually, it's the same amount because no, they don't draw it, so it's
They had like
gained
6
one
cards
card.
in deck, so they added
Yeah.
4 cards to their deck. And they are at 33, so effectively 66. There's the card. I don't know, maybe they died if they didn't play Kaz. If Countess missed, but Countess never misses, come on.
Countess has missed like 3 times today.
That's why I mean by never miss we mean always miss. I mean that's the. Okay, so now we're in fatigue. Take that 1. Take that 2. Take that 2. Now we're into efficiencies. 2. Okay. Round up 3. I mean,
I don't think this is enough.
I have
don't-
legitimately no clue. Okay.
No.
Yeah, not even close.
almost
it's
there.
closer than you think. If Carriel was there, it was game.
Well, I mean, yeah. Carriel. If the
Carriel
thing that
real
cut
good
all
card.
damage in half wasn't there 6 turns ago, it would have been just fine.
Curator Paladin wins. Best Paladin.
All right, so there you go. Wash U getting another victory. They get their way through to remain undefeated. The
We do
priest just could
have,
not get it done.
one more game that's going right now. I believe they are in game 3 because there was a technical difficulty error at the very beginning of the match. So they started late, and that's the death on site versus where the BG's at. So I can message them and see if we can get over to that game and try to watch the end of that.
Sweet.
That'd be great. And then, as we do that, I mean, can we get a special guest on? Can we?
Yeah, go ahead. You can get him in here while I try to set this up.
One last update to Colombia team beating Taco Empanada y Milongo 3-1.
Awesome. I mean, you hate to see it. I mean, you love to see people bring, these decks, creative decks, and it just couldn't get there. It just seemed to be one turn off. All right. And it looks like we are going to be joined
Hey, welcome
by
Denkus Dad.
Hello,
Deckers
everyone.
Brothers.
Happy to
Man,
join.
Glad
it's
to
been an
have you.
exciting day. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be tapping out after this one, but you get to definitely step in, and it is definitely an upgrade to have Denkus come in. I know the audience is chomping at the bit to get rid of me.
No way.
You got that wrong. It's me they want to get rid of, but it's all good.
I mean, yeah. So it's a Denkus solo cast is what I hear.
Yeah.
That should be good.
Oh boy. Here we go. It's ASMR time. Gonna
So
get nice and soft, silky, and lead in just play by play.
we're jumping into the match between Yockster and Chosen Pie as our pilots. The match between Where the BG's at and the Death on Site. I don't know what the score in the match is right now. Game score. Do you have that, Brushy?
No, I'm waiting on a response for that. So 1-1. We're in game 3, 1-1.
Gotcha.
And apparently, Brushy, you have too many friends and they can't add you. Someone is saying that to me.
Gotta make some room.
Come on, Brushy. You can't be that popular.
Oh, I'm very popular. I don't know. If you know
And
about that.
Denkus, to kind of catch you up on the day, because I know
Who
you've
am I
been
unfriending?
watching.
Ron Mexico? All right.
Yeah, that's
Easy.
the one.
Easy.
Shaman struggled a little bit today. It's not been
Mage 1 for both teams.
so it's 1-1.
Yep.
Awesome.
Thank you for the update. Okay, so do we know the bands? Because it's also not updated on Battlefy.
Is it not?
We know Shaman's
Okay.
not banned, so it must be DK.
Let me figure that out too.
Yeah, let's assume double DK,
Yep.
at least for now.
That's what I'm going with.
But what we are seeing then is Mage has gotten through for Where the BG's at. They got Shaman right now and probably Druid remaining. Meanwhile, for the Death on Site, Shaman in play, Mage got through, and probably Warlock left.
We do see a turn 4 Thaddeus. That's
Yeah.
normal.
We'll see if we might see the defensive Blazing Transmutation. Could be a fun option here.
I'm gonna get some hate from random people in chat that I'm unfriending right now. I'm
mean-
sorry, everyone. I'm just trying to make room for.
Call them out. Call them out by name.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Rumham.
I'm sorry.
Right. Well, Goldshire Knoll comes in, clears off one of those 2/3s, and what are we gonna see? Looks like not the
a
hits you
minion
want into
that can kill
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus.
But you get
Could
to do
try
it
again.
Yeah.
Stoneborn General.
Whoever told you that they couldn't add me, couldn't work. Come to try to add me
Yep.
again. The bands were Where the BG's at banned the Warlock and the Death on Site banned DK.
Interesting.
And it looks
Right,
like
so Thaddeus enables another Thaddeus. This looks pretty rough for
This is
the
ridiculous.
Death on Site.
I'm just gonna say there are 3 11-11s on the board, and it's turn 5. Like
This is the
going on?
Shaman game that we've been waiting for.
I mean, waiting.
oh yeah.
Okay, Farsight,
and that's a
some
muck
muck pools. Not really much to do there. Interesting effect with Thaddeus makes Goldshire Knoll basically always perpetually free if it's on the right polarity. Is it
Yes, indeed.
recognizes its base as a even costed card?
Some fun Hearthstone layering for you rules aficionados out there.
I found that out the hard way when I was playing the other day and tried to set up a Thaddeus play to get a Knoll out, and I didn't have very many cards in my hand, but I'm like, okay, if I play this card, then the Knoll will be this cost, and then it'll be like 1 mana, and it'll be great. And then it remained really expensive. I'm like, wait, what?
See, Ron, if you were a Quest Priest player, you'd know that the Null works the way you want it to there. And it can flexibly fill the slot on the curve you need for quest completion.
That's just
We all know here that Ron is a Quest Priest main when he's off
Hey,
stream.
more
That's
Thaddeus!
what he likes to do.
Oh Lord!
Yeah.
What is
Yo, I heard
Hey.
you like Thaddeus.
Yeah.
Oh god.
It had to be Thaddeus, right? Is Thaddeus or dead?
Yeah, and well, it's doing the job right now. Glug at least stalls a little bit, but maybe there's some sort of answer here.
I mean, could you just Vol'jin their Thaddeus?
Well, there's still the Glug taunts in that case.
Yeah, but now you found command, so it's a lethal.
Oh yeah, this is over at this point.
I need the game to last like 5 more minutes so I can try to catch up everything. Play slower.
Well, it's only game 3, right? And it's
Yeah, we
1-1,
got
so
time.
we're at least we got time.
I'm just trying to have
so-
everything set up.
As
That
Ron
should
called
end it.
out, we see the Vol'jin.
All right, where the BG's at? Yoxter seeing the lines, and we are on to a game for Shaman, getting the victory over Shaman.
Yeah, and I have a feeling we're going to see Shaman again. If I had to guess.
No way, this guy's a prophet.
Yeah, you know, the other way to look at it is Shaman dropped another game. I mean, it's because.
Did we actually find out the bans or no?
Yeah, one was DK and one was Warlock. The Warlock's banned and the other DK was banned.
Ah, okay.
Thanks for listening to me, Ron.
I never listened to you, too.
Your background noise.
I'm aware. I'm aware what I am. That's why Ron's not getting
So-
paid this weekend, but everyone else is.
Easy.
Easy.
So anyway, Druid. Druid is going to be the last one up then for where the BG's at.
We got the classic Renathal ramp. And oh, we see the Death Knight, which is smart adaptation to bring into a ramp druid.
They heard you, Dankist, and they didn't want you to be right. So they're like, you know what?
No.
You're not going to see a shaman again.
No, yeah. I mean, Druid excels both at handling, these small minions that go wide in the first 3 turns and 10 drops on turn 3. Druid does great at dealing with both, right? So
I think so,
didn't
yeah.
like anything.
Yeah. I don't hear any trace of sarcasm there.
tough choice for the Death on Sight. But
They did throw their hand away, which had early drops to decide to go for this. No one drop.
You always top deck it. Except they didn't.
Except now. And we do see the Cup Keeper kind of coin
short
ramp.
things up. Oh, Construct Quarter. That is a Hearthstone card.
Yeah, that does things.
Yes. So Battlefield Necromancer doesn't have a corpse to turn on the summon effect, so still a slow start from Chosen Pie and Death on Sight. But the Druid on the other side for where the BG's at does not seem to be slowing down. The Wild Growth into Nourish curve to activate the Dozing Kelp Keeper going to be a bit of a problem for Chosen Pie. Well, we could see it right now. Wow. What a top deck.
Well, so if they see the line, I don't think they're going to miss it.
Absolutely not. Yoxter is on the money with this piloting, and see the next Jerry Rig Carpenter come down too. So I have a question for the rest of the casters. Do you think we're going to see the any possibility of a tempo and Nubarak on the 8 mana turn for the Druid? Or a Nubracon?
8 mana gain 8 sounds really good every
Well,
time.
Well, we
against
might
an
see
aggro
just
deck?
some.
What you eating,
We
Ron?
might see
Yeah.
a scale of Onyxia. Wow.
I mean, that's also
Hey,
a good
there's another
card, too.
caster in call. I had a break to eat something. Leave me alone.
Then why did you answer? Why did you not just continue to take your break and just answer with a mouthful of food?
Hey,
Because
I'm gonna
I
take a break,
couldn't
guys.
resist.
No.
I love playing 8 mana, 8/8s.
You know that you know that once the minions get cleared, there's really not much to recover from. You know, an unholy DK. So, I mean, the
Yeah,
scale's
I mean,
amazing.
and it looks like we might have to see Death on Sight just play a Grave Strength for the 1 attack boost here and curve out that way.
Get your
Seems
damage
like the
while you
best
can.
option to have.
Yeah.
Ooh, they're not
Side
going to
from out
take
there.
it. I think that could be a probably match-ending choice.
Yeah, you're basically saying you either have it or you don't, right? And if you don't have it, then this is lethal next turn.
Yeah, and well, unfortunately for Death on Sight, we know that where the BG's at does in fact have it.
They always got the mini dragons.
That they do. 40 cards for 40 times the consistency.
The math. That's how this works.
Absolutely insane draw for the druid in this game. Just hitting
Yeah.
every single thing that they wanted.
Yeah, since the slow start from the Death Knight is coming back to haunt them.
And then you got the Devour to answer. Just kind of put a bigger minion down.
Yeah. Might just be the draw spell Guff too. Also, that's a Guff.
I mean,
Another good card to play.
But it's not good
Why
enough.
not?
Not good enough. Get Guff out of here.
Tightness plating. Just yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they have all of the things.
That they do, and only being able to play one of these Grave Strengths means that still going to take 2 minions to chew through this 9/9. Or one. Oh, Marrowgar.
I mean, it's not enough corpses, and it's not enough stats, so it won't really make a difference, but it is one of the only cards that really mattered. I think it's still just too little too late at this point.
We'll see the hero power, the Grave Strength, and we'll see we'll see a net here of 2 corpses come back, so 3 lost. So yeah, very small Marrowgar.
Minigar.
Yes. Alright, and you could see the Anubricon here to just secure this board alongside Onyxia, but she does it all on her own, so no need for that. Oh, Urban Scales.
Seems
Oh,
good.
that's actually pretty spicy. You can see everything come down here if where the BG's at wants to set up lethal, but they're going to just take it easy, drop an Onyxia, do the thing.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think they need to go for it.
Yeah, I think because now you're building up your corpses, right? That's how we get there.
Right.
That was one way to.
Yeah, set up a big Marrowgar.
Yeah.
Move either the taunt or the Blightfang itself. Make another one, and suddenly this looks, dare I say, possible for the Death on Sight. They may have found their route.
We don't use the P word around here, Dankist. The possible word.
No. Never. I like playing a Nubricon and just dropping all the threats here.
Yeah.
There's just... You can use the Earthen Scales as well after you Devour. Get the Under King going out too. Just, it's such a perfect, clean turn.
Build board, remove their board, gain a bunch of life. It seems like a good
Yep.
thing.
Then Under King, then Devour, and then the Earthen. Very, very pretty. Wait, did someone say possible? Wasn't me, I promise.
It wasn't you. No, you cursed it.
I did.
First he says they're gonna queue Shaman, then he says the game is possible to win.
Yeah, well, at this rate, I think I
Discover
can
the
just let
spell.
Kodamura take the rest of the rounds, right?
Oh, 5 hours in, I'm gonna say it's okay. I think you got this.
Oh
You're
my
just
goodness, it
warming up.
has been 5 hours. Oh man, we're not even on round 4 yet.
No.
Why are they playing so much control?
Pause for a moment. The team that brought like 3 control lineups has won 3-0 twice now the past 2 rounds before we even got
Like I
to
said,
game 3 of our
yeah.
aggro matchups.
Against the meta, it's great.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
This
So
wasn't
can
the
this
winning play, right?
Marogar do enough? That's a
tuned.
no.
I don't think it was the right.
Stay tuned. Will
I mean,
Dank's dad be wrong again? Find out more at
Yeah.
6.
Could be me.
You have to have time to
So-
do it too. Like you have to kill off your guys that create space for taunts. They kill off the 2-1s and then kill off the 8-8.
Yeah, I think the clean trades into the 14-14 seems like the way to go, but who can say? This is going to I guess this plays pretty well into the Druid's hand if they don't have another scale of Onyxia, but
About that.
40 cards, 40 times as consistent. Let's go.
They always got the
And-
mini dragons.
And the BGs are here. We found them. That was really something.
It's Druid's doing Druid things. We haven't seen it all day, so Denkus comes on board and kind of ruins the stream with his.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to
blame
have
you for
that sort of
that.
effect.
Nice win for where the BG's at, putting them further along in these standings. We are now down, though, to just 2 undefeated teams, and that is Washu Mishas and Hype Horizon.
And this is where I will say adieu. I hand it gladly off to the dankest of all dads, and it's been a pleasure, Ron. Brushy, thank you for inviting me to be part of it. I'll be watching, and just much appreciated for the community to throw this event. I'm sure everyone's enjoying it.
Of course, yeah. We've we've had good feedback so far in chat.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Always a
Well,
pleasure,
it's been a good
Kodamura.
time.
Thanks for being here.
coming, Kodamura.
My pleasure. Have a great night, guys. All right, bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Kodamura. And with that, it looks like round 3 has come to a close. I think we're almost about ready to get those matchups ready for round 4.
Absolutely. And while we wait on round 4 brackets to be determined, I'd say it's highly likely we're going to be seeing Washu versus Hype Horizon, which would be a good one to look in on. Let's take a look at the rest of the standings at these teams. We have a lot of 2-1 contenders from seed number 3 down to number 12. The 0-3s, I expect, are out of it at this point. Realistically, right? There's not going to be a
Yes, correct. There
a 3-3 that makes it.
It'd be very, very weird right now for.
But we still have
those
some
to come in.
possibilities for the 1-2s. So to start, we'll go with our 2-1s. Dankus, do you have the trios tournament pulled up?
I
Battlefront?
do. That I do. So
Tell
with
me, who are our 2-1s?
we have the L Gang topping off that list in 3rd place. 3 Gnomes in a Trench Coat, who we just saw, now in 4th. Columbia Team in 5th. Team Norway in 6th. All pretty mid ETs in 7th. AF2LG in 8th. Brown Alumni Esports in 9th. Donkey Hot in 10th. The Lean Lovers in 11th. And last but not least, the $6 Crew in 12th.
Awesome. And then our teams that still have a shot at it, looking to run the table the rest of the way. We've got our 1 and 2s, a Sussy Union at number 13, AF Get Wrecked in 14th, Taco Empanada y Milanga in 15th, RIT Black at 16th, Nax Out at 17th, where the BG's at, staying alive with that last win. You saw them on stream at 18th and barely lethal at number 19. These are our possibilities to still make it through. Our last 3, RIT White, to Death on Sight, and Rapping Rabbits, I believe, have been eliminated from the potential at making it to day 2, but still plenty of fun to have and plenty of stuff to still play for the rest of the 3 rounds.
Right.
For this round, I'm thinking we can go to one of the 2-1 teams because we've already seen the undefeated teams on stream. I was thinking about going to the L game versus Columbia. Oh boy, I just forgot the name. Or the L game versus Brown Alumni Esports. Sorry.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, let's get some new blood on stream. I like that too.
So I'm
Sounds
gonna
like a plan.
message them and try to get this underway. So I'll be right back.
Right.
Brown Alumni Esports versus L Gang. So as we pull up the matchup here, I think the teams have already banned too. They jumped right into it. So we don't have to speculate on bans. But to start off, Brown Alumni Esports, they've brought a mage list, a ping mage. They've gone with a Blood Death Knight, a control heavy priest. Is it quest or no quest? Looks like no quest. And the ever present shaman.
Yes. And on the other side for L Gang, we see basically card for card what looks like a similar lineup. We have another Blood Death Knight. We have the Ping Mage, the Priest, this time with the quest, and then the Evolve Shaman. So very, very similar spread for both of them.
Yeah, it really is. And the bans, we just saw double
what
mage.
happened, Dankus? Where'd you go?
I think my internet had a hiccup.
I saw him talking, and then it just like Dankus had his list. They scored.
It's like, now I'm done.
Yep.
Wait a minute, these are the lineups? No way. But as
I'm
mentioned
outta here.
just a moment ago, we are going to see both mages being banned. No mages allowed here. And we're going to dive into the matchup shortly.
Yep, I have them on a brief pause so I can attempt to catch up within a minute or so, and then we'll get them rolling.
Sounds good. And yeah, we got Lemur and Stinzy as the pilots for L Gang and Brown Alumni Esports, respectively. So, yeah. Looking at these lists, though, it seems like everything is not quite stock. We have a few interesting card choices. Brown Alumni Esports has actually included a copy of Don't Stand in the Fire in their Shaman, which is a cool innovation to check the aggro decks that are trying to get under it. In the Priest, I saw that Undying Allies is good enough here to make it in the control list, along with High Cultist Bass Elf. So, not sure what really to expect out of that. Maybe copying Undying Disciple or Plague Spreader is the goal there, but definitely a bit more interesting. And yeah, on the other side for L Gang, I think from what I saw, things looked a bit more standard, but
Yeah, a few
when
quirks
there's this
from Brown. I do like you mentioned the Don't Stand in the Fire. There's also an Overlord Drakuru in that Shaman deck. However, I'm highly concerned because we could be heading for my nightmare. Both of these teams brought a control priest and neither of them got banned. Oh no.
Well, I can say looking at this, I would, even with the quest, I would expect the sort of list that Brown has to just really get out there ahead and start making the quest priest's life hard. Like a Plague Spreader just makes hitting that curve really challenging. And notably on 7 mana, there are just 2 minions in the quest priest that hit that spot. So if both of those minions get Plague Spreaded, that's the game. There's just There
True.
just seem to be enough outs for the non-quest version of Priest that I'm willing to give it the nod as my expected winner
In the
in the mirror, which we
hopefully
would.
avoidable
No,
circumstance.
Ron, you're casting, I'm casting. It's going to happen. You can't run from it.
I might take a food break if if we hit the priest mirror. I'll just throw myself on mute and let you cast it for half the match. I'll finish my
Yeah.
food and come
I'll
back and
cast
they'll
that
still
with
be
him.
playing.
I'll cast that with him. No problem here.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be great. I can tell my entire life story, and then once turn 13 comes around, I can pivot and find something else to talk about.
Love
Maybe,
it.
I don't know. It's those matchups are fun, and hopefully we don't see L Gang mill their quest or do something like that 25 turns in and just make it feel like it was all for nothing. That would be unfortunate. So if you're watching L Gang, don't do it. Don't mill the quest.
Wise words. Yeah, we got a good amount of mirror. We might actually see like a mirror in every match. This is very possible here.
Yeah, completely possible.
As the players, I guess, mentally fortify themselves for what's coming. Maybe we'll be able to dodge some mirrors, at least one important one. That's all I ask. But it should be an entertaining and interesting match, regardless of how this goes down.
Okay,
And
I gave them
really important win.
I gave them the green light. So we'll just wait for them to start up here. For those at home, Lemur and the L Gang will be on the bottom, and Cincy and Brown Alumni Esports will be on top. And it looks like they are in
All
game.
right.
So let's get to rolling.
All right.
Get to it.
We're starting off with a Shaman versus Death Knight, so we did dodge full mirrors throughout. Lemur on the Shaman, Stinzy on the Death Knight.
Yes. So let's see what we have in these opening hands. Lemur's got the presence, got the schooling. That's where you want to be. And on Stinzy's side, we don't see that early removal quite yet, so might have a full mulligan over there.
Currently waiting for Spectate to work.
Yes, and one thing that I find really interesting is in Stinzy's lineup, they chose to leave Shaman up, but Asphyxiate actually didn't make the cut in the Blood Death Knight. I think they were confident enough in the other removal, but usually that's one of the cards that makes this matchup really doable for the Blood Death Knight. So if Lemur can stick an early threat, Stinzy's a little less likely to find an answer for Brown than the usual Blood Death Knight player might be. Oh, and there's the Knoll. We are going to see that come down pretty soon.
Yeah, it's almost the dream. They didn't get to be on coin, but still a very early Knoll is possible and evolve it into who knows what shenanigans. 8/8 Death Rattle, Thaddeus. Options
Yeah.
abound.
So Chill Fallen Baron going to come down for Brown. We'll see if they can find some answers, but no luck yet.
All right, a turn off of a Knoll makes you want to just not really do much here.
Yeah, hero power, swing with the weapon.
I was a bit surprised, honestly, to see the weapon come down last turn, since could have made a Knoll a little bit faster, but it's also
Yeah.
a solid card to just get minions on board quicker.
Definitely, and while it would have gotten the Knoll faster, it doesn't seem like it would have impacted the timing of a Knoll evolve.
That's fair.
So I think it was smart for the Algang to tempo it out a bit ahead of schedule. And there's that obliterate. They did find the answer. Dark Transformation also is a very cute answer to Thaddeus. So perhaps Stinty will grab onto that since these other options are not quite as appealing.
That is a spicy one. Does not say friendly.
It does not. That's a great way to beat Lady Death Whisper in the Frost Death Knight matchup. I've played some Blood Death Knight in my time, so know a few tricks.
Just going with the tempo now, though, clearing up one of the totems that has attack power and then keeping as
Yeah,
much stats on possible. Remove the board. And it's
yeah,
null
and
time.
it's 10 drop time. Let's go.
Debating on maybe not playing and just going with Prescience for the...
Might be setting up a convincing disguise to hit 2 nulls next turn. That could be an option here. Play around the single target removal.
Not null time yet. We'll have to wait a bit longer. But yeah, definitely a pretty powerful play that can be made with double null convincing disguise next turn. Just need a single minion to die, which seems highly likely.
Yes, and even if Brown does not make things work for the L gang, they may be able to just do it themselves with their own trades. So those piranhas in hand will make it easy. Right.
Didn't really need to hold back the swing to try to enable a quick Vol'jin with the piranhas in hand.
Right.
Could be a longer term plan. Just get the value now. And the Death Knight, you know, typical Blood Death Knight things. Oh, there's a board? Let me get rid of it.
Yep, we're going to see the Vizier here. I like that choice. Ooh, Sunwell, I think, is probably the one. As strange as that sounds.
It's almost always bait, but it's reasonable here.
Yeah, well, when you have a deck full of removal and you have removal options,
You could
having
also, I mean, I was thinking Frenzy was good though, right? You get the full clear on the taunts.
yeah, it doesn't do a whole ton though, and yeah, I think it's smart of Brown to save it for a little bit later, but oh, now it's time. We're going in.
Here we go. Double null time. Just use the mana. Piranha now too.
Yeah, why not?
Makes it easier for the Vol'jin next turn. Not,
Mm-hmm.
well, you still can't do it. Yeah,
Yeah.
unless you want to take a
Doomsayer doesn't
Echelon
cost 3.
Piranha
It's okay.
50-50.
All right, and we'll see here. And it's a Deathwing and a Jailer, and there's no Corpse Explosion in sight.
Those are big.
Wouldn't be big enough anyways. What a challenging position for Brown.
Got an Obliterate for a 12-12 and Pain.
Yeah, because this Bloodlust, too, just comes right down if Obliterate is the option that's used. Is this over?
Might be over. Bloodlust is an insane card to be holding for this board right now.
Absolutely.
Is it
And that
Obliterate?
Party Totem was
Is it
quite good,
Obliterate
actually.
Spindly?
Maybe might need the Vampiric Blood just to survive, but
Also true.
Obliterate into Finley for Obliterate could just be the only out.
Okay, going with the
Heart
Hematurge.
Strike.
Useful.
Yeah, Yeah, so this clears off 3 minions, so I don't think that we're going to see Brown die just yet.
It's off by 1, right?
13-3-3. Not quite. This Unholy Frenzy can clear off the Baker if they elect to, and they don't. Wait a minute. 6-3-3-3. Yeah, it's 1 off. So
Yeah. They're saying we're not dead to
now,
Bloodlust, so it's fine. Maybe they don't have it, or maybe they don't play it, but they can. The L-Gang can set them to 1 health right now if they wanted to.
Yes, and following up with a convincing disguise just seems really great. But instead, we're going to see the minion get removed, which also is reasonable. Set up that Neptulon for next turn and just get in there.
Makes a lot of sense. I like it. Set him to 1. It's almost there.
Yeah.
There's only so much that they can do. Even with gaining 10 health here, they also need to find a way to deal with the jailer.
Yes, and it's just not enough. Well, I guess the Blood Boil is technically enough, right? It does
Yeah.
delay the inevitable.
They survive at 1 again.
Hmm. Okay, 1 is greater than 0. So here's the question, though, Ron. How many 4-drops are there that could be lethal in this spot?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I have no clue, but the discover to try to find a charge minion.
Well, whether you find charge or just something that could give you 1 damage, stop the health gain a little bit. I
We've
mean,
got
knowing what we know, this game's all but impossible for Brown. But you can see the Piranha into the Vol'jin into the Blazing Transmutation. That seems like a good way to spend the turn. Maybe the Convincing Disguise instead, but
I mean, they could also just try to find a 4 mana card or a 5 mana card that gives them the 1 damage they need.
mhm.
Fortunately for Brown, you know, the L gang didn't just top deck the Chisel. That would have been the easy, funny, lethal, or the other
Yes.
Bloodlust.
All right, so we see this, and I'm guessing that Elgang will be looking to mitigate this incoming life gain from the Blood Boil by doing transformations and Stoneborn General. That's exactly the one you want.
That is
And
quite
we'll
good.
take the totem back. Yeah, very, very well executed by Lemur and the rest of the team. It was a great line.
This is the smarter line rather than going for the what if I find 1 damage.
Yeah, and
But I
at
was
this point,
partial
I
to
don't think there's any. Oh,
Oh no, go ahead.
oh, oh no, you go. I think we can talk more about that 1 damage. We're gonna have a few seconds, so let's think. Do you know of any cards on 4 that do it?
I don't, but I hardly know any of the library. I can go ahead and pull it up though, since we're talking about
Hmm.
it. That seems to be
You,
the main choice of interest at this point. The game's all but over.
yes. And in this spot here, there's that Stoneborn General was enough of a roll to ice it and stop even something like a corpse explosion. But because on 4 mana, I really can't think of anything. And there's going to be some obvious card. I'm going to feel like such a fool. But
Yeah, because Korkron elites out, right?
Yeah, it doesn't exist in
yes,
the standard at the moment.
sad.
Wait, there was a minion on board, wasn't there? At the time.
Yes.
So Park Panther.
That. Yeah, Park Panther was it. So there was at least 1 out. That's a
Can't
good
believe we
call.
didn't go for the Park Panther out. In any case, they won the game.
They
Game
did.
1 in the books. Shaman takes it over the Blood DK, and we are on to game 2.
Yeah, and that's a very unfortunate loss there for Brown, since I think that with the way they've built their lineup, they were looking to maybe soft target Shaman. So Shaman pushing through game 1 means that it'll be a bit of an uphill battle, and the Death Knight lists are pretty similar. Maybe slightly greedier for the L gang with Construct Quarter and Sylvanas. So I think will certainly be an uphill battle. And yeah, those are the cards you want to see if you are L gang, that's for sure.
Double location and coin and a 1-drop. What a start. Absolute gas
Absolutely.
here.
Turn 2 Yeti, just like the old days.
Interesting that this is in fact a blood DK on the L gang side, because this hand does not look at all like blood DK, but it is. There's a hand that looks like blood DK on the other side for Brown.
Yes. We don't see the obliterate, unsurprisingly, so seems like Brown will just be stacking corpses. And they might want to show off that obliterate now with this construct quarter in play. And just such a powerful swing.
Yup, do the thing. Coin the location, get a 4 or 5. Start pressuring.
Yeah, and in this spot, I really like the tempo vizier here, just to put a little more pressure on board, get that discover out of the way now, and set up another target for that quarter. But let's see
It's
the
not
slower
bad to
play.
play the quarter here. I also agree with you. I would like to see the Vizier come down, but they still spend all their mana and bank the locations that can potentially alternate.
Yes. So let's see the vizier the other way, and grave strength and remorseless winter both are very nice here. Asphyxiate could be a tempo way to answer this 4-3, but I really like having a surprise lethal tool like grave strength in this sort of mirror. But
See the Asphyxiate get taken. Makes up for the fact that they have none in their deck. Now they have one and it's cheap.
that they do. And here, this turn is just a little awkward. There's not really too much going here for.
It's not too bad. You can press the button, get your 3rd corpse and Vampiric Blood.
Yeah, well, we see this here. I like that.
This also works.
No weapons for rune forging, so dark transformation and death strike are both pretty reasonable.
I like
Yeah.
transformation being free.
Yes.
There also is some fringe utility in transformation dealing with the opponent's undead, although it's highly unlikely to see it.
Yeah, in this matchup, those usually are just 4/5s, and no Muncher is really the only one you'd be happy with that outcome for. Maybe a discovered Deathbringer Sourfang. But such a slow turn here from Brown, and
Slow turn from a slow deck, but not going slow if you're the L gang here.
location. Here we go. Chillball and Baron
The additional
starting
card
to
draw. Yeah, it's a lot
race
of
toward
pressure.
that Mograine, and there it is.
Wow.
Wow.
Right on time,
And
too.
and
No Muncher
sticking
into Mograine. Wow.
and sticking Mograine early in this matchup without it getting disrupted is such an important part of it. So really, really nice pickup for the L gang. And this hand is just so clunky on the other side.
Use one of
Probably
the corpse explosions or just throw down a blood boil because you'll heal over multiple turns with it.
yeah, and Blood Boil does not get better in this matchup. I can say that from experience, so would really like to see that from Brown's side, but they instead opt for Corpse Explosion, which I guess to be fair also doesn't improve much in this matchup from that position. But Muncher here plays
And
a bit
Sword,
into Patchwork,
mana? Yup.
but there is no Patchwork on the other side, so Elgang dodges a bullet there. Extra Patchwork.
There it is. Just a turn too late.
Yeah.
Debating on Obliterate here makes sense. And again,
Yep.
just not really much to do. They've taken a lot of damage to this point. And now Mograine can come in and start chipping away.
Exactly.
They could choose to play Patchwork too instead, remove the minion, but if they don't hit their opponent's Patchwork, it could be disaster.
Yeah, just getting Mograine down here is so good, especially since these versions of the deck, relatively speaking, are pretty light on healing compared to some.
Yeah,
So,
pretty much had to be that. And
yeah,
Sylvanas gets killed. The Mograine, of course, removed, and just a body bagger from deck. It's not a great outcome for Brown here either.
yeah. So we see Patchwork go the other way,
Bricked.
and great hits for Elgang. No Mograine, but
Hit 2 Discover cards, which is huge.
exactly.
They were trying to hit the Patchwork on the board, obviously, but that was the only brick. Started with a brick, the rest were great.
Absolutely, and now there's the Brand Teacher combo. This is Brown's chance to really get back in this game.
Who here can smell
No Brand Teacher. Wow.
anybody?
That is that is that's so mind-blowing to me. I playing this deck a lot, like that definitely is one of the most powerful things it can do, and saving Brand for Mograine or the in-deck Patchwork just is such a huge risk. So we'll see if it pays off for Stinzy and Brown.
Yeah, it definitely looked like the time to go for the Brand Teacher. This fights a little bit, but they're going to need an answer to this constant damage that's coming through and get some big heals, and they're just not really holding much of anything to do that.
Yeah, and Anti-Magic Shell is nice too. You can pair that up with Blade Master Okani to force some sort of awkward board clear at this point, since really that's not how Brown wants to be spending their resources. So it could be a nice pickup, especially with the other two options being so anemic.
Yeah, these are bad. I mean, you never take Rune Forging, obviously, in Blood Boil. Just really not a... it should be even a consideration at this point when you're holding 1 and your opponent's at 15.
Yeah.
2 locations still active makes the rest of the decision intriguing.
Yeah, we see the Dark Transformation here as a tempo play. We see this. Now I'm guessing... Death Strike, maybe?
Yeah, looks like they just go Death Strike and then get their other 4/5. Not bad.
Yep. Completely fine turn, get the health back, send another 3 face. It all works. And if you are Brown, your No Soul Stealer is not doing much more than this.
Yeah, just every turn, Brown taking shots. Elgang way ahead and looking to keep it that way. Still not really much of anything in the way of heal in hand for Brown either. Just 1 Death Strike and a essentially useless Blood Boil.
Yeah. So this is just a perfect no muncher setup here, which is what I'm guessing we will see. And, the Algang can just sort of throw that healing out the window and go face.
The citadel stands strong.
All right.
Baron,
Death
Astalor.
Strike buys a turn. Astalor buys a little bit more time.
Yeah, but this Hematurge could end it. We could see something like a Corrupted Ashbringer that would just be almost impossible for Brown to really recover from. And those aren't it.
That'd be be
Mind Fang
lethal,
Sword?
right? If you find Ashbringer. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
it would
lethal.
be here.
So
I was
Elgang a shot at lethal this next turn.
absolutely, and I'll be honest, Ron. I was kind of pricing in that this Frost spell might do something to help Brown's
I mean,
chances,
it
but
doesn't
it looks
heal
like that
though.
is just it doesn't. But freezes are
I
pretty good.
suppose they could have found a 1 mana freeze.
There's their stuff.
Be swift
But oh, this is
Wait, no, they
this
couldn't have
is
played it
looking
anyway. Yeah, no, this always would have been.
yeah,
I
this
guess,
is
yeah, they
looking
could have
tough.
drawn a vampiric blood or something and then played the horn and played blood and survived. 2 chances with Hematurge.
Well, vampiric blood is a good one, anyways.
Misses on the
Just
lethal out,
buys
but
more
no big
time.
deal.
Yeah,
Probably
just see
play
the
Hematurge again.
yeah.
Like at this point, is it just Hematurge, Okani, Magic Shell? We'll see
Yeah,
what
and
they.
Bone Guard Commander is nice. Just another thing to do. And I like Hero Power Magic Shell here, along with the Blood Boil, just to push that extra 1. Or 2, I guess, with the shell. But not going to see that here. We'll probably just see the Hero Power alone.
Top little Death Knight.
All right, last
I
charge
don't
of the
li-
location used.
Yeah, and I don't really like this line from Elgang. I think opting to give Brown more time is one of the only ways that something could happen, and I think this play really just makes that such a huge possibility. But mind game time now.
Was it minion or spell? Is going through the mind of Stinzy and the Brown crew here.
Yeah.
You got some expensive options on either side that are pretty relevant.
Yeah, and I think at this point you can send that Blood Boil pretty comfortably. So if I were in Brown shoes, I think that would be the spell to cast. Since if it hits, you can just play Vampiric Blood and take a defensive stance. If it misses, you can go for the Corpse Explosion and clean up the board.
Makes a
But
lot of sense. However, they go
no,
for the gamble, say we can full clear, and get the bad news. That is
that is it.
strictly game over?
Nope, it's 1 off.
Okay,
So
drawing for lethal again. There's Discovers still in the deck that maybe find it.
How is it 1
Not
off?
there.
Am I missing damage?
the Mograine plus the Hero Power
right,
is
the
4
Mograine.
plus the 11.
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
True. I was like looking at this. I was
So-
like, this is 11 on board with hero power is 12. I was like, where are we getting this extra damage?
Yeah.
Maybe if I was paying attention, I would know.
I'll find the answer.
Yeah. So, even still worth noting here that had Elgang taken the more aggressive line with pressure from the Hero Power, they would have closed it out, but they do anyway. So, here it is. And Glacial
Easy.
Advance
Discovers
will...
always lethal.
True. Very true. And off we go to game 3.
A pretty quick 2-0 from a control versus control type of matchup here for the most part. Elgang just needs the priest to get through, and we'll see what Brown chooses to queue into it first.
Yeah, and honestly, this Priest into the Blood Death Knight seems like such a strong matchup for Elgang that I don't know. It's going to be a tough series here. But I guess there is no Mida in the Quest Priest, so you never know. Maybe they just can't get there if that quest gets milled or Patchwork has the disruption. So
Just
do you think-
discover it easy.
Right. So do you
Actually,
think
I
that
don't-
Brown is going to run back this Death Knight one more time?
I mean, they have just queued up
They
so we can
do.
see it. They did it, but I think that's always the right move. Just like queue your worst matchup now so you can either get out on your 0-3 or get your worst matchup through and then feel like, okay, I got a chance to try to swing this back. I like the decision to just bring it right back.
Agreed. I mean, it's not Priest, so I know you're happy.
That too.
Let's
Oh my god.
let's see.
Actually, the move might have been to just queue Priest specifically to troll me.
All right, so Mograine on the other side is pretty important, but overall a slow hand from Brown, which could lead to a little bit of trouble. Because even just quest reward notwithstanding, this quest priest deck does have a fair bit of value, so
What a top
could
deck.
yeah, the one you want to see 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh boy, we're counting.
Literally perfect.
Oh boy, we're
There's 8. Just 7. That's it. But we did point out before in the pre-show there are only 2 7s.
I heckin' love numbers, man.
Yeah. All right, and Astalor on the other side, but
They will draw Mutanus on turn 5. That's my guess.
it's a really sad turn for Brown. Maybe we just see the Astalor hero power, but there are just not cards that they want to play in that hand.
They're mousing Death Strike. At least it spends all the mana. It's a sad state of affairs.
I can guarantee you, Ron, that in this matchup, there's no way they're going to spend all the mana. At some point.
This
This
is true.
turn, maybe. But at some point, they will have plenty of mana to spare.
Right,
obliterate
Renethal
into
gets
the-
obliterated.
Yep, an Astalor, so most tempo option.
Oh my god, it's the 7.
It's the 7. We're here. We're here for it.
They're actually gonna play quest reward on turn 10. Like, they'll just win the game on turn 10 with the 10 mana spell. It's happening.
Yep, Thrive in the Shadow seems like a pretty good pickup here. Guessing that's what we'll see, and Elgang agrees. And once again, not much going on over on the other side.
Yeah, just a whole bunch of cards. A pile of cards that don't do much of anything.
Yep. We will count to 5. Yeah.
5 on 5 seems good. 6 on 6, yes.
Oh, there's another 8. Perfect.
Okay, go ahead and gain all the health you want. I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. The card draw is more important here.
Yep. So we'll probably see the face light bomb. Oh, nope. That's a better
Wow.
6. Wow.
Wow.
We are really counting here.
Gaming.
And if there's mutinous here, then that's a wrap. No mutinous, but desperate
Never lucky.
prayer seems reasonable. Grab another spell. Wow, this has just been unbelievable. So I feel like this might be faster than some of the aggro matchups have been today. This is Quest Priest just doing its best Beast Hunter impersonation, curving out, playing the card that costs the number every turn, and maybe kill around turn 9 or 10.
Just to double check. Yep, there is no Theatar in Brown's Death Knight list. So
Oh, there is. There's one.
there is.
Yep, I'm seeing it.
Oh, I missed it. Okay, hey, there's an out. If they draw
There's
it.
no Theatar in Elgang's list, I think. Might have been just a little mix-up there. Right? And Blackwater Behemoth will get things all the way back. And Patchwork.
Patchwork is also potentially the out.
Mm-hmm. Well, probably see just Whirlpool here.
Makes no
And-
sense.
And the thing
There's-
that we do have to remember, though, is there are 40 cards here on the priest side. So even if this Patchwork does hit, there's a chance that the priest can just outstall the old-fashioned way.
It's the Patchwork, and it snipes
it.
it.
Easy game, 1 and 3, no
Wow.
problemo. But it's still a huge uphill battle for the Death Knight.
The mental damage, though, that comes along with curving out literally perfectly and playing an on-curve card to progress your quest every step, put the quest reward in hand to play on turn 9, and then have it immediately sniped by a Patchwork. It's something.
It is unfortunate for sure, but there's still plenty of Hearthstone to play here. And I think now you are Lemur. You're focused just on clearing this board as when you can and trying to get that Zyrella, the Devout, down as soon as possible. There's Mutinous.
It's
Could
a
be a
good
play
draw.
here.
You know your opponent has an Astalor in hand, so try to snipe it.
And instead, snipes Body Bagger. Not the way to
Hard
go.
bricked. Could have also hit a No Muncher or a Vizier. Any of those would have been perfectly fine. It hit the only bad target.
Yep. Now Astalor comes down here to catch this damage in. But Priest just has a lot of health. Light It Burns is an excellent answer.
Could respond back
Burns.
with their own Astalor now because of Light It
Definitely.
Burns as a pickup.
Yep. Desperate Prayer means too that Zyrella could clear that off, but instead we're just going to see the Astalor, which I like. And that'll be that. So, Mograine is chipping away, but still, Sunwell, now it's not bait.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And at this point, that Sunwell has to be something good because Brown really needs to find a way to win this game. Because they can stay alive, but, you know, Zyrella Devout Hero Power will offset Mograine almost entirely and, you know, be a
What's in
clock on the other
Sunwell
side.
box? A Grave Strength.
Vast
And a
Wisdom,
Divine Toll. Wow, these are good.
Glaciate. Yeah, Ron Sunwell's a strong card. I don't know. I don't know why everyone is so everyone
Shockingly good.
does.
Got to take the Glacial here now. Just looking for
almost certainly.
burn.
Vampiric Blood is just too slow, accelerates you to fatigue. But they are going to. Brown is gunning for it. And Obliterate is not it.
Means they're also burning a top deck.
Yeah. Well, Zyrella, regular Zyrella here looks great, but we're gonna see big Zyrella.
Still heals up a good bit because of the light shower.
Yep. And I don't love this decision to take a little bit of extra chip. I think that maybe using the small Zyrella to clear could have been nice, but yeah, now we see a big punish here with either Divine Toll or Grave Strength.
True, that's a good amount of damage getting sent in. Essentially forces the Whirlpool.
Yeah, well, Zyrella also will clear it, but Whirlpool is so great in this spot, though, to just clean out the other Vizier.
Yeah, just there's
the
two
other
Discover
Soul Seeker.
minions on board. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's so good. And we do see it. And I really like hitting the button here. Yeah, we are button gamers. And it's almost lethal here on the other side. Oh, it is lethal. Wait a minute. That's a lethal setup. Oops. We'll see if they spot it. Oh, they missed it. Ron, they missed the lethal.
I was looking for it. No Muncher.
No Muncher Grave Strength.
Oh, right, because he attacks.
Yep, but they found another one. Oh my god.
Wow. Wow, that could have been massive, especially with Desperate Prayer and the hero power there.
Yeah, I think
good recovery spot.
Yeah, I mean Sunwell did the job there. I think they Probably ought to have maybe used the Desperate Prayer or done something since the Zyrella was getting a little worse, but wow, that was quite the turn. Even with that patchwork though, I still think Elgang had a really good shot at that, but that's Hearthstone.
I thought we might have seen Coin Amulet on that turn as well, just to put the 6/6 Death Rattle heal taunt in the way.
Oh,
Even though it was
definitely.
summoning a single one, but they traded and then coined the button thinking they were safe, and it burned them. So here
on,
we
Priest
go on
Mirror.
to game
Come
4.
on, Priest
No,
Mirror. Let's
it's a
go.
shaman.
My
Priest
God.
Mirror.
Oh my God. We're a game away from a Priest Mirror.
No, we're gonna see a full
Quest
mulligan
Priest
here.
should do quite well against an Evolved Shaman.
Yes, I think the only real way for the shaman to get through is just some sort of crazy high roll early where the quest priest misses.
Wait, are you
And
guys in?
that just doesn't. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they just
they're.
it's the next game.
Dude, I'm seeing every single starting game loading screen. Elbowing through the
Boy.
crowd,
Uh-oh.
polishing spectacles.
We're still in the mulligan right
How
now.
do I get out of this? I
Yes.
guess I gotta quit Hearthstone. Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right, and that's the mulligan, and there's a null and a blazing transmutation, but
Don't worry, you
cannibalize is
probably won't
found.
miss much of an early game here.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, light it burns. Okay, this is going to be very tough. I think the priest has found what they need.
Yep. They have the cards. It's removal. It's mostly doomed for the shaman.
No.
Pull up a chair by the hearth.
All right. Yeah, we see the light and shadow spell, so could see the Nether Drake come down to mop up some early minions if Brown finds like a carving chisel. But they're just not picking up the cards they want to be.
The game you attempted to spectate may be full or already finished. Sweet.
Oh no.
Well, the client seems to think that the priest is in a very commanding position, but yes, we will see.
Oh, I think we're getting in there. All right, we in.
Debating on holding the shard instead of trading it. Oh, okay.
Let's see what
Nether
side
Drake
Like
now.
this. Yep. Why not, right?
Sure.
Don't really need that coin. The 4/4 can test the early game pretty well. Noel can't trade into it. I think it's a heads up play. Another cannibalize.
All right. Priest just sits back, removes and heals. Got some score updates for you as well. Hype Horizon takes down the Washu Mishas in a sweep and remain undefeated as our tournament's only undefeated team currently. And Lean Lovers have beaten AF2LG 3-0 as well.
Yeah, that puts AF2LG in a win every round. Win round 5 and 6 for top 8. They cannot lose again.
Yes.
I believe, right? No, 3-3 makes it.
Yeah.
I guess in theory that's possible,
no,
but
1-3-3 might
no.
make it. Maybe. Depending on how, yeah. There's a chance. There's always a chance.
Well, the L Gang is deciding to take a risk here, dropping a Spirit Guide instead of removing this raid boss. So I think that's a smart risk, though, with the light bomb in hand.
Yeah, it's not really a big risk. Also, just the extra draw from the Spirit Guide.
Could be even more answers.
Looks like they're debating on Volgening the Spirit Guide right now. They would find out that there's no minion in hand.
Well,
Basically deletes the turn 5 and gets to send 10.
yeah. I feel like the command of Neptulon though is just so clean.
It does look
But
good,
we
but
see
they
the
have
Vol'jin.
opted the Volgeon play. Here comes some more damage.
Yeah, and then the question is, does Brown commit this transform? And of course they do. And all of those are not it.
Found a Thaddeus. Of course, that dies very easily to priest removal. Would have probably liked the 8/8 death rattle the most.
Yeah, and well, cannibalize if you're going to use the single target seems just so good, but L-Gang seems insistent on drawing their cards.
Like, listen, I
And-
played Spirit Guide for a reason. I want this card draw. I'm gonna play it again. Fair enough.
Well, now here's the punish. Could this be it?
Tiny Toys and Evolve 1 turn before Whirlpool. Even get an extra spell off of Lyra here.
Yep. It's Devour.
Not
And
really
Red
relevant.
Herring. Haha. Well, this light bomb should do the trick, but
Yeah, it wasn't oddly healthed enough for it to stop a light bomb from being extremely effective.
yeah. Cannibalize also could be very good here to heal 12, but light bomb is just so safe.
Yeah, you don't want to just die to a bloodlust.
Nope. Well, there it is. But now Brukan is coming, and probably we'll see some 2/3s and a fireball.
There's the damage. There are the minions. And Priest down to 12 health. But if they keep losing boards, not going to be much of a way to come back and actually
And
find a way through.
Cannibalize here seems so strong. And in these matchups, you tend to want to play clunkier removal first. So either that or Whirlpool both just seem very safe this turn. Pretty far from quest completion. So we'll see.
Debating on perhaps leading Thrive or Sketchy to fit in the turn alongside Cannibalize and a hero power, potentially.
Yeah. And probably see the amulet get taken would be my guess. Gift also is reasonable. But
If the Light Shower
Sketchy.
was already in the pool, almost certainly the amulet, I guess, right? Well, it's not even traded,
Yeah.
so not yet. Gift is good for
No.
just extra heal.
Yeah, Judgment of Justice, probably fine. And yum 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 delicioso. The minion is cannibalized. Got a lot of health now, and can this Brukan roll Fireball again?
Here we got ourselves a Glug. Brukan rolling the most useless one.
Yep.
2 Whirlpools in hand with a big board.
Yeah.
Feels
Gift
like
or
a good
Judgment
time
of
for it.
Justice. Yeah, those are both so nice. And then we will probably see this clean the scene. Oh
Wow.
boy, that's
Even
pretty
better.
useful.
This is exceptional for the Priest here.
Yes. And all those are useful. I kind of like Vengeful Visage. That's cute in this matchup. But
Would you
Galloping
ever
Savior,
emergency and just playing the Light Shower emergency in the next turn? It's pretty nice.
yeah. There's just lots of good options.
Yeah. Sketchy doing its job.
Yeah.
Command coming down.
And-
One of these becomes a 1/1, which helps the Priest out.
Yeah. Prescience to Find the Neptulon and the Drakaru. And Fireball, it's back. I'm guessing here we probably see 361. Get the completion. Grab that behemoth, perhaps.
It looks extremely good.
Could even just see the behemoth here, honestly. But I like getting the 6 out of the way, removing that 5-2. Just seems very, very efficient.
I wonder.
I
You are in
don't know
brown
if there's a
shoes.
I don't know if there's a way wrong here for the priest, like either light shower or behemoth. Light shower plus sleight of burns.
Yeah. Yep, and they go with this plan. Now, heading back to brown, is there any plan, do you think, with this hand they can use to try and salvage things?
Not much. You don't even know what that mage spell is, and it really complicates things.
Definitely, especially with the overload.
Uh,
'Cause-
what you'd like to do maybe is play the Drakuru, but you really don't want to give them one. So testing first for counterspell. I'm just gonna go ahead with the command. This cleans it up nicely.
Yep, weaves a hero power in
They
as
get to
well.
test the rest of the secrets, find out it's vengeful, not really much of a problem at all.
But it did its job, made the turn difficult, and
Mhm.
one more fireball mitigated.
Well navigated though by Stinsian Brown.
Absolutely. And this
Uh,
looks like a great behemoth turn alongside
what
Astor.
what an incredible pickup! Yeah, right off the top, there's a 5/2 that's kind of annoying, and you have your built-in
Well,
answer to it.
Astor. Yeah, and Astor can also get the 5 here if Elgang wants to complete this turn
Do you think
and
they
stay out
care
of
about
range.
quest completion as a way to win this game? Well, maybe they do.
Ron, if I've learned one thing about people who play Quest Priest, it's that they care way too much.
Fair enough.
I agree with you that they probably ought not to, but they definitely do. So, with last game in mind, do you think they take the desperate prayer and just try and heal up in case of shenanigans? No, they have no respect here.
Yeah, I'm glad they picked the Cathedral. That would have been my pick too. With double
Yeah.
Whirlpool in hand, you're not super worried.
I, I'm kind of partial to desperate prayer hero power in that spot. I'll be honest.
You'll never
And
kill me. I get you.
Hikaru comes down, and there's a board. And the light bomb.
We were saving the Whirlpools to deal to progress our quest.
You're
Now we can do
starting
it.
you're starting to see the quest priest brain is getting in there. But yeah, I'm guessing we'll probably see Whirlpool here.
It's not a particularly appealing Whirlpool for what it's worth.
Well, with this hand, I think you can spare it.
You've got another one, it's fine. Just get the board out of the way, make them make another board.
Yeah. Right, and Shaman can only make so many awkward boards for the other removal that this situation is exactly what Whirlpool or Infuse Clean the Scene is for. So don't be a sucker and die to Bloodlust, just get rid of it. And we're not exactly meant to be partisan on the show, but Ron, I will let you know that if you root for Elgang here and root for the Quest Priest, you don't have to see the Priest Mirror. So
Oh, I've already been rooting for Elgang this whole game because I don't want to see a priest mirror. I'm super
Okay.
biased.
Priest mirror, let's go.
I'm sorry, Stinsy. I'm sorry, Brown. It's not personal.
right, and we do see the Whirlpool and Hero Power, and now it's not looking so good. Napdulon for 10 mana.
Eaten up real easily.
Yep. Fireball. This is just a super clean light bomb. Question is location going to get used for a draw, maybe?
Trade the shard first.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do this.
It's really
Right,
just which way would you like to remove this board completely?
Yeah, and I mean, I like this too. It's a good mid ground.
Yeah, definitely nice to stick the Light Shower Elemental while they have a chance.
Exactly, and evolve.
Bye, Light Shower. Oh,
It's
unfortunate.
null, but hey, that's what convincing disguise is for, right? Haha. No,
It,
it's gonna be the hero power and
it
to
means,
despair.
yeah, you can't press the button if you evolve the Null again, which is really rough as a choice for the Shaman. So, yep, they need to send the 6. They send the 6.
Cyrilla is there. So currently the Zyrella and Amulet both only get or both light showers are in there, so could be a consideration. I do really like Behemoth here. Seems like a reasonable choice. Light Bomb also is just super clean. Light
To
Bomb
me, this
into
just looks
Amulet.
like a trade into your deck and play the Behemoth and press a button.
Yeah. I think that thinking about how do you not lose, trade Shard, then Light Bomb Amulet seems like the play to me. But I think both of those lines win for the Priest nearly 100% of the time. So
Yeah, I'm just looking at, hey, we can complete the quest finally. Isn't that what you want to do?
well,
But yeah, it's still probably a little bit safer to not play Behemoth because there's no guaranteed full clear when you do that.
yes, and see the Light Bomb.
Takes the full clear.
Yeah, well, they're going to do the line I suggested, just a little bit of a different order.
Trade last for the culture.
No,
Oh, no, they're
they just
holding it.
saved it. Looked like they moused on it there, but
I wonder what they're
not
saving the
quite.
shard
And
for.
I think they're probably wondering too. It probably is just a nope. They're saving it
Yeah.
for next series.
Brown just decides it's better to get out. We're not winning this game. It's just constant removal turn after turn, and that is fair. So there you go. The 3-1 victory for the L Gang.
And just pretty well played. Good showing there from Lemur, Gimme Lamp, and Lowbrow.
I can see where the BG's at or the Sussy Union game's at, since they're not updating on Battle 5. See if they're only on like game 2 or 3 or something. So we can
Okay.
hop into one of those two,
sure.
since that's possibly our most games left. So
Sounds great.
One more score update too. We had another 5-game series. Team Norway getting a big win over all pretty mid ETs. So Team Norway now also with just 1 loss. We've got a close one between Nax Out and RIT Black
where the BG's
into
at?
Game 5.
Said they are a little bit at the beginning of game 3, so we can hop over there again if we want, or I can still see where. Oh boy, what was the other team I said? Sussy Union's at.
We haven't seen Sussy Union on stream yet. I guess we could check to see if
Yeah.
they're like, if they have some more games.
Let me see what game they are in.
Right.
Score update that just came through. RIT Black was able to get that Game 5 victory over Nax Out, so they get a 3-2 there.
They are in game 4.
All
Game
right.
4.
So, where do we want to go?
Let's just
I
jump
assume the
right in
series
for
is the
Sussy
most-
Union.
You want to go to Sussy Union still?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go see
Sounds
them.
good.
They haven't been on, so.
All right, let me get you the relevant information.
Good, and looks like we've got a Frost Death Knight going into
Dank's dad's already friends with people in the game.
well,
Easy.
I don't have all the information, so I'll take it. I have to guess what this warlock is cooking, but it looks like it is curse. It looks like it's curse imps on the other side for barely
Yes,
lethal.
the Warlock is Curse Imp.
Oh, okay, all right. You know, I'm irrelevant, I guess. Y'all just already have all this information, huh?
No, I just checked the Battlefy.
Huh?
I
Yeah.
need you, buds. Don't worry.
Ron doesn't know
I
what a
didn't have
computer
those
is.
usernames. Thank you.
All right, chat, bear with me for a little bit as I try to catch everything up.
All right, Dankist can narrate us through because I don't have the players added yet on what's going down in Game 4 here.
So in this radio play-by-play, the Warlock has gotten the curse count up to 2. Death Knight's at 14 health, but the Warlock's board is frozen to large imps, and the Death Knight has a undead monstrosity with rush from their construct quarter, as well as a frostworm. And
Chat at home can see
this
can see the game, just not Ron yet.
yeah. So
Oh, I can. I just can't see Skirt's hand.
yes, well, Skirt has 2 Marrow Manipulators, a Frostworm's Fury, Howling Blast, a 2 damage Abyssal Curse, and a Frost Strike. And now a 3 damage curse. So smart
Yeah, he's
use.
gonna die.
Well, 3-4-2. So it's not looking good.
Especially with the
And-
wave in hand for the follow-up turn.
Yes.
It does not appear to be a lethal for the Death Knight on this turn on the Warlock. Therefore,
Well,
is this the
appearances
decider,
do
or are
this-
we gonna head to Game 5?
I don't know. I'm still waiting for that answer.
Okay.
Clever, aren't
Well.
you?
Is there any out? Is there anything off this Frost Strike that could change things? I don't think there are any Frost cards with healing.
Yeah, they need like a school teacher or vizier.
They're just not there.
Getting a curse out of hand to not be dead yet. And, I mean, it's still winnable if their opponent doesn't have an additional curse, but as we can see, they do.
Yep.
That's the series.
You will never.
Well, it was great to jump in there for just a minute and catch barely lethal, clutching out the win.
Yep. So I guess we can head over. Yeah, most other games are in Game 4 or 5. We're finished. So I guess we head over to where the BGs are at. They're up 2-0.
Sounds good.
And that's Yachtster and oh man, what was Taco's pilot's name?
Well, I will tell you in a second. Once,
Shazard.
Right.
Do you need Yachtsters again? Dank's dad?
I am all set with Youngster.
Okay.
There is a benefit to casting regularly in THL.
Yes, there is. Until you have to.
The
unfriend
downside
people in
is
the middle
that-
of stream.
Yeah, I've had to unfriend some of our competitors already just to make room for others.
Yeah, I have been doing the same thing. I did a little bit of friends list purging this morning to get ready.
It happens.
Yes, and looks like now we're seeing the priest go up against some of Baron Rivendare's riders.
That's an interesting outcome. Shaman win condition. They found it. So definitely Was a huge win for Barely Lethal, by the way, to make it to 2 wins and go to 2-2. This is going to be kind of the same situation here for these two teams, where the BG's at and Taco, both teams at 1-2, really needing this victory.
So while I wait for the admin stuff to get done on my end with friends, Ron, why don't you tell me what Taco and Shazard have over there in this priest hand?
Yeah, so the Shaman here, gonna Blazing Transmutation this test, look for something good. It's not there. 610 is the best that they can do. And the only other card in hand is a 5 health Bloodlust
Yeah,
due to shenanigans.
yes, the all of the soul shenanigans, but does Priest have a way to clear this? Or is
Priest with a
Torghast-
pretty big pickup here with a Netherdrake off the top. Netherdrake plus Undying Disciple essentially blocks all of the damage from coming in. So out we see the Netherdrake clears up all but 3 minions, leaving behind a 4-1, a 3-1, and a 6-7. And 6 mana left, Disciple in hand. Why not? Slam it down.
Sounds like a plan.
And there it is.
I'm undead, not dead.
Debating on also potentially playing this Desperate Prayer with the last bit of their turn here. Not sure it matters either way.
I think better safe than sorry, but we'll see what Taco and Panada y Milanga elect to do. They're
Guess
gonna
what prayer it
make
is?
the play.
Oof.
Bit of a
Terrible
miss.
top deck for the Shaman here. With 1 turn left on the Cavern, this is the only turn that this would have been a bad draw in their 7-card deck. Just miserable outcome.
Yeah, I guess they'd rather have it be the top card than the bottom one, at least. So, yeah, more chip in there for where the BG's at.
This is looking very favorable for the Priest at the moment. Although there are apparently horsemen in the deck.
Yes, 3 of those 6 cards are the horsemen. So this priest needs to find something to maybe get rid of them.
I feel like as soon as a horseman gets drawn, it's going to get played. So you can't really ever prepare to play like the Plague Spreader and kill it to hit a horseman. It's just very awkward.
Maybe there's a shard of the Naru for the last one if the shaman doesn't have a way to get rid of it.
Very possible. Drew the Murazond off the top with their opponent playing no cards. They saw something not get played, and I guess, yeah, they're going for it. Kill Plague Spreader, see if it hits. Swing and a miss.
Yep,
But High
and they get
Cultist
it
just
back.
brings it right back anyway.
And the Disciple, oof. Might have to see the Bloodlust used defensively here.
Disciple getting a buff, draws another card. And now we'll probably see a Horseman.
Yep.
The
Playing all the cards in the hand seems like the move.
What's the name of that one? Blamo? Blamo?
Blamo, I think. I don't know. We unfortunately don't have a French roll for chat, but maybe Copa or Gimme Lamp could help us out a little bit when the stream catches up.
True.
So, yeah, well, whatever his name is, this horse rider, or their name, this horse rider is coming down.
Yeah, we can just call it
and-
Famine Rider. That works.
Yeah, the Famine Rider.
I believe it's Blamu.
Blamu.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Whirlpool doesn't really do much of anything. Murozond could get a pretty good outcome here.
Yeah,
I don't know if I
Bloodlust.
told you guys, but where the BGs at are up 2-0 right now.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, did it finally update on
They
the battle?
Yes, it is updated there.
I know the BGs at have been one of our worst reporting ones at the times. They'd just be like, no results, and all of a sudden the game's over like 3-2, and it's like, oh, okay.
All right, going with the
Right,
Call
Call
of
of
the
the
Grave
Grave.
first. Finds Amita.
That actually is probably not very good. What were those other options there?
I don't even remember what they were. Nothing really stood out, to be fair. It felt like this was always just a Murozond turn.
Oh yeah, definitely. And those are gonna probably go face.
Just ignore minion, all face. Spinley coming down too. Thought about it.
Command of Neptulon. Well, it does clean up some minions.
They can be not dead on this turn, which is good.
Yes,
You
and,
like
well,
not being dead.
well, the Famine Rider's lifesteal also will help with that.
There's not a whole lot else they can do, though. They're very far behind.
Yeah.
Aren't they dead? No matter what?
No, they can
I guess
There's
lifesteal,
it's
make some
healing. I guess
taunts.
it's just
Yeah, there's a
outside.
button in the way. They heal 6,
Oh,
they
yeah,
clear
button.
stuff.
Yeah. I thought
And
this was
taunts.
the deal button one. Like deal to the many minions. I can't read. I'm trying to click a million buttons. I blame Ron.
Always.
I'm coming.
Okay, taking some value hits.
Yeah, pretty heads up here, trying to minimize damage here, rather than just clear as much as possible.
Another essentially useless top deck for the priest.
Yeah.
Could just whirlpool and press button face.
Yeah, that seems probably not like what they want, because I guess we are playing with a little bit of a whole gap in our knowledge about whether one of those last two cards that were naturally in deck is Bloodlust, but
True.
it seems the way that the priest is playing that's not the case. And I did forget, of course, that Korthaz, the Death Rider, has Rush, so the priest does want to have a clear board into these. The Conquest Rider hopefully will come next for where the BG's at if you're in their shoes, and then the Death Rider can trade off, and oh, wow.
This is huge, finding the shard. Means that
Yes.
there really is no need anymore to ever develop. And shard
Yeah.
can just silence the rider when it comes down.
Absolutely, and the Wild Pot Cavern on the other side is going to just be such an issue. Shaman. Healing, they need that.
So it doesn't matter if all the death rattles go off, right? Just one.
Just one, just the last one. But they all do have to die.
Yes, so they just need to save the shard until they see 2 of them on the board. Or all of them are gone except for one that hasn't died yet.
Yes.
Shaman won't have any way of killing it themselves, though.
Well, the last one of them has Rush. That is the one little issue.
Right, but even then, you just need to not make something that has 6 power or more. Well, there's some power. But there's an alternate way to win, which is just, hit them in the face, which this board does.
Yes. The alternate win condition.
That looks like game over as well. Maybe a wave gets
Doomsayer watch. Doomsayer watch here. Two chances. 2 chances at Doomsayer. What do you say, Ron?
True. Wait, no, not 3.
Two that
you evolve
matter.
yours.
And those
a
are
brick.
not Doomsayer.
Unfortunate. And dead on board with hero power and all the damage going face.
Yeah, and just like that, 2-1. There's a match here, but the strongest counter to Shaman has just left the building. And we'll see if the Mage and the Warlock can take care of business.
Big Mage has a pretty decent shot at it. And Warlock, of course, can just turbo the combo and get the victory. So still some good outcomes available for Taco. Where the BG's at, they've gotten through with arguably their weaker decks, and their strongest deck is trying to get this W here. So I think they're still pretty happy in the position they're in, despite dropping that last game.
Absolutely. And, while that Mage matchup can be tricky, I think that the Phylactery Warlock should be relatively difficult, or the Phylactery Warlock should have a difficult time overcoming the Shaman's early pressure. So they at least, where the BG's at, can at least be happy about getting that matchup.
Absolutely.
And, interestingly, I don't know if you've seen this, but some Phylactery Warlock lists have started running Enchanter to try and have a better answer for big boards. So that tech is not present here for Taco, Empanada, and Malaga, but can be one that actually is powerful and can help the Warlock deal with 8 health minions ahead of schedule.
It's an interesting option.
Yeah.
I think primarily Warlock would be better off just trying to keep its more consistent cards, but it definitely helps in certain scenarios.
Yeah, it's particularly with Explosive Sheep and Grimoire of Sacrifice, you can really clean things up. So get the double Wild Paw start in a meta from a year ago, where the BG's at probably would have been a lot happier to see both of those in hand on the coin, but this time things are a little slower.
All right, and Warlock side, all that really matters, play the weapon on 5. They have it. Makes a huge difference. Slow hand for Shaman to start.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Out comes the Mistress on 1, hoping for an early draw. Not finding the Scourge supplies yet. All right, and outcoming Chisel, again, just really slow so far for the Shaman. They can finally coin a Cavern on turn 3 if they choose.
Yes, can make that decision, but for now it seems like they're just taking things a little slow. And sorry about that. I was just trying to shoot over a message to Shazard because I still am not, unfortunately, getting that friend acceptance. So Phylactery
Okay.
Warlock is a mystery to me.
Tell you the hand. It's an Explosive Sheep, a Naval Mine, Fiendish Circle, Shallow Grave, Touch of the Nathrezim, and most importantly, Rune Mithril Rod.
That's the card that really counts.
Tap picked up a Drain Soul, although I gotta say I'm surprised to not see Fiendish Circle. Get played right on turn 3 there to get the 4 1/1s on the board.
Yeah.
Shaman, on the other hand, they've still got this option for Cavern. Looks like they just need to play it. Currently, everything's just kind of playing into the Warlock's hands, though. Fiendish Circle being played or not too big of a difference. It's all about weapon.
Yeah, completely agreed. And just as soon as that rod comes down, it's a completely different game.
And they top decked another one. That's 2 Mithril Rods in hand. Not really necessary, but I suppose unnerf it completely once they use up the first one. Play it at 3. if they don't have a lethal by then. Still just tapping though.
Yep. Taking it nice and slow into the rod turn, trying to load up on resources. Seems like a reasonable enough plan, but the real key to this game though is just that where the BG's at has nothing going on with their hand at all.
Yeah. And
Maybe they
you
can pick up
can't
a
even
Neptulon or
you can't even play cavern into cavern here. It's just awful on the side of the shaman. We've been seeing this a surprising amount where shaman just draws pretty clunky for a while in the early game.
well, that helps.
Schooling pickup at least gives them something to do. And this is
Well,
going right
playing
into
off.
the rod
Well,
turn.
that's perfect. It's right when you want to do this.
Yeah.
Because now, if the Warlock wants to develop that rod, they lose to Bloodlust.
It's
So,
decision time. Do they have it or not? The weapon swing being held back is maybe a little bit of an indicator that they don't have it.
well, I think it's more of a smart hedge because this is ample damage with a Bloodlust. It's not even close, and holding back the weapon gives the out of Volgening and a big minion. So, I think
So,
it seemed.
yeah, big board did its job. Forced the sheep clear out early, just to make sure that
Yep.
they didn't die to Bloodlust. And anytime you can stall the weapon from getting played is definitely a good thing if you're the shaman here.
Yeah, and a very clunky turn. What do we think about just playing this Vol'jin here? Just raw Vol'jin right into this.
I don't like it. I mean, you figure they're probably gonna want to play Rod here, though. So if you were gonna plan on Vol'jin, maybe it's also get the null down, just punch face and flip Vol'jin with a totem that you summoned.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, part of me liked liked Vol'jin weapon swing that turn. Get 3 minions in play, have as much power as you can, and then you have a huge convincing disguise the next turn if they commit the rod.
There is little time.
So I think we're gonna see the disguise here to try to make a board that's too threatening for rod.
Well, it's interesting.
That doesn't look like it. But who knows? Can you leave up Bran?
I think you can. I don't think you really worry too much about Shaman's Battlecry minions.
Double Vol'jin
Yeah,
incoming.
or this watch post that cannot attack. That's
Yeah.
also.
And just, does basically nothing because you hardly care to play minions as a warlock. It's a pretty bad outcome for the shaman again.
Yeah, I think I might have liked to have seen the next one, even if that puts you in an awkward spot with your Knoll. But Blazing
Very
Transmutation.
safe, very safe rod turn here, and now it's just looking for this null high roll. Here we go.
All right, and that is a Deathwing probably here over the Stoneborn General into this version of Phylactery.
Probably 12-12 is the best. It's tempting to still take the 8-8 just because it comes back, but the power is just, it's too much. They
12 is
struggle with
bigger than
it.
8.
12 is bigger than 8.
Yeah, we are just doing some more counting here.
Heck, I love counting, man.
That's right.
Numbers are the best.
What to do?
Says the man that literally plays a hero power button that only does 2 damage. The enemy.
Hey, sometimes I do a one that does 1 damage,
Oh,
and
that's
it
true.
costs 1 less.
It's true. Hunters.
Yep, Deathwing it is. Just take the power.
All right.
And it's pop-off time for the Warlock.
Yep.
Although it is awkward.
Yeah, it's 3 ticks and 9 cards in hand. It's a bit difficult to spend all the mana and have something happen this turn, but next turn is probably lethal. if I had to guess.
Cleared out enough room for Scourge supplies. That gets the discount rolling without having to
Yeah.
burn a card.
And I don't know what these options are, but you know, I imagine it's not going to be too hard a choice here.
They're getting offered Wicked Shipment, that's upgraded to 4 1/1s, Dreadlich Tamsin, and an Impending Catastrophe. They're already holding an Impending Catastrophe as well.
So
But they tossed
Catastrophe or
Tamsin.
Tamsin, and
Tossed the
yeah,
hero card.
I like that choice. It's never getting played this game, especially with Impending Catastrophe in hand. And maybe here we see another discount. No,
Scourge
that's up.
Supplies number 2 getting played. One of these is Phylactery, so you're not going to discard that. And out goes the Summon 2 Wicked Shipment.
Is this? Wait, just the straight up Thaddeus. That's cool.
Yeah, Thaddeus is pretty powerful. Probably
So-
want to slam down the 11/11. Just flip your 3/4 that does nothing. Or
Can you
wait,
though?
actually, you have to
Can
flip Brand,
you?
don't you? It would flip back, right?
Yeah, you do have to flip
What-
Brand.
Yeah, you got to flip Brand.
Yeah. Or evolve and then
We
flip.
might.
Unless you want to evolve
Yeah.
Brand, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we might see this convincing disguise here.
Actually, really
And who
funny.
knows? Maybe there's a battle cry that could make this matter. Because I like flipping Bran, convincing disguise. This is. It just seems like you really want to put the stats in play, but I guess it doesn't matter, right?
I mean, it probably doesn't. They're either winning the game next turn or you are. But even then, I don't really like this play compared to the option. I think you just flip Bran and take an evolve.
Agreed. So it looks
but
like
there
this
we
is a
go.
lethal.
They haven't had the mind die yet.
Whoa,
Surprised to see
Rod.
get played. I thought perhaps it was just a lethal. Right, if they full flooded the board.
Well, it's flooded, and they're gonna
Well,
get
they
another
don't- they
discount.
don't
I mean, I guess
win
it
a
doesn't
Masquerade
matter,
yet.
right?
That's
They have
where most of
they have a
the
billion
dismissal.
mana. Yeah, they're still gonna lethal.
Yeah. I mean, I can't see the cards. I thought that they had everything already, but you know they're doing it
Well, they're
this
not
way.
holding a sheep, which makes it a little bit tougher. But there's still lines that you can get there
Oh yeah.
without having a sheep.
They don't have
Okay.
lethal.
They've got
No.
they've got a 0 mana catastrophe, so they can keep drawing and find it. They found a sheep.
Is that enough?
Yeah, they've got a 1 mana phylactery.
It is.
Sheep phylactery kill. Easy. Just got to do it fast enough, which I believe they will. Wait, did they pick sheep? What?
I
What?
think they ran out of time.
They picked sheep. They
Yep.
picked sheep. Oh my god. Oh
Well,
no.
I think where the BG's at has gotten there. I don't think there's really another
Yeah,
way
that's-
for
That's game.
this warlock to
Thank you,
even deal
Vegas
20
fans.
damage.
Oh wow,
You're welcome.
they roped it out and it costs them. It costs them big. That you hate to see it.
Mhm.
So where the BG's at? Bringing it home. All that's left is just, you know, making meaningless plays before a concede. Even if you clear the
Oh.
board, you can't ever win. You lose to fatigue.
Now, in a sense, Ron, all of our plays are meaningless. So
Thanks. Love that.
our stone only has the meaning we assign to it, and now Thaddeus won't even get cleared.
No, it will.
Oh,
with the
now it will.
Grave. They can make a board of 7 imps, which of course does not do enough. And I assume we see the concede now that Neptulon gets played.
Oh yeah. Question now though is, does the Warlock run Bloodlust? Is that a card we could see?
The one remaining card is a 9-mana Goldshire Knoll.
Well, maybe if where the BG's at is feeling charitable, we could see the Blazing Transmutation onto the Knoll, and it still wouldn't be enough, but it would be funny.
True.
Bone Lord.
Bone Lord. Take the Bone Lord. Oh. Could have given him a chance.
It still would not have even been remotely close, but
I know.
once again, it would have been funny. Come on. The stream is here.
So, that's quite the never say die attitude. Are we conceding yet, or we gonna rope?
Well, you
Gonna rope
never
this
know.
out? Okay, they're not
You could-
playing from disconnect out, and there it is.
Yep. And with that, as we completed round 4.
Yep.
Is that
Round
everybody?
4. Yeah, that
Wow.
was our last match. Yep.
Round 4 in the books. Where the BG's at stays alive, with a chance to make it to day 2, getting that 3-1 victory. Let's take a look at our top teams.
Yeah, well, standing alone at the top of the leaderboard is Hype Horizon at 4-0, as we called out earlier. And Ron, who are our 3-1 teams?
We have our 3-1s from 2nd place down to 7th place. At number 2, we have the Wash U Mishas. Number 3 is the L Gang. Number 4 is Team Norway. Number 5 is Lean Lovers. Number 6, Donkey Hot. And number 7 is Columbia Team.
All right.
And how about our 2-2s, Dankist? What do we got?
Well, still in contention, we have 3 Gnomes in a Trench Coat in 8th, RIT Black in 9th, AF2LG in 10th, Brown Alumni Esports in 11th, AF Get Wrecked at 12th, All Pretty Mid ETs at 13th, the $6 Crew at 14th, and Barely Lethal at 15th.
And technically, you can throw in at 16th is where the BG's at, just because the score has not updated
There
yet.
has not been updated, yes.
So they would be taking that number 16 spot since they beat number 16 Taco previously.
Yes. So these are our teams that are still in contention, could be our winners, or at least emerge on to day 2. And yeah, it's still just a lot of good Hearthstone to be played.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hopefully spectating next Lean Lovers or Donkey Hot. Hopefully, I don't believe we've had any of them on stream. I know we've had the top 4 on stream, but 5, 6, and 7 too. Actually, Columbia Team we also have not seen on stream yet.
Did you read my message and just repeat that, or were you actually thinking the same
No, I
thing?
actually was arriving at the idea at the same time that you typed it.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that we're on the same page. Oh,
Get wrecked, Tuna.
I need a new caster. Who's in chat right now? Kodomora, you want to come back? Please. Help me. Get rid of this man.
Understandable.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
So, this has been a long one. We've had a lot of really control-y type matchups too. Excited to see what round 5 brings. Where I think we will get at least a clear idea of some guaranteed advancers. Hype Horizon's already in, right, with the 4-0.
Yeah,
Even
they're
if they lose their
guaranteed.
next 2, their
They're
tiebreaker's too
guaranteed.
strong.
Yeah, even at 4-2, they're guaranteed. I believe.
Right.
Yeah, so they're good. They can literally just AFK and walk away and call it quits for the day, and they should day 2 no matter what.
Good for them.
If there's any 3-3 that would definitely make it in a 3-3 loss type situation, probably we Wash U, since they're number 2 right now and their only loss was to the undefeated team.
It all depends. I mean, if they're 3-3 at the end of it, it depends on who their other two losses were as well. Because, like, if they get paired down this round to a 2-2 and lose, like, their breakers...
That's true. There's still some randomness
Yeah,
in the
their
pairing.
breakers
Might
go
not
to
necessarily
garbage
play
quick.
a
Yeah.
3-1.
Yeah. So, yeah, right now, the only team that is for sure locked is Hyper Horizon. Everyone else is still battling it out. I do think there is a good chance that 3-3 makes it. But this round 5 will tell us everything.
Absolutely.
So we'll see. We'll see if Dranium Battle in chat can get his revenge on Ron. He was upset at you earlier for saying his team has no chance. So
I don't even remember saying that.
Ron on stream said my team had no chance to make day 2. But we literally won this round 3-0. This is part 1 of my 3-part miniseries on why Ron is wrong. So
I mean, I guess I probably said it, but I don't remember that at all.
You said a lot of things.
I have said a lot of things.
Yeah. A lot. Maybe one too many
A lot
things.
of numbers.
What's Geranium's team name?
I don't know. I'll have to look it up.
Well, according to Geranium, also the correct pronunciation
Rapping
is Blamau. For
Blamau.
that minion. Blamau. I'm sure, not a hint of irony there. I'm sure
Yeah.
that wasn't a joke.
Surely
We're
it's
doing
correct.
that now. It's Blamau. It's got to be. Lock it in. So,
Well,
we
Copa will
wait
save
for
us.
the-
Oh no, Copa wasn't paying attention. Rip.
Welcome to the conversation. 15-20 minutes too late, Rob.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, we know. I know you can't cast and literally look at any other screen at the same time.
No.
It's okay.
well,
Let alone cast
each
it up at the same time.
Dude,
Yeah.
I remember that. That was rough, Ron, when you used to do that. Oh my goodness.
Hey, I did that well, just like
Uh-huh.
at the start of the year.
Yeah, sure.
I have literal evidence. Okay, what? It doesn't matter.
Chad is about to see the rod turn. Or the
final...
sheep turn.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, we're caught up to...
Hurry up, someone put a prediction in and say, does Taco win this turn?
This is a rough one. I mean, they had everything there, and then they...
I think it was literally just a misclick because they panicked.
Yeah, they just clicked on sheep by mistake.
Yeah, because they had it.
It's a brutal outcome.
To be honest, though, that was a tough turn because they had to get rid of, like, cards out of their hand as they were, like, trying to combo at the same time, so that way they could draw and find the pieces. So,
yeah, like, and they were going to die.
Yeah, they had a lot of moving pieces. So,
but found the sheep, found the phylactery, and yep, there it is, right there. Rope just about to burn out, had to click really fast, and rip. But yeah, now they're caught up with the unfortunate situation. Worked out well. Well, unfortunate for Taco. Fortunate for where the BG's at. As we
gonna go crazy.
Line up our round 5.
Yeah.
Just waiting on Mako to click the button for round 5.
Heckin' love clicking buttons.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't know if you know this about
counting.
I mean, I try to get you to click
numbers.
Like a specific 9 buttons one time to get a bot in a certain stream channel, and it took a year and like 4 months to get it.
Well, you know, that was too many buttons at the same time.
No, it's like counting. It's button 1, button 2, button 3. I thought it was like both your mixes of your loves that you like to do.
You lost me.
And buttons. Of course I lost you.
So any predictions on what we have remaining then for our top teams? Who's going to make it through to day 2?
All right, Hyper Horizon.
Oh.
Good call.
Yeah, good guess. Good guess. For now, though, we
also
can take a look at some lineups, talk decks, talk cards. So look at our 3-1 teams. Maybe that ones we'll watch next.
Yeah, I haven't seen either Lean Lovers or Donkey Hot on stream, so let me take a look at Donkey Hot, see what their lineup looks like here.
Yeah, we have the Ping Mage, the Pheno Frost DK, the Miracle Rogue, and Evolve Shaman.
Yeah, it looks like a strong lineup. I think it's a good choice here. Again, we're seeing Shaman and DK in almost every lineup. We've seen a lot of the Pheno Frost DK get brought in this tournament. Definitely seems to be a really popular choice. Outside of that,
Yeah.
Ping Mage has been quite strong. We've seen him get banned a lot, and Miracle Rogue, of course, is a power outlier from the previous meta that still seems well positioned now.
Definitely, especially when you don't have to play every game against Evolve Shaman, it can do some good work. And looking at Lean Lovers, we've got Evolve Shaman from them, a Phylactery Warlock, the once again a seemingly slightly different version maybe of the Pheno Frost Death Knight, but same archetype, and Miracle Rogue. So it is almost a mirror. You have the
Yeah,
Phylactery Warlock versus the Ping Mage, but 3 other decks look almost card for card identical.
just
So it seems like that sort of strategy lines up well.
hitting a consensus. I believe Hype Horizons lineup is the exact same as Lean Lovers, where you've got the Shaman, the Pheno Frost DK, the Mindlock, and the Miracle Rogue. So just a slight deviation with Donkey Hot going with a Ping Mage over a Miracle or a Mindlock.
Mm.
And we also have not seen Columbia team on stream yet, but they're another one of our 3-1s. Just to take a quick look. This one's got a priest.
Yeah, we have the Blood Death Knight here. We have with the Rivendare War Rider. There's the Ping Mage here. Priest with Quest. And of course, last but not least, the Mindlock. So yeah, I guess it seems like the bully control lineups are what people seem to be liking. So you have the counter to the counter.
Yeah, worked out really well for them in that round 4 as well. They ran into -$6 crew who we last saw on stream, I believe, in round 1, where their warrior was getting bullied by another control lineup that had more inevitability than they did, and worked to the tune of a 3-0 for Columbia team over them as well. So that control lineup just getting beat by bully control.
Yeah. Ah. So with that, it seems like you are either going all in on the shaman plan or going all in on countering that and control at the same time. And those strategies are the ones that have prevailed today. But we'll see how the last rounds close out, and who knows? Maybe tomorrow will be a different story, and maybe there's a dark horse lineup that could be creeping in from one of those lower seeds.
True. We do still see some interesting other options. AF Get Wrecked, as an example, has a bit different of a lineup than what we've seen at the top tier so far, with an Imp Warlock and a aggressive Priest as well. So that could be quite interesting if they manage to make it through in these next couple rounds.
Admittedly, I'm pretty surprised we haven't seen more of the Imp Warlock with how well that deck's been performing on ladder.
Yeah, I guess there's only one Warlock, or you can only bring, that one deck per class, and if you're bringing Warlock, a lot of players are just opting for Mindlock, which definitely has quite a bit of power.
Yeah, it's a really good fit in the in the bully control sort of lineup, and yeah, even against shaman, still sometimes it can get that quest completion off quickly, or not quest completion, but rune mithril rod procs off quickly enough. It's a 5-minute quest. It's the same to me. I'll be honest.
So I see Geranium in chat asking me to announce his team, yet he still did not tell me what his team name
I mean,
is.
you have access to all that in round five's up. It's Rapping Rapids.
Wait, they're still in it? No way.
I mean, if they win out, they possibly could be the 3-3, but I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
maybe there's a chance.
You want to watch Donkey Hot versus Hype Horizon? Do you want to watch Lean Lovers versus Barely Lethal? Or Columbia Team versus the L Gang?
Well,
Hype
I have
versus... Go ahead.
I have McBanterface and Donkey added, so I have a very strong bias toward Hype Horizon.
Is it because you don't have to add anyone?
That is
Yes.
an easier one to do for our crew. Hype, though, doesn't necessarily have much to play for here since they're already in, so a loss to them won't really matter. Lean Lovers versus Barely Lethal. Barely Lethal
I'm down for that
has
one because we haven't had Barely Lethal on, right?
only just at the very
Briefly.
end
Yeah.
of the last
Barely.
round we
Yeah,
saw them get
let's do
through.
them then. Let's do Lean Lovers and
Okay.
Barely Lethal. I will.
Sure.
Yeah,
Let's
because we've
get
already
into it.
seen L Gang. This is, I think, this features the most teams that haven't already been on.
Yep.
Perfect.
So let me send
All right,
out some
so-
messages, and we'll try to get these guys in here as fast as possible. But that all depends on me and how slow I am at clicking buttons.
Yes, and who do we have as our pilots for these teams?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
I'll scroll up and find that.
It's Ratsu and Waluigi time.
Perfect. I can spectate Ratsu. I have Ratsu. I will just get Waluigi time and be good to go.
So let's take a look at these lineups here. We were already talking a little bit about some of the lineups, and we mentioned Lean Lovers has the Shaman, Warlock, Death Knight, Rogue, going with the Frost, Death Knight, and the Mind Lock. On Barely Lethal side, is this a full mirror?
No, we have Curse
mirror
Imps.
classes. But yeah, that's Curse Imp block. That's right. That was the deck that won briefly on stream that we saw. It's also a class mirror, but not deck mirrors in the fact that this Death Knight is a blood DK as well. Oh,
Yes, it is.
and the Rogue
the
isn't a
Shaman.
mirror either. The Rogue is a jackpot Rogue. Oh, we're in for some
Yeah.
excitement.
Well, no, and that's not even. Then that's not all. You forgot that the Shaman has some unconventional card choices. We've seen the return of Windchill, along with one Blazing Transmutation being dropped for a Cold Storage, which
Interesting.
is definitely not the norm, and also only one Bloodlust to make room for that Windchill. So the Shaman has some different cards. Blood Death Knight, pretty interesting. It's a Renathal variant that goes a little slower. Some lot of greed there to go longer. I like the look of that into some of these controlling lineups. And yeah, Jackpot Rogue. There's even a Sunwell in there. Oof. We'll see if the jackpots are rolling.
Yeah, this is quite the lineup here for Barely Lethal. I love seeing the fact that we have Shaman, Warlock, Death Knight, Rogue on either side, but completely different decks. The only thing
Yes.
that's similar, of course, is that Shaman is essentially the same, but even Shaman has some quirks in it for Barely Lethal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like those choices into this sort of matchup. Think that Cold Storage is not a card that seems to really offer all of that much outside of copying Null. So I'm a little bit unsure of what to expect from that, but I don't I'm a big fan of those other lists though, and I'm sure that if we see the phylactery Warlock ban from Barely Lethal, they might have a chance to pick up some Ws.
Absolutely. I also am quite concerned looking at the shaman list for its viability, given, you know, one less blazing transmutation. Of all the things to cut, that seems like maybe one of the last ones you'd want to cut for your big payoffs. But cold storage can do some crazy things. We might see some really nutty play come out of it.
Maybe. So once we get bans in, we'll see how this matchup starts going. But we do have bans. Wow, just like that. Spoken into truth. As
All right.
expected, Barely Lethal has banned the Lean Lovers Phylactery Warlock, and the Lean Lovers have banned the Shaman. So we don't get to find out how.
No cold storage outs
Yeah,
here. Not happening.
but hey, there's a chance we get to see some jackpots. So cool
It's
content.
true. Each one of these decks has its own very like interesting win condition. Curse Imp is probably by far the most straightforward thing that we're going to see here without any real discover effects. It's just all, um, you know, you know what they're doing. They're playing
Yep.
imps, then they're playing curses. Chip early, burn late.
Yep. And one thing with Blood Death Knight, and I can say from playing a lot of the archetype, is the way that the 40 card version would win often was just going face with Corrupted Ashbringer and having Mograine push things over the edge. But most of the players who have brought Death Knight for this tournament, I think all of them have opted not to run Corrupted Ashbringer. So it seems like that Mograine damage win con is going to be a lot slower in this meta. So not sure, yeah, if it's going to be a discover from Vizier or something else that will get them that quick close.
I forgot an I in Waluigi time, so if you copy and pasted what I sent, resend.
That
Oh.
explains why Waluigi Time sent me a friend request
Yeah.
rather than accepting
Yeah.
mine. Makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm all set up with them, so at least on our end, I think we're good to go.
Yep, I've got them added as well, so just waiting for the players to
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
challenge up
No,
and
no,
dive in.
they waiting on me. I'm
Nice.
trying to catch up.
One other thing I was thinking about when you mentioned Blood DK, since they didn't go with the weapon line, there is the Mograine win con. There's also, interestingly enough, this list runs a Bone Guard commander, which is
Yeah.
kind of an alternate way to try to win with a board flood, and there are multiple discovers. So board flood, Bone Guard commander, and maybe it's like a Scorbid finding a grave strength or something that winds up being the difference maker for this blood DK. But we're in for
Yeah.
a few shenanigans here with shaman on one side and discover decks aplenty on the other side with rogue DK, the Frost DK for lean lovers. The only thing that doesn't really discover, because even Miracle Rogue finds a lot of random stuff, it's just Warlock. Everything else could be random outcomes determining games.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that Warlock, there's not even a way for them to get a card that does something random. It's so unfortunate.
All right,
No deal
I
card,
believe players are
nothing.
in. Game is starting. We are all set.
All right, let's dive in. Round 5 kicks off now. Lean Lovers versus Barely Lethal. Waluigi time for Lean Lovers, Ratsu for Barely Lethal. And we've got a Miracle Rogue versus Blood DK to start.
Oh boy. So in this sort of matchup, I've tended to like the Blood DK's odds even before the patch, where Miracle Rogue was a bit gutted, but looks still like the hands just have what they need. Some corpse generation on the Death Knight side, the asphyxiate, and yeah, the rogue start looking good, but not really a clear way to pop off in the next turn or two.
Yeah, asphyxiate is definitely massive for the blood decay here, knowing that either Graveyard can summon a giant ghost in the near future or Edwin can get supercharged. They've got a built-in answer to one of those.
Yep, exactly. And I really like that use of the Heart Strike there. It's not mana efficient, but for barely lethal, it lets them sort of just get a little bit of the pressure relieved, makes it harder for Waluigi time to make clears for lean levers and, get that damage through that he needs to finish off the Death Knight. Early
Right, out
Vizier.
comes the Discover.
Oh, Frost Strike, please.
Frost. Got to be Frost Strike.
Yeah, Defrost is pretty good too, but Frost Strike can get you the cards you really want to stall a turn. And it's Death Strike. What do we know?
Goes health. Removal and health is also just fine.
Y'all think Waluigi time hovered over the Astalor, thinking it was still pre-nerf Astalor?
Oh, it's turn 4.
Yeah,
We did 2
right?
damage.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Why is it not yellow? All right. A
Right.
prep Bone
Edwin.
Spike Edwin turn. Oh, just prep Edwin.
Yep, smart. Then we can see the
Yeah, also works.
I kind of like maybe using the Dancer here as well, just to get as much pressure as they can ahead of the clear. Like Bone Strike, Dancer, Coin Gun, Fission might be pretty good, but just see the slow play.
Yeah, not much else to do anymore for the Rogue on this turn. A little bit of an underwhelming outcome.
Yeah.
I think I would like to see the Dancer as well with the Bone
Yeah,
Spike.
and that Edwin's just going to die cleanly to this Death Strike as well, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, turns out to be
Sylvanas,
quite a nice pick. 4 mana,
Yeah.
6/6 Edwin. Go ahead, get rid of that.
Yep, very clean. And then Sylvanas will be there for later. Blood Boil for next turn. It's just looking great here. And I kind of would like seeing the minions bump in there just to make it harder for Rogue to pop off and make this Blood Boil really do what you want it to. But Ratu sends it face.
All right, out comes Potion Belt, finds more card draw, and
Yep.
Bricks on the second.
Slimy Concoction honestly isn't too bad.
It's the
Something.
best of the options.
And who knows, sometimes you just luck into a good 3-drop that makes the game really hard for the opponent.
Yeah, just taking the card draw now.
That's
I mean,
it's pretty good.
pieces of a pop-up turn there. Just really need a Shadow Step. On the Blood Decay side, Hematurge, pretty good pickup.
Yep. And Frost Queen Syndragosa is just excellent now that the stealth is gone.
Great card.
And heads up play from Barely Lethal to elect to hold on to their removal, chip down this Flag Runner, and yeah, we'll see if lean levers are ready to go.
Still a piece or two off of having a really impressive Draka. Lead Bone Spike to activate a combo. Oh, the Dancer's coming out now, though.
Yeah.
Thought we might be holding
Need the
onto
next-
that for a Shadow Step.
Maybe.
Can still find it with Ghostly. Double
You could
coin
just see a Draka come
playable.
down here. And along with the with the scribe.
Mm-hmm.
Time's ticking.
Oh. Wait, was the scribe at? I guess stenographer was at.
He
one,
needed to
right?
play the Draka. Yeah, it was.
That's a
This
bit
is the right
unfortunate
order.
for the outcome.
Yeah, it would have been a little bit of a bigger weapon, but you know, having been in the Death Knight player's shoes in this position, this is not where you want to be.
That's a really rough board. They only have
Yeah.
5 corpses, but they will get a coin out of Dancer if they go off with a corpse explosion. It clears up everything except for the 8/8.
Yeah. I think the corpse explosion and well, they have a coin in hand already, so they can clear the whole board here.
Yeah, double coin asphyxiate.
Yeah.
Because Blood Boil isn't horrible.
It's a little too slow, unfortunately, but this is pretty great for the Death Knight here to get rid of that and slow this game back down.
Blood Boil was maybe playable without a weapon up, but because the weapon was up there, it's taking too much
Exactly.
damage. I like that they went for the corpse explosion as well, and Rogue is going to struggle at this point now.
Yeah, well,
They did find exactly what they needed, though.
interesting though to go for that over the damage at this stage of the game.
You assume that your blood decays are going to be able to heal up even more, though, and with hardly any cards in hand, it's rough to just
Well,
take not quite enough.
Well, I mean,
They
if you
could have
look
got
at
there,
the
though. I mean, it's
Astalor,
reasonable,
right?
yeah.
That's Astalor's 2 mana plus 8 mana is 16 damage. The weapon's 12, 28, and my opponent's at 18. I think I might roll the dice and say the extra 6 are enough to get there. So, you know, in a difficult position, that might be a play, but still is a game.
Yep, definitely reasonable. As we can see from the hand, the damage pick probably gets there.
Yeah.
Not enough corpses since they were all used to activate a vampiric blood, so it can only be a +5 at the moment.
Yep. And the 5/5 is just inconvenient enough here. But, you know, rogue players are never punished, and this concoctor will always, always, always produce the bubbling potion.
Of course.
There's Shadow Step. We're
Yeah.
close. One away. This is Shadow Step. That's lethal. Yep, there it is.
Found it. Rogue players never punished.
I know all the steps.
And Miracle Rogue finds a way. Game 1 in the books. Waluigi time and the Lean Lovers go up in the series with Death Knight and Shaman left to play.
All right. So it's just a question now of what will we see next? I think still choosing randomly is the way to go in these situations, but I feel like barely lethal shoes, they might want to well, I think they have the deck they want probably if they're looking for their best odds to get a win. So
Yeah, they probably just go straight back to the Blood DK here for the next game. And for Lean Lovers, maybe trying to avoid the Blood DK as long as possible on Shaman. Just bring out their own Death Knight,
yeah,
which
well,
also isn't a great matchup for a Frost DK, but there are ways we've seen it before. You chip in the damage and then get a little bit of over the top burn right before the blood can really stabilize.
yeah, and I can say too that you know, like with this version without the burn, it's so hard to actually have to win on board against Blood Death Knight. So
True.
yeah, it seems like that matchup probably is a little even more unfavored now than it was in the past with the burn package.
The Frost Strikes are always burn. It's fine.
Always. It's just another Frostworm's Fury. They run 4.
It's always Lady Death Whisper, and you copy a bunch of Rostrum's Furies.
Yeah.
Burn for days.
Well, this logic holds up. We're gonna see the Death Knight mirror.
I predicted that. I had it up on the
Death
screen
Knight
as
fight.
the DK fight for the transition already. I'm so good at
Perfect.
this.
Solid.
I'm better than Ron ever thinks he can
Yeah.
be.
I literally called the same thing.
Nah.
And
Like,
both
never.
players, though.
You don't
Seconds
have proof.
before.
You don't have proof.
All right,
Show me
so
the proof, Ron.
Waluigi time,
that's
starting
what I
off
thought.
really nice. Body bagger at a location.
Oh, no. I really am a fan of the coin watch post here. Like this play here from Barely Lethal.
It's so annoying to deal with.
Yep. Oh, you hate to see it.
Brutal top deck, the perfect answer for the watch post that can't be played.
Yeah. Now, I really like actually playing this Hematurge here. Even for no discover, it definitely is right to get that tempo on the board, but well, be patient. And we'll opt to go for the Construct Quarter.
And down goes the watch post.
Heart Strike. Oof. Good top deck.
Really excellent draw. Gets to play the Hematurge as well.
My blood for the
Ordering doesn't
And-
really matter.
Death Strike, excellent card. Bone Guard Commander, not really it, but better than a 68, and there it is, Death Strike. Isn't it wild that in 2022 we got 1 mana deal 3 to a minion with upside? Game has changed.
Crazy.
What are you talking about? Lightning Bolt was always an upside. It goes face.
True.
It overloads.
Yeah,
That's
but it
an
goes
upside.
face. That's an upside.
No, the overload's an upside.
Oh, the overload's an upside?
Entity is gone.
It has been in the past, at least.
We do
Man, if you play Wild,
Sorry,
I mean,
I'm-
Soulfire is insane.
It's
Man.
really funny how much work the watch post has put in, because that's multiple 3 health minions that a Horn of Winter into a Frost Strike could have dealt with, but can't because it's 3 mana.
Right. See those bump in there. And the Hematurge finds yet another Death Strike, so
It's also really good
Re-
at finding Cross Queen Syndergosa.
Look
Yep.
at him go.
I don't know.
He's all grown up. I'm so
But
proud of
I
you,
think you
Ron.
just take the Death Strike again here. You're worried
Yeah.
about health in this matchup.
absolutely. And, removing a minion while healing for 6 is just so hard to overcome for a board-based deck.
For
It's
those who,
backbreaking. The fact
don't
that it
get the
deals with
joke-
locations.
Yeah, that too. For those who don't get the joke, Ron had to Google how to say Frost Queen Syndergosa earlier.
I like how you make a lie and turn it into a reality by the end of
I
the
have
stream.
proof that it seemed like you were Googling how to read it, and then you said, and I quote, yeah, I did Google that. So, I have proof that you Googled it. You don't have proof.
We all
against it.
struggle with the word queen from time to time. It's okay.
Yeah, that's the one he tripped up on.
Frost was the one that got me, actually, but I mean, that's fine.
Pesky QU.
So,
Right.
interesting pick, taking a Bone Guard commander. I mean, I suppose it does block the eventual board from getting you. I still think I'd like to have seen a Death Strike instead.
I agree. And Glacial Advance, that's the one.
Yep, burn. Oh, real quick with our numbers though, which one does the most? Glacial? Okay, good. We took Glacial.
Yep.
One more time, Horn of Winter into Frost Strike. Nope, can't do it. Cost 3. Feels bad.
Well, Horn of Winter into Foul Egg and Glacial Advance seems pretty okay.
time is
True.
against me.
Because getting the 4/5 and the 3/3 off this Foul Egg is so good. And interestingly, choosing to save the health on the Yeti, it looks like. Or, well, save the foul egg?
Then why'd we save the egg?
Well, we'll
Expecting a
see.
board clear. I mean, effectively, I guess it's 5. And
Yeah, it does play around the blood boil
Boil.
best, so
It also plays around corpse explosion the best too.
worked out.
yeah. But well, this next blood boil is gonna really sting.
All right, fridge comes down. Double frostworm draw.
We could see the Death Strike Obliterate here as another option, and that's what we will see. Or just the Hero Power. That's also pretty good.
I like hero power just a tad better here.
Yeah, I'm a big Obliterate fan in that spot, but you know, what do I know?
Debatable. I mean, either way is
Yeah.
fine. I'll defer to your blood DK experience though.
Yeah, I think with the location up though, it's probably right to Hero Power and just not leave anything.
Will the vision
But
not guide
Considering they
the
could push forward, then kill their own guy and get something back,
yeah,
neutralize your blood boil.
yep, pretty much. But now the threats are coming in.
All right, more locations with frostworms to follow. Another big board for the blood DK to have to clear.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good answer. Astalor and Blood Boil is just a great way to spend the turn.
Yeah, corpse explosion would have been perfect since they had exactly enough corpses. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have it right up until, hey, Astalor works out nicely to just deal with
Yeah.
board a little bit better.
Yep. Heal 6, deal with the 5/3, and those 4/3s are on the clock to gain even more life for barely lethal.
Not sure there's another play to really go for here, but they were debating for a moment. Ultimately decide on the Astalor Blood Boil clear. These 4/3s get to push a little bit, but then of course heal some right back.
Looks like we'll probably see the first of these Frostworm's Fury come down. And it's a question now of whether we see the Soul Stealer or the Bone Guard Commander. Because the Bone Guard Commander is a pretty spicy option.
I really like Bone Guard here. I mean, you picked it for a reason, so throw it down on the board. They pretty much can't get through all of these taunts.
Yeah.
And that way you just enable a tiny bit more healing from these undead monstrosities. Also, with hardly anything to do, there's a good chance another Frostworm's Fury might come down, and then there's the option to Soul Stealer. Well, they are board locked, so
Yeah.
can't do it yet.
Well, even if you left the board lock, though, that just gains the Death Knight 4 health right back.
But they're all taunted up anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. It's looking like things are working out in the Blood Death Knight's favor this time. And I just can't imagine trying to win a game of Hearthstone using minions to reduce my opponent's life total to 0. That just seems like a hard sell in like where in the state the game's in right now.
time is against me.
All right, chipping away at the board a little bit, and then we see the Frostworms. And
Yep.
while Luigi Time's going to get the bad news that there is a Soul Stealer in hand.
Ooh.
Play the top deck one, tilt factor. Makes the polite choice.
Yeah. And
Had it the whole time.
well, we could see the Frost Strike actually get something. It's finally time.
Been in hand since turn 3. Turn 2.
Yep.
All right, exciting times. Frost Strike finds.
Marrow Manipulator. I guess that's the one you want.
Pyroblast. Which is not even close to good enough.
Bran Astalor Obliterate. I don't like this, but it doesn't really matter at this point.
Picked up a Discover card. Maybe one of the
Yeah.
few, if only, ways to still try to hang in this game.
And I mean, I feel like this turn the Marrow Manipulator really needs to come down, but
My certainty is gone.
hero power along with it seems right, but you never know. And School Teacher gets Frost Strike, Chaining.
Frost Strike into more Miracle Finds.
And there's Marrow Manipulator. Face is not the place.
Marrow left
And-
zero doubt that it was gunning for that Astalor.
And it's Soul Stealing time.
Yeah, the other one really ends it. I mean, I guess Corpse Explosion does too.
I think Waluigi Time should have played the manipulator on the far right, so that way it would have pointed at the Astalor as it hit it 3 times in a row.
Perfect.
That's just smart
Yeah,
positioning. You're right.
Smart. Then it wouldn't have died to this corpse explosion, you know? It becomes indestructible if it kills the unit it's pointing at.
Well, it's not over yet. We have a chance to see some Frost Strike. Could be another Marrow Manipulator. Make it very close. Too close for comfort. No Marrow Manipulator, but
This is this
Defrost
time.
is...
Defrost could find a Marrow.
Yep. No.
We
Another
go
Frost
again.
Strike.
Frost Strike our 1-1.
Okay.
Go again.
Actually, yeah. You can play the sidekick on your hero power too for extra damage. Bonebreaker needs to be played here since it's 4 damage over 2 turns only if you play it now. Alright, gonna hold back on the sidekick. I don't know why we held back on the Frost Strike. I think we needed to play that on our own
Perhaps.
because it was dying anyway.
But it's Astalor time. Somehow the Nageling did not survive. And Lethal is set up the other way.
There's an exact lucky lethal with button, face, swing face, frost strike, your own minion, and discover marrow, and it all goes face.
Yeah, that's true.
Outs.
I don't
Sounds like
I don't
Play
think
to the
that
out.
doesn't...
I don't see another
it never
way.
goes wrong. Ever.
Yeah, I mean, you always have to start this way. So let's see what it is. Could just be
The marrow?
Might have
Okay,
Menethil
let's
is an answer.
please. Which buys a tiny bit of time.
No time, but let's not talk about that.
Well, if you play sidekick, it does, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't die to the other Astalor by and
No.
button.
And now
I
I,
mean, you might
don't
if it
think.
misses.
Now I just don't know if there's even a real path to victory for Waluigi Time anymore. Because what card off the top could win the game? School Teacher?
Marrow.
Okay, well, Marrow if it's lucky. I guess, yeah, it's just an RNG finish. There's nothing else that matters. In theory, there's Death Knight lethal here, right? Sometimes.
Maybe Vizier. Vizier
No,
could.
no. Yeah. Yeah, so there are outs. I think
And there's no more
Fury and
healing
Body
hand.
Bagger. Yeah, Fury and Body Bagger is the way to go, it looks like, and Well, we'll see.
I think Fury's got to be the better play too, because you don't kill the sidekick to activate a Vizier.
Well, that doesn't. It's already active, or well, it's. Yeah, I think you're totally right there. That's bad. And there's Vizier. I don't
Yeah.
think activating it ever matters, actually, just because of the
Probably not.
cost. But
It could have made a difference. Like it could have been multiple burn cards that won. That's crazy that they top decked it because they were
Well-
4 off.
well, is there any burn card where the discount matters? That's the question. Like, because I don't think so. Because Frostworm's
probably
Fury
not.
is 7 and enough.
Yeah. Yeah, probably
So,
not.
yeah,
That's
I
fair.
guess. But I think it was, in a vacuum, the better play.
That was
to-
exciting how close it got though. It
Absolutely.
went right down to the wire, down to the final top deck and discover. And there were many options that still won that game for Lean Lovers, but Barely Lethal gets the victory, and we are all evened up at 1 game apiece.
That's right.
Now, the Blood Decay is through. What are we going to see? Random?
I'm
Jackpot
thinking
row?
I'm thinking it's gonna be the Rogue. We're gonna see some jackpots. And this list is super interesting, though. Very non-traditional for a 30-card jackpot.
No randomness this time around. It is all straightforward. You know what you get with Curse Imp Block. And on the other side for Lean Lovers, they're going with the Shaman.
Yep. Well,
Starting on coin,
Flame-
Knoll in hand. 1 piece out of 3.
Flame Imp on 1.
Strong start for the Warlock.
No
And the
schooling.
Bricks. No schooling.
We'll see if Barely Lethal can pull out a location via library. No, drag below.
Swing and a
But-
miss for Barely
Yeah.
Lethal.
This cursed game plan's assembling, though.
True, the Bran Zakul in hand could be massive. Might be a plan for a turn 8. There's still a Fiendish Circle to try to chip in more damage too on this next turn.
Yep, and I think we'll probably see that if I had to guess. And there we
Knoll is
go.
cheap enough though. All Waluigi time needs to do is top deck an evolve card. No dice.
Nope. So might see the coin cavern here, possible option. Could just see the carving chisel, clear off one of these imps. But very hard spot for Waluigi time. And Farsight. Oof. And there's the presence. Okay, it's
wow.
a game again.
Yeah, we want to coin that out, right?
I don't know. That's a hard one.
Just a dangerous board to be facing off against.
Yeah. And,
Hold
well,
back on that coin though.
yeah. Fortunately for the lean lovers, just not much going on for the warlock. Get the
Yeah,
hero
completely
power
whiffed on the
passes.
other aggressive cards. No location or anything.
Yeah, but that early chip might just be enough.
It's a beautiful
So-
outcome for
Yeah.
Shaman here
Presence,
though.
1 mana null, evolve, or maybe the coin chisel evolve could be it. But we'll see what this happens. This is first, and it's a Stoneborn General, and just like that.
Huge. Yeah, and love the coin chisel here to set up for the Vol'jin play too. Warlock's getting blown out all of a sudden. Complete with the emote.
Yeah, but by no means over. Mischievous Imp and Touch of the Nazarim's an option. There is a Bran Darkvein play later. Could see the Zakul just come down. Looks like might be trying to set up Darkvein as quickly as possible. Maybe Play around a Bloodlust.
If that were the case, then probably wanted to lead with the trade and the touch and play the other touch and then the drag below.
Maybe. But we see this instead holds on to that touch for something else, and we will
Looks
feed
like a
them.
Vulcan to me.
Yeah, Vol'jin's pretty good. I also feel like just going command can be solid as well, but why not put a Neptulon into play?
Yeah, I mean, either outcome, Neptulon or Glug, was pretty insanely good.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any way back now.
Yeah, Warlock had a great opener, but completely bricked, finding more curse and removal cards than any aggressive board cards, and it cost him.
Yeah. Maybe remove one of those hands. No, they're done. And it
No
all
real
comes
shot.
down now to this Pheno Death Knight. Lean Lovers.
That's right. So 2 wins for Lean Lovers. The Frost DK needing to get the final victory to put them through with another win into round 6. Barely Lethal still hanging on. Curse Imp has an okay chance against a deck that wants to play a lot of minions. And then Jackpot Rogue, I mean, you know, it just high rolls like crazy. It can beat anything.
Yeah.
So not over yet by any means.
And away we go. Aim 4. And
Back
it's going
on
to
the
be the
Warlock.
imps.
All right, barely lethal are believers in this Curse Imp Warlock. Another hand you don't want, though, if you're Warlock. On the DK side,
Neither hand's very good,
not great.
honestly. Just
Where location?
okay, the Death Knight hand is suddenly very good.
Yes, it is. The Warlock hand also got better. And Grimoire's pretty huge.
Yeah, that's going to really turn things around at some point.
For now, looks like we'll probably do a little bit of curve gaming. Harbinger, clear up a minion.
Yeah, and what's so brutal too is that this Vizier is going to get the discount right away, which is just so impactful.
Absolutely. The 2-4 stats, pretty relevant in this kind of matchup as well, just to try to fight for board more. We see the coin Fiendish, makes a lot of sense. One of these at least is likely to survive for a Grimoire. And will line up very nicely into a Imp on 4, being full infused.
Oh. Ironically here with how this early game is played out, the Conquest Quarter actually isn't really as strong as it could be in this kind of matchup. It usually seems like that would just be the dominant card to slam on 3, but
Yeah, no, this is definitely a Vizier being better type of turn.
yeah. A little bit of a miss though. None of these cards are really what the Lean Lovers are looking for. But Unholy Frenzy will draw a card, make a 2/2. It's something.
It's not too bad. Clear up another Imp, which, you know, you're definitely always have in the forefront of your mind when you're up against a deck like this, knowing how many payoffs there are for multiple Imps on the board. Could even Horn Froststrike if they really wanted to. Or Hero Power.
Yeah, that Horn's going to be huge next turn for letting Lean Lovers really pop off and take control of the board.
Also was
that's-
anticipating Grimoire to be good, and we've kind of adjusted in this game to where Grimoire's terrible.
Yeah. Maybe it gets better, but for now, just kind of a slow turn going the other way. We'll see probably the Horn to Hero Power, make a Rusher, and rest things back.
Yep, makes sense. Now 3/3/3s don't look quite as strong as they did moments ago.
Yeah, those Frost Strikes are going to make them look a little silly.
Brutal for
Horn of Winter again.
barely lethal here.
Incredible.
Wow.
So you can see the other Frost Strike, play both horns, play the school teacher, just absurd.
Game winning.
Yeah. Another horn, why not?
All
Other
right,
choice
barely
is
lethal
probably
getting bullied out of this game here.
Other choices probably are a little better, but wow, just incredible pressure.
Horn would be funnier. All right, school teacher finds. Of course, it's gonna offer Horn again.
Honestly, it's probably a good pick, but we'll see the Asphyxiate, responsible choice.
Seems perfectly fine.
And just nothing going here.
Ouch.
Tap Bran? Just Bran?
Brand Grimoire kills a 4/2 and a 1/1. It's awful. Yeah, so Brand just to try to soak up some damage, which won't soak up any damage because of Construct Quarter.
Yeah, and well, the Marrow Manipulator is yellow.
That's just lethal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's
This
exact.
gives the exact one remaining corpse that they needed for lethal by killing the Nagaling.
Yep,
Take
and
Rush
removing
Hit,
the Bran.
all
Yeah.
face, Pyroblast wins. Nicely done by Lean Lovers and Waluigi Time, and that's a 3-1 victory.
Hey, they can play standard too. Look at that.
I think, I mean, that was just like Curse Imp Warlock getting exposed. It was too straightforward, and when it draws Clunky, it's just stranded without really anything to do.
Yeah.
Well navigated, of course, by the Lean Lovers.
Absolutely. And you know, we've been seeing more of just the standard imp list on ladder with the with that new Murloc imp summoning card that can give your demons and Murlocs the death rattle to summon more of them. And that's helped that deck a lot, but tough showing for the curse list. And yeah, looking at that, I think that's our second result here of round 5.
First, the other ones are drop wins, so they weren't really games.
Oh, fair enough.
Let me see.
We've got an interesting matchup. Oh, go ahead.
I'm thinking about going to AFG Get Wrecked versus all pretty mid ETS because they're both 2-2, and I think they're still early in their series. So
Okay, that
those
sounds
are,
good.
Those are two, and we haven't seen either one yet. And those are two like very still live teams. I've sent out some messages to see if they're truly on game 2 or whatnot, and we'll probably get rolling here shortly.
Let's check on the pilots of that game here. Well, we look at the lineups too. At least what's been reported so far, it's 1-0. AF Get Wrecked has the lead. their lineup being an unholy DK, Shaman that was banned, Evolve Shaman. They have actually brought the list you were just talking about, Dankest. We were talking about Warlock and Imps. Here's an Imp block that runs the No Fins Impossible, and they also have the Aggro
We're
Priest.
going to head that way. They are on
Sweet.
game 3 now. Game 2 just ended. It is 1-1.
You'd love to see a close series.
Absolutely. So yeah, for all the people at home, AFG Get Wrecked will be on the bottom, and then when nobody accepts my friend request, all pretty mid ETS will be or ETs will be on the top.
Yeah, maybe ET is happening. This could be the time when it finally catches on.
Oh, rough top deck for AF Get Wrecked here. They're one off lethal. That Rafam's not infused. They got to go digging for some buff. That's a little bit more draw. They're almost there. Can they find 1 damage? It's got to be a location, right? There's way too much power on the other side for the rogue. They're debating on what to do, but there's got to be no play but impending catastrophe. Draw the 1 card, try to find damage, and it is unplayable. So that's going to be game 3 in the books then, giving all pretty mid ETs a 2-1 lead.
All right, so hopefully I can get in on this action before game 4 starts.
I mean, I like the
Looking forward
spot
to-
to get the coin and get Tamsin down too, but you know, you go up to 13. There's 2 8 power minions on board. So if you're not in spectating yet, this game should be about to end.
Do we know which deck we have remaining for all pretty mid ETs to bring in for their next game?
I do not know.
No, I do not know at the moment.
Guess we'll just all be surprised.
When I logged in and saw like the Dragon Rider was like mid-turn, I was like, okay, I stopped messaging. I refuse to be that person.
All right, so back to the lineups. We went over AF Get Rex lineup, which has 1 win. They started with a 1-0, but they've dropped 2 in a row. All pretty mid ETs. We saw that their Miracle Rogue has just gotten through. Their Frost DK was banned, which means they're either going to be on Mindlock or Evolve Shaman in this next game.
Words from Dragon Rider. They got a concoction, then got planted evidence, then they got jackpot to blood boil them to put AFG Get Wrecked out of the game.
Wow.
We just barely missed that on stream.
Yeah.
That would have been a sight. That is a brutal loss for AF Get Wrecked. So, and also being just 1 health off of lethal too, with draws to find it, but couldn't quite get there. We'll see if they can recover in the mental game on this game 4 and try to turn things around. They've switched off decks. They're on their aggro priest. And this must mean that the Evolve Shaman has won for all pretty mid ETs in game 2, because Mindlock is our game 4. Anybody get a friend acceptance from nobody?
No,
No,
I'm
nobody.
still working
nobody
on
loves
Dragon
me.
Rider 2.
Get it, Ron. Get it, get it, Ron.
What?
What? I knew you were gonna say that. I know all.
All right, so at least for now, we might be stuck just spectating Dragon Rider's side.
And I am just Sitting here in the dark. How unfortunate.
I'll narrate it for you until
Have you
then.
not gotten either yet?
I have gotten neither. I've tried my best though. I sent Donna a Discord message too, so I'm hoping that I can get a chance here to see at least Dragon Rider's side, but
Maybe did I not post nobody's thing correctly? Thought I did.
So decision time on turn 1, Banshee or Void Touched Attendant are the options available to Dragon Rider and AF Get Wrecked.
Oh, Dragon Rider.
Undying Allies also in hand.
Don't miss your turn. Don't miss your turn looking at Dankin's dad's messages. Alright, we did it.
Decided they'd be better off to not play a minion on board here to start off.
Oh.
Not sure I like that. Void Touched is quite good on turn 1.
thankfully she was looking at my messages, so I'm gonna get a chance to see this game.
You almost cost them turn 1. What do you mean, thankfully? Oh, now nobody's roping us. We're getting roped by everybody.
The turn 1 full ropes. Oh, and here comes the play. Trade something into the deck. Trade the imps in the deck. There it is. Wicked Shipment gets traded. We don't know what the hand is, but we know that there is a summon 4 1/1 imps in their deck.
Yes. We might see both 1-drops come down here. A chance. I don't think Undying Allies is quite worth it yet.
Yeah, not sure what the game plan is here for AFG with Void Touched already not being played on turn 1 as an option to play. I don't know what the idea is to hold it back.
Yeah.
Still roping here. Okay.
Well,
We got an Undying on the Banshee and double ones.
yeah, and one thing that's fun about this play too is that it actually will make the tap a little bit more costly if nobody wants to go digging for ET.
True. Take 3 instead of 2. It all adds up. And I guess nobody's going to just remain our villain in this game without being able to see any cards at all.
Wow. Imagine talking to your teammates and thinking strategically with a long-term plan to make choices. No, no.
How dare they?
Wow, it's back.
Oh, it showed up immediately.
Tempo game
Huge.
plan. Tempo, tempo, tempo.
Devourer on the board too. That's surprising.
That's probably one of Warlock's best ways to actually win this matchup, so pretty shocking that they would sacrifice it here.
I wonder.
Shadowed Spirit can get a benefit from this Banshee if they choose to deal with some of the minions on board and play the 3-drop. There's also the option to play Cathedral. They get Mindseer. Plenty of choices to go off with.
Yeah,
Even on just 3
personally,
mana.
I like slamming the Shadowed Spirit and going face. I'm partial to not respecting whatever this Warlock is cooking.
I like it. I think the AFG team leans a little bit more cautious than Dank's dad, and I expect we'll likely see a little bit of trading. Running out of time though, so we got to do something.
Oh, I think there was a BattleNet ID change.
Full face.
So in the document that we have, it says Parawalk's BattleNet name is Nobody15387, but that is not correct.
Ah, okay.
Right. Yeah, I think Wait, no. Yeah, I'm so confused. Because on THL's
I'm just double
website-
checking with
yeah,
Dragon Rider then just to see, because she obviously has
add a
him
friend request.
added.
Yeah. True. I'm
Oh,
lost.
try
Good
friend
luck.
of a friend. The good old feature. All right, well, it is 15387.
Okay. So we had it right. They just don't want us. That's fine.
Oh, and the
Huge draw.
shadow clock needle is gnarly.
Massive draw here for AFG.
Wow, well played.
Good use of emotes here.
It's a tiny bit awkward for Mind Seer damage to clear the Devourer, if that's the way they want to go.
I think
They
they
do also
can-
have to take 5 from this mine by killing it. They could just trade the Void Touched into the Devourer and just Mind Seer a 1/1.
I think that they're probably better off just using the Mind Seer that way. It's the same difference, but just saves a health on the Void Touch. So probably see that along with the hero power face and some push damage.
Alternatively, Hero Power can hit Devourer and then Mind
Yep.
Seer Devourer to another
Yep,
line to
this
try
is
to
one
protect
extra
the
damage.
attendant.
Yep, this works out. It's one more damage than the other. And there it is. The Warlock is at 10, but so is the Priest somehow.
Right. Both of these decks just hitting each other hard. Shadowed Spirit and Hero Power, though, looks very good on the AFG side. On the side of all pretty mid ETs, who even knows? Who even knows what they're doing over there? Can't see their cards. They got a coin and 2 other cards.
Yeah. Yeah, Shadow Spirit is almost certainly going to be the play here along with the hero power, unless there is something special off this cathedral.
Reverberations in the void.
Nope.
Dark Bishop is not it. And there's that extra 2 damage.
Yeah,
3
this-
off lethal if the minion sticks, and if it doesn't, well, it's still pushing some damage here.
Oh, how unfortunate there. Just to use Tamsin to heal, maybe find some board pressure to fight back.
Yeah, they may have just been straight up dead without this armor, though, so still a good turn,
Yeah,
all things considered.
absolutely. And we'll probably see this Rotting Necromancer and see if it can do its best Mind Blast impression.
They may be just debating on whether or not it's better to play Brittle Skin Zombie here, because that might always be damage, but
They
there's a
missed!
chance that it's a brick, and that's an unfortunate brick.
I guess you grab the Shadow Word Undeath and...
Shadowward
still
Undeath with Thalnos in hand, an
It
undead is
still sets up
probably gonna
lethal.
die. Yeah,
Yeah,
Unless
so
the Warlock
needs-
has lethal right now, but we'll never know.
true.
True.
Warlock could also have a bunch of healing.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
They could have a whole boat in
Yeah.
there. We just never know.
yeah. They can't have lethal. They're too off, unfortunately. But that would be pretty sweet if they did.
It's been a very unusual game here, with the shipment being traded on turn 1 and then almost immediately being played. I think it got played for 4 1/1s on turn 2.
Mm.
So a
Alright.
sheep and some health.
Trust me.
Shallow grave. Oh no.
And triggers not on the healing.
Yeah.
It's not a lethal yet, though.
Like a brittle skin zombie with the location to try and find something. Or
Yeah.
Dark Bishop even at this point, since all those clears are gone.
I mean, the problem is Dark Bishop isn't an undead. Okay, going with a Thalnos lead. Balsalef is a pretty good find. It brings back the undeads.
Yeah. Could be Thalnos next turn. But
What a
yeah, it just
strange
seems
game
like
we've had.
yeah. It seems like with this play though, like the Shadow Word Undeath just has to be committed.
Probably. It's 6 damage.
Yeah.
Well, it's 7, right? With the needle.
Yeah, yeah, to set up lethal, but this also sets up lethal, puts some stats in play. Both sheep are gone already, so not really a clear. I think this
Yeah,
was
and
probably the better line thinking more about it.
if these minions die, you know, you're getting the Shadow Spirit to push 3, you're activating the Undeath to do 4, you still have the, or it's 5 with the needle, plus the button.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a way in the deck for these minions to die.
Well done.
It would have to be Tamsin and oh, Phylactery. No discounts though, so
Yeah.
that'll do it. Just don't play Shadow Word Undeath. Don't.
Shadow Word Undeath would be a very unfortunate play. But there it is. Priest gets through, and we are on to... what's this game? What's this game coming up, Tuna?
Game 5. The greatest words in all of Hearthstone.
Love to see it.
I love to hear it. Can't really see it.
So,
You can't really
it's
see
a
what I'm
Warlock
saying.
fight.
Is it? Oh, yeah, I guess
And,
we do know that for sure. I was
yeah,
like,
this
how do
is...
you know
Yeah,
this, Ron? What kind of
This is Lock v.
intuition
Lock.
is this?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yo, I got
Nobody
an
is my
accepted
friend.
friend from nobody?
You're welcome. I bugged Chewy to have them accept us.
Man, I love it when I get to see both sides cards.
wow. Really strong hand on AFG get wrecked side, and no Rune Mithril Rod for the ETs. So we'll see how they choose to manage this. But I think with the way that both decks are constructed now, Nothing's Impossible gives the Imp Aggro Warlock just such a huge edge in being resilient to clears and pushing damage.
True, it means a sheep needs something like a Shallow Grave to really deal with board, although we do see a Shallow Grave already. No sheep yet. We'll see what they elect to keep.
I don't even think
There's
that
a Viper in
interaction
this list.
works.
Does it not? Oh, does it just like
I-
double hit and then the Death Rattle procs?
I
I haven't
believe
seen
so.
the interaction.
Yeah, so Librarian here on 1 seems just incredible.
Yeah, even better turn 1 than they already had with the Flame Imp. Get the Shipment Flame Imp follow up to push a good amount of damage.
Yeah.
Also, some score updates for you. Hype Horizon remains undefeated, beating Donkey Hot 3-1. Team Norway got a huge win over the Washu Michas in a 5-game series, going 3-2. And Brown Alumni Esports has beaten 3 Gnomes in a trench coat, 3-1.
Those poor gnomes. All right, and just like that, the damage is here, and well, that's Nothing's Impossible is going to be such a huge play next turn.
Yeah,
along
this
with
is
that Void
massive. We see no clear in hand for this. The best they can do is a Drain Soul on the Librarian at the moment.
Blocker. Yeah, and even then, it's I'm sure that the ETs are going to be heads up and no, but it's almost better to just clear the Flame Imp here and reduce the impact of Nothing's Impossible if they have it. But maybe you don't. Maybe you just assume that if they have it, it's game over. But
Yeah, I mean, that backfires too in a different way, right? If you Drain Soul the Flame Imp, then you might just be walking into 4 1/1s getting summoned and making that damage even bigger off of Librarian.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they clear the Librarian. Voidwalker also gets this Death Rattle buff, and we're
Yeah.
sending a lot face.
2 mana Soul of the Forest is pretty good. And yeah, the Null is too expensive. Probably will just be the Scourge supplies here to go looking for Rod and hope that this Imp Block misses next turn somehow.
Draw and pray.
No Rod, no Rod, no Rods. And it's probably Catastrophe that has to go here. Maybe Drain Soul.
I don't know if he can afford to throw back any healing.
Yeah. Well, those are all cards you don't want to part with, even if they aren't combo pieces.
Yeah, it definitely hurts to lose Catastrophe.
Because with no Grimoire in sight, I don't think you can keep Mistress even. But yeah, they send Drain Soul. And another Demon.
All right, we're gonna see a tap, try to find location or more power. Swing and a miss. Hard Brick, probably the worst possible card in their deck to have drawn right there.
Absolutely. Almost every other draw there would get something going at least, but now they can push 6 and AFG get wrecked. We'll just have to hope that they're not going to see the Rune-Mithril Rod come down.
Coin Rod can change things in a hurry, but there is no Rod top deck.
So probably a defensive Knoll.
There's not much else that even really helps, though, with this hand.
I mean, I think Grimoire of Sacrifice would be a very nice card to pick up, but just not there right now for ET.
The ETs, I mean, they could try to go digging.
Yeah, I think they might
Either
make a
play
trade.
this shipment and a Catastrophe or trade the shipment.
Yeah, Shipment Catastrophe seems like the way to go. Give you the best odds of finding it, and it's exactly what it looks like we see.
And here they go.
No.
Full cards, draw
No.
3, and I mean,
Big
coin
Tamsin.
hand, that's good.
Yeah, Noel probably come down now, and then Tamsin will kind of clean up, but not even. He'll still leave this board of 2/2s. But just that shady bartender eventuality. And
Wow.
it's right there.
What a draw. Shady off the top for big damage.
That was a little shady. That
Will-
thanks for that. Seth.
Will the
They went
real
from-
shady?
Right? I thought you saw the card when you were saying it.
No.
You actually just called it right before.
Well, I was figuring that, for ET, seeing these 2 cards sitting in hand, they would probably figure one of them was a bartender, Tamsin, and not, 2 grimoires.
Right.
But yeah, and removing this null here is so good.
Debating on the last hit to go full smoke or null, but definitely looks really good to clear the null.
Yeah, because that protects the Flame Imp and the bartender. So I think clearing the null is just always the right play. I guess even if they don't clear the null, Tamsin still leaves them at 9 health with 4 imps on board. So just 1 damage is enough. I think it was better to trade, but
Kind of funny to go from worst possible draw to best possible draw in back-to-back draws, but here we are. And we'll see if the ETs can figure out a way out in this game 5. Backs against the wall here, looking down the barrel of a lethal.
Need a strategy that's out of this world to solve this puzzle.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. 'Cause I'll tell you, I don't have a solution.
Is it a mini Tamsin double touch type of play. I mean, you can play it 4 times essentially.
I don't know if that's even enough. Says you remove that, play mini Tamsin, touch, hit, touch,
I mean,
touch.
You go up to 16. You leave 11 on board.
they don't
You're not
die
dead yet.
next turn if they just play normal Tamsin.
Yeah, they live, but they live on 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot
They're-
riskier.
It's pretty risky here because Vile Library, Shady Bartender are both answers here that just end the game on the spot. And so same with well, Imp King Rafam, that's not yet because it's not infused. Oh wow, that's some lucky sequencing. They had to hit it on that specific card too. No, okay, no. 1 Imp doesn't live, so they're down to 3. But Vile Library here off the top.
Yeah, no, this actually worked out better than I thought it would. So a bit of a punish for not clearing the knoll for sure.
But if they hit the Vile Library, no one will remember that. Right.
Swing and a miss.
It's Murlocula, but now the Warlock has... Now the Phylactery Warlock has all of the tools they need to close this out.
I was about to ask, like, when you were just like, now the Warlock has. I was like, which one?
Yeah. I realized my foolishness.
Yeah, Mindlock looks to be winning this game at this point. They've done just enough to survive.
Nope. Yeah, I think that choice to hold back or to not bump the null is just awful. And well, Rod's gone, but not really important. They can just control the game now.
And this is a lot of healing.
Yeah, and there needs to be an impending catastrophe or something off one of these top decks for AFG to stabilize.
Thank you for your service.
Because that Tamsin just gets to stick around.
Oh, a turn too late. The library would have been a game winner card that had shown up just 1 card sooner.
Nope. What a shame. And there's a second Imp Swarm, which really does not help. Because, yeah, this has to be some sort of lethal setup this turn, right? Almost certainly. Pretty sure that's lethal coming the other way from ET.
Mine,
Oh,
kill it,
100%
double phylactery.
with mini Tamsin on the board. Yeah, they have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the only way to stay alive is the Imp Swarm double Grimoire, but I don't think that we will see AFG go for that line. Nope, and that'll do it if ET spots the lethal here.
Just don't pick sheep.
I think they still win even if they do pick sheep, but
Is there actually-
we'll see.
Is there actually enough mana though?
Oh yeah,
'cause
well
there
there's
isn't-
Devourer here.
There isn't a mine that has been destroyed yet.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Well, the
Just
Grimoire is
got
0
burned.
mana. They don't have to actually... Yeah, I guess there's not enough mana for lethal, but there's enough mana to set up a definitive kill.
Oh, I don't think they're ever losing. From
Yeah.
this point, but I don't think they win the
Yeah.
game on this turn.
Right.
Yeah, like they can just play the phylactery now.
Wait, yeah. Well, could they do this one and... Yeah, they pick mine, and then they pick... No, this is lethal still because they can trade.
Oh, right, the trades. Of course. Yeah, then... Because the
Yeah.
minion were...
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
So...
Thank you for your service.
Either way, whether it took this turn or next turn, It was a
It was
predetermined
close.
outcome. The Imp almost got there, but Mindlock prevails in the end. All pretty mid ETs, gets the victory. And we've just got one game left, I think, that hasn't been decided, and that's Columbia team versus L-Gang. They're currently in a game 5.
Hmm.
I
Yes, we
actually
can
think it's
see.
over, maybe.
Oh, is it over?
I think.
Well,
Might just be waiting on a report.
L-Gang is still in game, so
Oh,
it might
maybe
be
not. All right.
de facto over, but we'll see. We'll see.
Let's head
I'm
over.
jumping in there.
Yeah.
I'm getting in the action, and
Doing some scouting real
it's
quick, yeah?
it's a Quest Priest versus a Death Knight, so or Control Priest, Quest Priest versus Death Knight, so it's going.
All right, let's get over there. It's Lemur for L-Gain, Ron.
Yes.
Yep,
Just in
perfect.
case you forgot. Because I know you did.
Right.
Because I also forgot.
And Vegetariamon for Columbia team.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a collateral damage over there for the Death Knight. What is
Oh my God.
happening? I see we have some fellow Sunwell believers. Well, they found it, maybe. No, they found it off of one of their discovers. There was a Sunwell somewhere.
That's a crazy card.
Yeah.
Having the mix here.
Wonder.
And Priest is almost dead, so this is huge.
Yeah,
Columbia
the quest.
team is a 3-1, and so is L-Gang.
Yeah, and that the quest is in the deck though, the quest reward. So
True, at
like
any
that.
point, this could just be a top deck lethal.
Yeah. And it doesn't seem like there was a Mograine down quite yet.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Glacial Advance. It's a good one.
Definitely like finding burn. Almost there.
Probably see No Muncher come down, maybe? Nope. Vampiric Blood.
Not even
Looking
close to dying, except for, you know, a certain 10 mana card.
Yes, and well, oh, that's pretty cool. And discover some more taunt minions.
All right. One more taunt discover. Thaddeus. Interesting.
Why not, right?
I don't think you're playing any of them ever. But sure, go
No.
nuts.
Oh,
just gonna
interesting.
wait.
Trying to set up that collateral damage lethal.
I like it.
Playing around Xyrella, which is very, very smart.
Fortunately for the Death Knight here, the Priest does not hit the 1 in 22 to win off the top.
Yeah, I mean, Lightmon Netherdrake here is actually a really sick solution to the problem, but we'll see if Lemur and L-Gang spot it.
Oh yeah, that's really nice. Get your big heal guaranteed.
Yeah. I love that line though from Columbia team to leave up the 6/6 like that. Like it didn't work out, but it definitely gave them the best shot to win and was really clever play.
Absolutely.
No, they miss.
Did not hit the win the game card for next turn. But they do get healing and then bring that life gain taunt right back.
And
Time is running out for the Death Knight. Probably gonna have to just play the collateral now.
Yeah, well, what's unfortunate here is that this Zyrella the Devout next turn will effectively end the game. I don't.
Right.
So hard from the Death Knight side to find a winning strategy.
We do know that Theatar is run in the main deck of the Death Knight, so it is possible on a Discover potentially that that could be something that gets stolen if the priest doesn't just top deck the win the game card.
Yeah. And I'm guessing from the way that this has been played, there was no spirit guide that died earlier.
Right. Looks that way because of this resummon of the 6/6.
Yeah. And, ironically, if you are in Elgang shoes, you just never want to draw the quest reward. You just want to stay alive or don't want to draw it ahead of schedule. You just want to draw it whenever you naturally get it off the top. So it seems like they might be pondering a way to work the spirit guide in to see if they can get the draw effect, but it actually might be one of the only ways they could lose the game.
Right, and I mean it's also possible that Theatar's already been played for all we know, and there is no threat, in which case it'd be perfectly safe to do it.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say perfectly safe. If any deck can generate Sunwell, then there are exhaustive amounts of very random outs that get eliminated if you don't give them a chance to work. It's not a big percentage, but once in a blue moon you will lose a game you shouldn't to something like that.
Fair. Overall, though, I can pretty much say with a reasonable amount of confidence here, it appears that Elgang has turned the corner and are in a highly favorable position at this stage.
Agreed. Agreed.
All right, well, hey, it's a free board. Send 14, send some pressure, heal a little bit.
Yeah,
There's other ways to win. Other ways to win if they do nothing.
Yeah, eventually this will kill. And there's patchwork, but that doesn't do
no
anything.
longer a relevant minion. Massively important at a different stage of the game. Essentially worthless now.
Yeah. I mean, being real though, I don't even think the Death Knight has a way to kill the priest reliably without some sort of Sunwell cheese. I really think that's the only chance. And that's what we saw the last time when Patchwork ate the quest reward on curve. But
right.
Maybe there's something here.
An unenviable position for Columbia team right now to try to figure out. I mean, you can always throw down the Soul Stealer just to remove board. Obviously, the big problem with that is, hey, that draws a Holy Spell, and it might just draw the win the game card.
And it did.
It did.
You've been spared. That's at least all that matters. It's finally over.
You don't have to wait anymore. The card is here, and that is game. Going to
Purifier?
the Elgang.
Purify. All right. And just like that, round 5 comes to a close. And, well, I don't know if I just closed this prediction on stream, but it seems like I'm not going to be here until midnight as I had dreaded, so hopefully...
Joke's on you. We're going to stream every match of round 6.
Consecutively, in a row, one at a time.
Okay,
Players
this one's
will love
over.
it.
Okay, you guys can start now. So our prediction of Hype Horizon making it through to the next day looks very good at 5-0.
Yeah, it was locked before this round, Ron. Yeah, good job. Good job, Ron. You can really do math over there. So the other people that are locked in are all your 4-1s. Are for sure going
Exactly.
tomorrow.
So L Gang, Team Norway, and Lean Lovers all are our rank 2, 3, and 4 teams sitting at a 4-1 record.
A 3-3
and
makes it.
We'll make sure to get through.
Oh, I think a 3-3
We are going to
makes
have a
it.
3-3 make it?
I think so, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 3-2s right now. So only like roughly half of them win, so about 3 guaranteed to win. And if that happens, a 3-3's for sure in. Because one of them's going to get the pair up to the 4-1 team. And if the 4-1 team wins, that puts a 3-3 into top 8.
Ooh, spicy.
Well, I guess we'll see who it could be. That means that, in theory, while we aren't super familiar with the tiebreakers for each team, there are 18 teams still in contention going into this final round, which is incredible.
I would have to imagine that all of the teams that are currently sitting at 3-2, though, would be the only realistic chances that could make it through at
Correct.
a 3-3 record.
All 2-3
Likely.
teams winning does not matter now.
Yeah, the 2-3s, if they make it to 3-3, I think they're
It
still
is-
eliminated on tiebreaker.
Yeah, it is better to lose later than it is earlier. Like teams like where the BG's at and all pretty mid ETs have to win. They also won't be one of the 3-3 teams to make it in because I think they both started like 0-2 or something like that. So their breakers are really bad.
Yeah, I guess it all depends if some team had the good fortune of losing to, say, Hype Horizon and L Gang in the first 2 rounds. Maybe, but
I believe that ping is for round 6. It is. So all right, hurry up and pick who we watching. We can. I assume let's try to watch a 3-2 matchup.
Yeah, we definitely want to see one that's gonna determine.
Yeah, so we can
who
skip
makes it
Hype
in.
Horizon and L Gang. Oh wait, no, there's no 4-1s playing each other
Oh,
or playing
we don't.
pair down. Sorry, I know. I was thinking about my what I was thinking about.
L
earlier.
Gang, Norway, Lean Lovers. Let's take a look at those.
yeah.
Norway plays Lean Lovers,
Yeah,
so those are 2
that's-
4-1s playing each other.
So then
That seems like a good one to watch.
But I mean, they're also guaranteed in,
Yeah.
so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter the outcome of that
think-
match.
I think because there's no pair down of the 4-1s, it makes the likelihood for a 3-3.
Whereas,
It makes the
yeah,
likelihood
L
of a
Gang
3-3 a
plays
lot worse.
Hype Horizon, so
Yeah.
those are also in. So
Yeah.
it's all about the 3-3s or the 3 and 2 teams playing each other.
Yeah.
Wash
So
U
that's-
and Donkey Hot would be the highest likelihood teams. We haven't got Donkey Hot on stream yet,
Yeah, let's do them.
Yeah, so Donkey
and they're
Hot
playing
is
against
once
Where the
again-
BG's at,
Are they? Ooh.
Yeah.
This should be a good one.
which would be a
Okay.
huge win for Where the BG's at, and possibly that could get them through. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe their tiebreakers still aren't
I'll
good
send
enough.
out messages real quick.
Oh, well, I think that at least I can say I am ready with the stream, so I will not be left out in the cold guessing this time. No narration required from you, Ron, if we
Hey.
get that match.
Yeah, no, the more I look at this, yeah, Where the BG's at would also punch their ticket to make
Yeah,
it
winner
to
winner
day
of
2.
this
Yeah, winner
is for
takes
sure.
it. Yeah. That's perfect.
Yep.
That's everything we want to
Yep.
see.
That is excellent. So we'll keep an eye out for bans. Just as a reminder for Where the BG's at lineup, we've seen it a few times before now, but we have the Evolve Shaman, this one with sporting the Thaddeus monstrosity instead of a Bloodlust. We have the Ping Mage, the Pheno Frost Decay.
Ron, do you need donkeys
And-
or yusters? Sorry.
I got them both.
Okay. Sorry.
Same here.
Sweet.
No
I knew
problem.
you did. No, I was only worried about Ron for some reason.
Well, we always worry about Ron.
True.
And then the Renathal Ramp Druid.
Oh, you
Donkey
guys worried
Hot.
about 'em?
Yep. Also sporting the Pheno Frosty K, the Ping Mage, the Miracle Rogue, and the Evolved Shaman, but no Spicy Thaddeus inclusion, just 2 Bloodlust as usual.
So I definitely worry about where the BG's at, and their Druid inclusion looks to be the targetable point for them. However, they beat an unholy DK with this Druid on stream earlier with the perfect draws. So who knows? I mean, if they ramp up fast, that Druid beats anything.
Yeah, and if they do get that Pig Mage matchup, that is a reasonable way for that Druid to muscle through. I assume it would be a heavy favorite into that.
This is true. Mage wants to dodge the Druid for sure, because the rest of the lineup feels pretty good into Druid. But if Druid can match up the Mage, it does have a shot. Good point.
Yeah, we shall see once our competitors get into it whether where the BG's at can have that good luck, or will, I don't know, just beat down the aggro deck anyways. But hey, that's why they play the games, right?
It's true. We have some other exciting matchups too that we're likely not going to have the time to cover, but really interested to just see and get reports in from matches from Wash U, RIT, Brown, and Columbia team especially, and ETs. Brown plays Wash U. RIT Black plays Columbia team. We've got any other deciders? ETs, their tiebreaker's going to be hurt quite a bit by playing AF2LG. Or did they drop already? So is that a free win?
Yeah.
So this is a free win that gets them in at 4-2?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, that's lucky. Congrats, ETs. That was quite the strategy.
Face a team that dropped. That's the strategy. Bans are in. Where the BG's at? Mage's banned. And Donkey Hot's DK is banned.
Right.
I got just
Makes
like
sense.
2 more things to adjust, and then I will be sending these players on their way.
Sounds good.
Really interesting with those bands. I feel like, at least from the numbers we see on the ladder, the Pig Mage actually is not quite as strong into that lineup as the Shaman is. Like, once again, just on paper. But, it seems like definitely in the tournament setting, people are more inclined to take in Pig Mage as a Shaman counter.
Yeah, Pig Mage has done pretty well. We haven't seen it much on stream, but it's been a good performer so far.
Oh. Only 2 more months of Wildfire, though. Enjoy it while you can. You don't even want to know what happened. Oh, go ahead.
We do have some stats, by the way, on our class win rates now that we're in our final round, about to start our final round. Just a quick little recap for those interested. Rogue is way up at the top with a very nice win rate at 69% out of 32 games. Death Knight has played the most total games and is sporting a 54% win rate out of 116 games. Shaman, like we've seen on stream, I guess you also might take into account that there are lineups trying to target it, and it got banned, which could increase the win rate theoretically. But Shaman's at 48% win rate out of 86 games. Priest has done quite well at 52% out of 42 games, and Mage with 55% out of 38 games.
Mm.
The other ones, it's harder to suss out because there's different archetypes. Warlock, for instance, has a 41% win rate out of 41 games, but that may be a lot different for Mindlock compared to some of the other Warlocks. Paladin,
what's Paladin? I want to
looking
know
rough.
Paladin.
Not the worst technically,
What?
but the worst based on volume.
Warrior.
36% out of 36 games. Druid is technically worst with a 33, but they've only played 6 games because there's only one.
36% out of 36 games? Is that what you just
Yeah,
said?
Paladin got run over.
Oh
36% win rate out of 36 games.
Unsurprising.
And
Sorry,
last but not
Paladin
least
names.
is Warrior with a 43% win rate out of 14 games.
That means Paladin won like 12 and a half games today. Something like that. Like 13 games.
You can round up to 13.
Yeah,
It's
like
been
13
rough.
games.
It's been rough for Paladin. But let's
All right,
let's dive into the
we're
match.
into it.
Looks like our players are
we'll
in.
have Donkey at the bottom for people at home. Donkey Hot at bottom, and where the BG's at will be on top.
So yeah, I'd also be curious to see what win plus ban rate looks like to include those all together. But
Yeah, I don't
you
know
know,
if
that
there's a
doesn't
way
really-
to find that easily in Battlefy, but that would be intriguing to know.
yeah. So we have the Druid first for where the BG's at, but it's going up against the Shaman, and well, they're gonna have to get some mana crystals pretty fast because the Shaman does not need them.
Yeah, so where the BG's at, just leading off with the Druid maybe hoping to catch an early mage lead from Donkey Hot. This Druid is the aforementioned technically worst percentage-based performer in the tournament. Although it's only played 6 games, it's sporting a 33% win rate.
Yeah. So nice turn from Donkey Hot here. They get a chance to do some schooling. Just probably are planning out the curve here for whether they can find a knoll or not, and we see the muck pool come down. Whoa. Cool play here. That's actually very cool.
Spicy. Get the early
to get-
Crypt Keeper.
Yeah. Probably see the totem evolve here, but I'm guessing that Donkey Hot probably sees what's cooking on the other side.
Oh, for sure. And is just hoping it's not double Crypt Keeper. All right, so out comes Totem. Go with the evolve. It's not
And-
very good.
No. But Crypt Keeper here, maybe along with an Earthen Scales for tempo to just, gain 5, put a stat on the board. It's better than a hero power. Well, we're going to see the hero power.
Reasonable either way.
And fortunately for where the BG's at, this Shaman draw from Donkey Hot is not as explosive as some of the others we've seen today.
It's kind of typical from what we've seen today for Shaman. It keeps underperforming with its draws.
It don't matter.
Don't
it got
believe...
fish.
Good point. I don't believe, though, that we've even seen a single turn 2 evolve with Shaman so far this tournament.
Yeah, well, I
not
saw
on
more of them last Friday. Or last Saturday, on
when
stream,
you
I
and
saw more.
casted? Oh my
Yeah.
god, it was like
Every
3 games in a
game.
row. Yeah.
All right. Tempo
Feels like a
Brand.
very different deck when those things happen.
Yeah. And they didn't even
Alright.
have Blazing Transmutation then.
Spicy start for the
Sure.
Druid, but follows up with just a couple hero powers. Not much to do.
Yeah.
Shaman's still waiting on power as well, but they do have a prescience to play.
Yep.
Pretty high chance to find a knoll and ability to evolve it on the next turn.
Well, they have 2 knolls.
Double knoll, even better.
Yeah. I kind of like evolving this totem here. To force the issue, make a trade next turn, and then have the double knoll into disguise, but I guess in theory a Piranha can still set that up. So sure
True.
we'll see something like that from Donkey Hot. with the muck pools to re-roll any unfortunate outcomes.
Absolutely.
This just works out
It's
so nice too.
it's set up beautifully. Yeah, you play a
Yeah.
1-mana Knoll, a 2-mana Knoll, a Piranha, and a Convincing Disguise that's fully infused.
Yep, and because because there's no buff from the Earthen Scales, it just lines up flawlessly to clear the 4/3 as well.
Yeah, Earthen Scales wound up being really surprisingly significant as an option that wasn't taken. And here
Yeah.
we go, big evolves coming.
They're big.
You don't even need to reroll that.
Maybe reroll the 2/2 if you want, but
I guess.
those are.
Take a random 4.
Yeah, I think that's a worthy upgrade, and Donkey Hot seems to agree. Yeah, +2/+2, why not? And now this game is looking pretty hard all of a sudden.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
I mean, Druids just had nothing all game.
Yeah.
They had one good, like, really clever opening of a play, but every other draw, every other play is just waiting.
Yeah. All right, Blazing Transmutation, probably not going to come out here. I'm assuming we'll just see 6 mana spent, 3 minions developed, and set up that Bloodlust lethal next turn.
It's really close to a Bloodlust lethal now. It's like 14 off or something.
15 off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty close.
Thanks, Tuna.
It's 33
Math is hard.
board with Bloodlust.
Well, I think I trust Ron's math, but you know what? We'll see.
I'm Birochu. I just wanted to add one number to whatever Ron said.
Perfect.
I mean, you know I didn't count it either.
Yeah, I knew he didn't.
It,
so I just wanted to
it
say a
was
number.
14. It was 14, actually. I did.
Oh, hey,
count.
nice.
Thank you, sir. You're
Get
never
wrecked,
gonna
Tuna.
cast again if you ever agree with Ron again.
Good
We
times.
have standards here in this booth, and it's
I mean-
deny Ron of all success.
He got lucky. It happens. Just. What?
All right.
Okay. All right. That's,
Yeah, they just were like, we're never winning.
Nope.
Shaman gets through. A little bit of a clunky slow start, but Druid's clunky slow start was way worse. And Shaman, by turn 5, hit the power, and all of a sudden, it wasn't clunky anymore. It was insane.
I
So,
think
game
two
1 of the
10
books.
drops. Yeah, 10 drops and a 4 drop is not bad as a singular turn. But I'm interested in seeing what shamans are going to be doing in April. Because you look at all the cards in the shaman decks, and they are all rotating. It's going to be great.
Say goodbye to your
Really
evolves.
think. Well, Knoll is gone. That's going to be the big one that's leaving. They can keep the other cards, but Knoll is rotating. Vol'jin is rotating. Cavern rotates. Yeah, like those are gone from that deck. The other decks are losing things too.
Nolan
But-
core set easy.
Oh God, please no, Ron, don't you dare. Well,
Just put some evil on you real quick.
well,
I heard they're actually putting a 0 mana, like guaranteed 0 mana Wilds in your hand, Dole, in Corset.
perfect.
Smart.
If you draw it for turn, it costs 0. But it's a 9 mana 8/8.
So next matchup here, we've got Where to BG's at coming in with the Shaman, and Donkey Hot coming in with their Miracle Rogue. They've got a Potion Belt ready in hand for turn 2 already. Looks like a good start. On the other side, the Shaman does have a Prescience, so not too bad there. Donkey Hot keeping the Draka. Like, we got coin, we got belt, it'll happen.
Shadow Step. Okay, maybe it'll happen.
Yeah, actually looks pretty scary for the shaman already.
Yeah.
His hand is shaping up
We're-
quick.
Yeah.
Well, looks like a totem evolve here.
Absolutely. And Ghoulish Alchemist probably can come down to contest, but Minion has the stats they want, so probably will be the Potion Belt instead. But actually a pretty tough turn. Don Quixote, though, will go for the Ghoulish Alchemist. And a schooling pickup there is pretty big for where the BG's at.
Schooling is excellent here. Enables the clear, develop, and push a little bit more damage. Don Quixote's still perfectly fine, though, with the discount already banked from this Ghoulish Alchemist. And oh,
Yep,
wow.
oh boy.
Oh, wow.
That
We're setting up for an insane turn from the rogue side. I think you just throw down that graveyard.
absolutely. I agree. And then next turn, think about maybe popping off, but it's awkward because of this Draka.
I mean, you might just want to go belt and like double strike or something and just go digging for your turn 5, go crazy.
Yeah, maybe find a second wave. The top deck, I'm sure, will influence things along with what the potion actually is.
Here comes the
So,
Prescience. They did find a Vol'jin, which is huge.
yeah,
Vol'jin
unfortunately,
can't
need
come
to
down
wait.
yet unless they want to take a 66% chance that it's not a Piranha and they're super depressed.
Yeah. All right. Well, what's in the box?
Belt
Hazy
finds
Concoction.
no draw. Hazy can be more discounts for a bigger Draka.
Double Hazy
I
it
guess we're
is.
Hazy gaming.
Oh boy. Nope. Wow.
Oh, they didn't take the double Hazy.
That actually is so sad. Concoctor.
I'm just going in now, abandoning the Draka line.
Oh, a Sharon Scroll. All right. This is actually really fun. Do you know what happens with this, Ron? Have you seen this before?
What, Fire Frost Nature, isn't it just the draw card for your weapon? It's like the only
Yep,
outcome?
it's always only Silverleaf Poison, or Paralytic Poison and
Right.
Silverleaf. Just these two. So they get this, your hero is immune while attacking, but you only get one option on it to discover, and I don't know of any other in the game where you can produce that.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's a fun edge case. So presence here. Some Knolls now, and next turn is when it goes down for Yoxter.
Yeah, there's a lot of taunts blocking this 8/8. This is looking really good all of a sudden for the Shaman. A lot was riding on that Potion Belt, the first one that Don Quixote played, and it just was extremely underwhelming.
Oh, the lack of a draw option really was apparent. And Bone Spike, that could allow Draka to come down. That's an interesting choice, and I see Donkey's thinking about that a little bit.
True. Coin, prep, spike, Draka is an option. They can also hold it back and plan on playing it on a future turn. But the longer this game goes on, the more likely it is that you're going to be facing some gigantic minions on the other side with
Yeah,
evolve effects.
yeah. So maybe just cycle this Cutlass and hope that next turn is when miracles happen.
Choose soon.
They don't call it Miracle Rogue for nothing. Cutlass equipped instead.
Okay.
Gets the
Okay,
taunt
clear
out
off
of
the
the way.
minions. Sure. Oh boy. Is there any chance here we see The Vol'jin.
I think I'd play the Vol'jin. There's a lot of outcomes.
Vol'jin onto the
Right.
Haunted Conscience is like a wavy play. But this is good too. Let's get some 10 drops.
This is the
safe
the
play.
guarantee that you get something really big.
Uh,
2 bricks.
uh,
Well, 3 bricks because the life drinker's kind of bad. Oh my god!
Oh no.
I just bricked on every part of it.
Yeah, that life drinker will just die. Is this ever a lethal setup? No way the Draka can get big enough in this deck, right?
I don't think there's a realistic
No.
way that they set up a lethal here from 30.
Oh, well, those are kind of terrible. See the stenographer just for more stats on the board. Oh no, if you're
And does this
trading as
infuse? This infuses the door.
yeah.
So that makes sense to take the trade just to get the infuse. There's 1 mana remaining before they would need to play their cards for Draka.
Yeah.
Not gonna go for Draka? I guess
Well,
they
they
still
still can. They still
Yeah.
can. So I think they're looking for a kill potion, probably. They found it. Because they can go.
And so this would be potentially skipping out on Draka. No, they go for it. A lot of danger on the other side, though. There's an
Yeah.
8/8 can set him to 7. And there's also a Glug ready to come down.
He's about to get totally glugged.
Alternatively, Vol'jin the 9/9 is an option.
Yeah, I mean, that play also is just great. There's nothing really the rogue can pull out that you wouldn't be happy to just clean up with a minion. The only downside to that play in my mind is that there's just nothing else to do with your 2
Yeah.
mana that really
Yeah,
feels productive.
Your mana's just really poorly spent. And I mean,
Yeah.
it's possible it hits like a putricide, right? And then you feel really bad about
Yeah.
what you have to do next. I mean, you don't know what the hand is anyway.
Yeah.
Glug's probably just got to be the play.
Yeah. It's whoa.
Okay.
Risky business here. And it's Glug, and they can just Sea Giant after this, right? No, it's 1 off. Okay.
Barely off.
Yeah, worthy risk though. If they hit Thaddeus or Neptulon, it would have been
Yeah, that would be
outcome.
insane. And it's a completely wide board, so Glug is exceedingly difficult to actually snipe.
Yeah. Maybe they can go for a double damage concoction. See if Donkey is thinking about that.
Probably got to be the line.
So many options.
Oh, guess not. Donkey is gonna try to kill it the old-fashioned way.
Paralytic is relevant, potentially.
Yeah, actually saving the health could make a big difference. It's just a question of do you look in the potion belt first or in the card draw first?
Okay, just going with the snipe. Whiffed.
Yeah, what? I don't think there's any out now, right?
That's all but game over. It's not guaranteed yet. Oh, no, it is. With the... I mean, it's not guaranteed on board. It obviously is with command of Neptulon in hand, so that's game.
Yep.
My boy Glug getting it done again.
Weak lugging. That's my one.
Look at that 22-25 hitting him in the face.
Yeah. What's
Shaman
the biggest
gets the
glug
dub.
you've seen in one of your games, Ron? In THL, ladder, anything?
I gotta say it was above 30, but I can't remember the exact The biggest one I made was a 25, I think.
Yeah, I think in one of my games this season, I had a 59-64 Glug on the other
Whew!
side against me. I
Did you
did
kill it?
win. I did
Did you
win, and I did
asphyxiate it or
eventually
something?
Shattering Blast. But
Oh,
it got
wow.
up there. It got up there.
That's a sad story, though. We don't like to hear Glug die stories.
No, Glug didn't die, just went to a different board in a different place, right?
Uh-huh. He's glugging up in heaven somewhere. So we are all evened up here in this pivotal round 6 matchup. We've seen the Shaman get through for where the BG's at. We've seen the Shaman get through for Donkey Hot. Do we queue Druid now if your BGs try to catch that mage? Does Donkey Hot come right back on the Rogue? The queue
They
order's
do.
just going
Let's go. I was
pretty
right
well.
again. I've been right the past like 3 rounds.
Easy.
Easy.
So Miracle Rogue right back for Donkey Hot, and we've got the Frost DK coming out for where the BG's at. This is always an intriguing matchup. Can Rogue do enough damage quickly before their board gets frozen indefinitely? There's also, of course, other burn outcomes and a Draka win once you lose the way to get a victory on board. For the Death Knight, do you keep the Thessarian on coin?
Alright. Here's why you have to keep Thessarian every time it's in your opening hand. It has one of the coolest intros I've ever seen, just based on music and stuff. Gotta keep it.
That card's the nuts too.
Yeah.
It's actually really insanely good.
They hit it with like all aspects of that card. The intro music
and
for the legendary, what it does, like everything is just so perfect.
No coin play from where the BG's at. Interesting.
No, we saving it.
I think this is the
We're
first
saving
time we've
coin
seen.
for the Saurian.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I do think this is the first time we've seen the non-Pheno Frost DK in this
Yes.
tournament. I'm pretty sure we didn't see where the BG's at playing this when they were on stream before.
Oh, I don't think we did. You're right.
But this is the
just...
old traditional version running Lady Death Whisper, more burn spells, Astalor, and so on.
I think Hype Horizon just gave the L Gang the win. It went home for the day. Because it's 3-0 for the L Gang. Yeah.
Yeah, it's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, they were probably like, all right, we're tired.
Both
we're going,
teams
we're
already
going to
through.
Sleep. Yeah.
Which technically makes the L Gang our #1 team.
Yeah.
Through 6 rounds.
Not that like standings matter in top 8 for Hearthstone, because it's not like some other games like Magic the Gathering, like seeding matters because you get to play first. You know, it's all up to however like the game decides you want to go, like who goes first.
Yeah. Maybe one day that technology will exist, but today is not that day.
I'm gonna assume after recent announcements that that technology will not exist for a while.
No,
but what about
no.
tournament mode?
There will be a relevant There will be a relevant casual mode where going first matters a lot, and we will get the update. I have faith.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Just trust.
I don't, but I believe.
Well,
I guess
we get Hearthstone. When we get Hearthstone Commander, that's
it's here,
when it's
Tuna.
gonna happen.
Thessarian time.
Let's go! I told you it was gonna happen. Kill the Astalor.
Boom.
Dang, garbage.
Whiff.
Take the card out of your deck. It's bad.
All right. Well, it's time for
You can't
Edwin.
blame Thessarian, all right? He only knows Smork.
Oh wow, that's rough.
Absolutely horrible draw off of Edwin there. Is there still? There might still actually be a way to scale it up.
Oh yeah, it's very doable. Not
Depends on
anymore
this draw,
though.
and no.
Wow.
That sucks.
Wow. The worst possible draws over the next 2, specifically for making an Edwin bigger.
No, it's gotta be a worse draw. Hold on.
I mean, I guess double stenographer. I don't know,
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Correct, nerd.
but it's the same basic thing.
Draco would be a bad top deck too. Yeah,
Yeah.
You want to list them all?
that's
Go
it.
nuts.
I'm done. That's that was literally it. There was like 3
Yeah.
bad draws there, and they hit 2 out of 3.
All right, so we see that there's a Death Chiller in hand with coin. Not going to get played yet. Just going a little bit wider with card draw.
Oh, that Frostburn's Fury looming. Donkey Hot really has to go fast if they actually want a real chance to pressure where to BGs and set up a lethal.
Absolutely, especially considering 2 Harbinger of Winter on the board and a 3rd one in hand. All of them with chances to draw an additional Frostworm's Fury.
Yeah, well, Bone Spike is the card you want here if you're Donkey Hot. It gives them a chance to make a big minion with this graveyard and do something.
Yeah, big chance with prep in hand as well. Prep Bone Spike. Go off if you can. We'll see what the draw is before this highly likely coin graveyard. If they can go any more. No more zeros.
Still an 8-8 though. Not insignificant.
Big board, a lot of damage.
And
We
turn
do see
away from
Howling
Frostburn
Blast though.
Fury.
Yeah, double Howling Blast. Isn't this better for the old Frosty K into this matchup than the new one? Because they have
Yes,
more
I would
freezes and stuff?
say so.
Definitely.
Look, I knew something.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah, the only thing they
Tricky
really need
turn.
to do is play a Howling Blast. Honestly, there's not a whole lot else that's super necessary.
I mean, they can
Just make sure the 8/8 doesn't
Howling
hit you in the
Blast,
face.
maybe Astalor. Saving that coin seems like the right move, though.
They could double
always.
Howling Blast and
Yeah.
clear most of the board this turn.
You want to hang on to the
Yeah.
coins so you can
That's true.
keep the Frostworms.
You could, yeah, you could take the 50-50 though for full board clear though on it, because you double Howling Blast the 8/8, and then you swing Thesaurian
Yep.
into the 8/8 and hope the death rattle triggers and kills the Edwin.
True. I mean, I suppose it's not that bad to double Howling with coins specifically because there's not going to be a development that they'd expect on the next turn if they just full clear.
This is a good compromise, though. Use the Glacial Advance.
Face is the
here.
place.
He only knows Smork.
Smork.
The Saurian's got a vendetta against Valera. It's like, no, you. I don't care about these other little
This is
guys.
the
on
only
board.
rogue I've seen in forever that's like base portrait rogue. Everything else has been every other rogue out there. Saurian hates base rogue.
How dare you
Ooh,
not
the
use
Shadow
other skins?
Staff-
Yeah. How dare you not pay money and get other skins?
The Saurian
Alchemist,
hates
probably.
that.
Think his dad over here trying to say real relevant things, and Ron and I are still memeing about how dare you not pay money.
All right, we got a good turn here for Donkey Hot though because of the Alchemist and Potion Belt. Combine them together, finding a good amount of burn.
Man, Donkey is just not a hazy believer like I am. I think that is just the concoction.
Hazy's the nuts, but you know, damage is damage.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to hold back on this too and just have it ready for the Frostworms. Makes a lot of sense. Anticipating coin 5/5 coming down.
Yeah.
And
seems
where
like
the
that won't
BG's
be the
at,
play.
Youngster, yeah, they're electing to go a different route. They don't exactly have to do it, and they've got the other Howling Blast and a coin in hand. It makes a lot of sense to hold off on the Frostworms.
Yeah, because this clears with the Howling Blast.
Yep, absolutely. And they can coin out the Astalor or the Harbinger of Winter to push a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh, they're going face with it. I guess
Yeah. I think
this
they're just going to coin. It,
still a
it, it works.
guarantee?
It works. It's guaranteed. It wastes the damage, but it always clears.
I think I'd rather have seen
arrow power over the
target
Castellar?
the Haunted Conscience and play the Harbinger Winter, just so you can try to line up the other Frostworm since you're only holding one.
Yeah.
So you
But
know,
I mean, this
you
was
know
also
the
a
name
hedge
of the
against
ghost,
Draka.
but you didn't know
Yeah.
Frost Queen Sindragosa. What a wild.
That one's newer.
What a.
Shut up. Anyway, we got a big draw turn here from Donkey Hot. Their face is frozen, so a Draka possibility on this turn is off the table, which may have been the biggest consideration on face freeze. And there's not really much they can do outside of just making this big ghost.
They can play a couple concoctions.
Too soon.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel great to just snipe the 2-3 down, but it's fine, I suppose.
I don't know about this.
It's a bit clunky. They still do save the random destroy in hand for the next turn. And this is 13 damage on board, so I mean, it sets up a lethal and requires the board to be dealt with. Obviously, we can see the Frostworms in hand, meaning it can be. But I think that's where the Astalor turn comes back to bite them. Freezing face to hedge for the Draka means Harbinger can't be played here, and they're just going to need to top deck the other Frostworms.
Or just discover. They do have that choice.
Right. And then you just leave it in the hands of randomness.
Discover, take the wheel. That's how I've been playing Hearthstone since 2016, you know, or 2017. Yeah, that's the one.
One of those.
2017. That's when Aurora came out.
All right, so here we can see the 5/5 gets removed, 3 damage gets pushed, and at the same time, Donkey Hot can gain armor. It's a really big turnaround here.
Yeah.
This changes in a heartbeat with a Frostworm's Fury top deck, though.
Yeah. Well, even then, it still is so bad because there's 2 of these big Astalors in hand. There's card draw.
Yeah, it's not quite that powerful. And, you know, the extra armor here is massive, so really well navigated by Donkey Hot to set up a good turn.
Yeah.
Discover, take the wheel.
And Vizier doesn't quite have where the BG's at back, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, Corpse Explosion plus the Glacial. Good enough.
Yeah, it clears. It does clear.
And then, of course, you're staring down 2
Astalor
Astalors
into
that are gonna be
Astalor.
active very soon.
Astalor Cutlass, and that looks pretty good.
Yeah, I don't see other plays, though, that prevent you
Yeah.
from just being essentially dead.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh,
this
no.
this does work. Yeah, this works. It clears.
Yeah, for all those who don't know the interaction, you do get the corpse as your corpse explosion's going off if it kills your own minions.
It's good to know.
Did you not know, Ron?
Nope.
Oh,
I was
did
like,
you really
it's
not?
gonna be alive at 1. Yeah, I really didn't know.
No,
that.
yeah, you get the corpse as your corpse explosion.
Yeah. But for all that,
Seems like cheating.
I mean, things die, right? So you get the corpse.
Fair enough.
And then you
Blood Death
explode
Knight
it
is
immediately.
like cheating, Ron.
Yeah, true.
Where the
It's that
BG's
good.
at, still doomed here. Obviously 14 damage Astalor in hand, more than enough damage on board for lethal now, and just not enough options to have a way out.
Yeah, I think School Teacher was the only path forward, but
I mean, school teacher just loses to second Astalor still.
Who here can spare
Well, school teacher, you hit asphyxiate,
anybody?
you kill Astalor that way. You develop the rest of your board with the 2/2 and 3/3. It's the best you can do. So it's 10. You're dead by 2. So there is no out,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
that'll do it.
Love the Astalor play here too, as the fancy lethal.
Oh. All right.
So game 3 goes in favor of Donkey Hot. The rogue gets through. I imagine we're going to see the druid finally queued up to try to set up that game 5 for where the BG's at. Try to take the druid's best matchup against the mage. And then
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
I mean, all things considered, I don't think this is the worst spot for where the BG's at. I mean, given just how this matchup looked at the beginning, the fact that the druid does get to find its target, even at a 2-1 disadvantage, is still pretty fortunate.
Yeah, works out perfectly fine. Never want to be in the 2-1 hole, but it may very well just come down to a pretty coin flippy matchup in Frost DK versus Ping Mage.
Oh.
We'll see if they choose to go with that first or go with the druid first.
Oh, it's the druid.
It is, in fact, the druid coming up against this wildfire mage that has wildfire in hand on turn 1.
But that's a wild growth and a guff and going first. So,
True, power versus power here.
yeah, I'm inclined to take the druid's power were I a betting man. But we will see.
Definitely seems a bit more druid favored at the moment since, getting to 20 mana as quickly as possible tends to end a lot of games.
Yeah. Mana and card draw. They can just dump this Astalor because this doesn't really rely on that combo finish. So,
And even then, I mean, it's great to play the Astalor early on because that's a piece of the combo ready to go already, so you don't have to spend that 2 mana on it later.
right.
If they were to
That,
happen to turbo the combo, that is.
yeah. And, if you're in Yoxter's shoes, this is not exactly the toughest piloting job for where the BG's at. You, every turn for the next 3 turns kind of plays itself. So,
Time runs out on me.
oh, wow.
More ramp.
The top deck ramp. That's how you do it.
Gotta play the tilter card.
Get back in the set with some mental damage. Oh, wildfire again. But really has to be the coin cold case here.
We're still going strength on strength here. But they're not pinging anytime soon. It looks like they can play the cold case and have a better multicaster for the next turn.
Yeah, well, in this matchup, like the druid strength lines up so well into this. Like if it was something like an aggro deck, this would be, where the BG's at would be in tears if they were trying to get on board.
I've heard of it.
All right, shipping in a little bit of damage. Wow, more ramp.
Well, it curves perfectly.
Happy with stats.
Oh, that's absurd. Just an absolute dream of a draw for the druid here so far.
Yeah.
Turn 4, 10 mana.
Yeah, and they went first, so in the turn they spend 11 mana. Donkey Hot will get to spend 6. So, pretty fair.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh, would you look at that too? They'll have 8 cards in hand, and the Miracle Growth will fill their hand, and they'll get a 10. Oh, what a game!
Just incredible. Going to be an uphill climb for the mage for sure.
Oh.
If the druid had drawn not quite as well, like this is an amazing draw for the mage in most games, but it's just that the druid doesn't care about this draw at all when it's drawing
Yeah,
like it is.
What to do?
absolutely. And at least one saving grace is that even though this list is the 40, it still kind of leans on Topiary and Planted Evidence outside of the combo. So if there's some chance that the combo is disassembled and those other cards are on the bottom, the Druid might not be able to mount pressure quickly enough. But, well, just play the top card, of course, once again. Gotta maximize tilt. And there's Bran.
It's incredible, the
and
draws.
This might be the situation where we are going to see the old-fashioned version of this combo, where it's just done with the actual mana instead of an Anubricon discount.
True. All right, so decisions for the mage here. Facing down a gigantic taunt minion and just rapidly losing hope, I would say. Seeing 12 mana on the other side on the next turn.
Yeah. But, if there's any position they could be in, that Donkey Hawk could be in with that sort of draw on the other side, like you said, this is the one they want to be in. And there's Savara.
Good pickup. Savara can get a Frozen Touch back and a Wildfire back.
Yeah. I think just one of the saddest things about this matchup, though, is that the which card? The Solid Alibi is just so useless.
Yeah, it really
so
is.
often because it just does not protect you at all against Astalor. And the damage is mounting up. Crypt Keeper. That's playable for 0. Could see Chitinous Plating, Crypt Keeper, Miracle Growth, and why not just Moonlit into Raid Boss or Topiary? Sure.
Seems good. Hovering Aquatic. Really want to find a Nubricon.
Yeah.
Not really under that much of a threat, but double Onyxia seemed really good.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Innervate?
I guess so. And then they'll just re-roll that Aquatic again, see if they can find the Nubricon down at the very bottom. Or
King.
I guess bottom 4.
Yeah.
Playable?
Yeah. And they can spend this Innervate here to turn that into permanent mana.
Alright, a casual 13 mana for the Druid. And 7 mana for the Mage. Let's see what they decide.
Yeah, just such an awkward turn. Sure, we'll see the Wildfire here. I have no doubt about that, but the rest of it is a little murkier. Maybe the Cold Case alongside it.
Perhaps an additional Frozen Touch, just to try to find all of the burn. I don't know if that even matters, like you just are staring down at so much mana and armor and a prospect of even more.
Yeah. I don't mind this play here. This is nice.
Wait, not all of them.
Time runs out on me.
Put as much pressure as they can, but
I like the line.
yeah. But
I mean, mainly it feels kind of hopeless, like your decisions don't matter from the mage
Yeah.
side, because of what's happening here on the other side of things.
And next turn we can see the natural combo with no Anubricon
True.
if any ramping is done.
Which
Like
would,
it's
I mean, technically that would only be 28.
well, no, it's infused. So we can yeah, 28 this turn, another 14 later. But God, this is just so uphill. But yeah, what do
the
you
rest of
do
this
here?
turn is clunky here for the Druid for sure, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you've done enough, I guess. You can just wild growth and gain more mana.
Yeah. Well, Crypt Keeper on top. Oops. Yeah. I like that plus wild. What? No.
Okay. I mean, there are a lot of ways to still go about it and not really get punished by a clunky turn. Just
True.
Druid's so far ahead.
Yeah.
It was a bit awkward, though.
Absolutely. And unfortunately here, no Mordrish, no
Do what to
really anything that Donkey Hot wants to get down on this
I mean,
board.
is Mordress even active right now? I don't think so, right? Isn't
No,
it
it
like...
should be a little off.
Yeah.
It should be a little off. It's at it's 1 off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was like 1 or 2 off.
Yeah, it's at 9. Oh no, it's active. It's active. Mordrish is active. They've done 12 damage. So because it was 3 with the reckless, or 3 times 3 with the reckless, and then 3 more from the manual ping with amplified. Alright, so Savara
chooses the 0 mana freeze is the last Savara card they want.
Yep. I'm sure we will see this hero power head to the dome.
Shipping in as much damage as they can.
And that's a Nubricon. GG.
Oh, hey, there it is. Seems like a good thing to do. Bran, Anubricon, Astalor, Astalor, Astalor.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times were had by all. Exactly enough board space for all of them. It's all just a matter of time.
Yeah, but what does this mean for us? Means we're heading to our day.
Game 5.
That's right. Once again, we've had it a bunch. The best words in all of Hearthstone. And what more could you want for a pivotal round 6 matchup? The winner will be in our top 8. The loser very possibly doesn't make it.
Yeah, and we get one of the least polarized matchups in the meta, too. This is going to be fun.
Listen, everyone watching at home, I better see them Game 5 redemptions in chat. This is the hypest Game 5 all day. Let's spam chat. Ron, that does not mean go into chat right now and start spamming.
Right now.
Right now.
Right now,
We
spam.
bait everybody.
We're 10 minutes in the future, Ron. You must wait.
Turn 4, spam
Really?
Game 5.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
I mean, they played Guff already. We can do it.
To be fair, they
But-
probably know. They probably know because on stream right now it's showing the
2-1.
2-1 yeah into more ramp and then more ramp.
Oh, I mean, yeah, they make it.
Yeah.
make them friends.
They've seen
but
Guff. It's okay. They've
Yeah.
seen Guff. All right, but
We saw
looking at
Guff on
this
turn
game
3.
here, looks like another strong hand on where the BG's at side, and we'll see if Donkey Hot can match the intensity. Well, we'll see if my Hearthstone client can match the intensity.
No, it
There
cannot.
it is.
It's crashed on me so many times today.
All right, and well, looks like we're playing some Curvestone. Starting on turn 2 for Donkey side, and
Finley
right
on one
away on
easy.
the other side.
1 mana, 1/3.
No
Do
cap.
it. Put the pressure on. Do it. Gotta start slapping for 1. Boo. No one ever listens to us.
Show me that 2-drop on 2. Come on.
Come on.
I think it actually was right to coin there, but
I would have liked to see Harbinger of Winter into Harbinger of Winter over the next 2 turns there.
What do you mean?
Bonebreaker's
We're
not
playing,
bad,
We're
though.
playing both next turn.
Also possible. Options could take it slow. Press the button, clear the minion completely. Could double Harbinger. Could any number of in-between plays.
button
They go
play is
slow.
interesting.
Oh, not that
Okay.
slow. Okay, we are playing Horn of
Yeah,
Winter.
I like this one.
Yeah. This
I
is
like this
okay.
a lot better than holding it back, yeah.
Understand the cold.
Right?
All right, Frostweaver.
Dungeoneer always comes down.
Don't draw wildfire.
Can it hit a Frost?
Yeah.
It hits a Frost.
Is there only one hit in the deck that's not Frost?
Wildfire.
Yeah, it's just wildfire, right?
Yeah.
Does this deck also run Arcane Intellect or no?
Oh, it does. So there's two
Okay,
misses.
Yeah. All right, and looks like we're probably going to see a Howling Blast go face. Or at least trade. Yeah, that's better. Howling Blast will
Yep, this works
lean
out
up
nicely.
the board, push some damage, and Death
Wouldn't
Knight
it have been
is...
better to send it face? I guess we're saving the weapon charge. Rather have it the Bonebreaker on like a future turn. Because we could have sent it face
yeah.
and then traded into the 2/3 or the 2/2 then.
That's what I was expecting,
Yeah.
but we saw it this way
Wasn't
instead.
face frozen?
Yeah, their face was for wait
No.
the mage. Yeah, they did. They pinged the face. They pinged the face.
Was it?
That's right. Yeah, they used the ping.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think my client showed a frozen Death Knight.
It's been like 9 hours of Hearthstone. It's fine.
To be exact, we're on
It's-
9 hours, 30 minutes, and 41 seconds. Or in 10 minutes when they hear us say that, 9 hours, 40 minutes, and 46 seconds.
Oh boy.
Look at me do math. I did it
Ray
for you,
math.
Ron, because of numbers. Wow, this is not
I
even our
could love
longest
numbers,
stream.
man. It's true.
I think Donkey Hot's going for a spin.
Spin!
Putting back some cards.
Yeah, I don't mind it. You
Yeah.
really want your hero cards,
Wildfire into
especially.
Reckless.
There we go.
Didn't have the wildfire yet. Yeah,
Don't
this
hit
looks
Arcane
good.
or Wildfire.
Wow. That actually, I'm shocked that they didn't use the wildfire right away, but you know what? That works.
Well, they've got a wildfire reckless next turn
Yeah,
for exact mana. Works out.
that it does.
Oh, remorse.
All right, Remorseless Winter looking
Oh.
quite good compared to garbage.
Ramping Sword
Hey,
is
you
not
leave
garbage.
Gargantuan alone. You leave my homeboy Gargantuan alone.
It's not that bad. Right
It's-
thing's not that
It's
bad.
actually not a bad discover in certain matchups.
It's a Ramping or the Gargantuan.
Gargantuan. Like when you face
Gargantuan's
Blood DK,
terrible.
randomly like discovering it against Blood DK is sometimes so backbreaking.
Good
Right,
thing that
so we
Vampiric
see a
Blood
minion
doesn't
clear.
heal,
Yeah.
and that Blood Death Knight players can't read.
Yep.
Should be seeing another Harbinger of Winter here, and this lines up pretty perfectly for Donkey Hot with the Wildfire Reckless.
Yep. I don't think there is another option for them, so
Howling Blast and Frostworm's Fury. 2 cards without draw. I got this.
What are we at for Mordresh? 7?
Yep.
Wow, I got
There's
literally
not those
right.
cards.
Yeah.
Brushy Tuna
Ah,
lied
look,
to
there it
you.
is. It's it was
There's a
draw
Frostworm's
late.
Fury. We never draw it off of Harbinger Death Rattles. We just
No,
naturally
of course
draw
not.
it.
Yeah. Why would
So
we
we are
draw
seeing
it
a
off
lot
the
of
Death
burn in
Rattles?
hand now.
We
Like,
can-
you
we can
know,
coin it next turn?
exclusively.
Yeah.
Remorseless Winter.
Just to draw a card.
Seems to be like the most
I don't
likely
mind
play.
killing this Spindly here. Yeah.
I like this Frost Strike here. It's not bad.
Glacial Influence. Oh!
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh!
Nice.
Oh, wait. The Saurian, though. Oh, no. Alright.
It's just all burn at this
It
point.
is, but, like, that's my boy.
And we know
Glacial's a
one
big
of
pickup.
the and we know that one of the solid alibis is on the bottom for Donkey Hot.
Yeah.
True.
I don't like this.
Oh. And another trade?
Well, there is plenty of damage in there.
There
Okay.
is, but
Considering the burn, though, this is not bad for Donkey Hot, given that they're holding double cold case.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'd really prefer to send all of that phase eventually.
So
Yeah.
just get a Sorceress Ping and a cold case.
Yeah, I think though we know the sad truth, which is Frostworm's Fury is just come down this turn, and then there'll be a remorseless winter to follow it up.
Yep, coin Frostworms looks very good.
This can be so backbreaking for Donkey if they play Cold Case into location here.
That's probably unlikely because it would
It's
waste
not
a
enough
lot
board
of
space. Yeah, never mind.
yeah. But maybe location into ping or cold case with the arcane intellect. But AI first and just more draw, so not really what Donkey Hot's looking for.
Okay.
Preferring to
Either
save the 5 phase damage.
armor
Yeah.
or stall. I like the stall. Remorseless Winter has a decent chance of activating a Vizier.
Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
not a decent chance. It's a very low chance.
We're talking about all 3 going in? That's like, it's 50%.
Decent chance.
50% it happens. Either
Yeah.
it happens or it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Jeez. I mean, we can play the Chill Fallen Baron first, too.
Yeah, that doesn't really help. But
No.
let's see the Remorseless Winter.
Alright, kill the 5/5.
Can't believe it didn't happen.
Wow. I can't believe it.
It was close, though.
I blame Ron. Thanks a lot, Ron.
Fair.
All right.
We're using some burn here to deal with the Apprentice twice, which is a little unfortunate.
Oh, wait a minute.
Barely off.
Wow. 1.
I mean, this is so good, though, because... Wait a minute. Is there ever a lethal setup here? Ping, face with both frozen touches. Yeah, that sets up lethal in soon, but it's no 1 turn off still. It's close. They'd have to commit it all and hope that the Death Knight doesn't have 9, which is a tall ask.
I mean,
It's true.
they're what? We have 4, 5, and then 5 on board, so they're off by 4 right now.
I mean, there's a reasonably safe line, though, to just go with a cold case and a single frozen touch face and ping down the minion.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty good.
It unfortunately for Donkey does not set up the 2-turn lethal here. But the only way they do that is by taking a massive risk.
Yeah.
So I like this.
They elect for a safe line.
Yeah.
I think it's the right choice, but so unfortunate that things didn't quite work out.
Barely off.
Oh, backbreaking.
Big pickup here.
I kind of like just going for this Vizier here and ripping that.
Yeah, you're not sure when your next active vizier might be. Can discover some really important
Frostworm's
spells. Like, you know, an active Frost Realms right now, which you'd be thrilled about, not knowing that there's a Mordresh that's going to eat up the minion anyway.
Because, like, if we miss pretty bad, we just play
Glacial.
Death
Well, you hit
Whisperer, right?
you hit Glacial Advance and play Death Whisper. That's the
Yeah.
that's the real move.
Right, yeah.
The more you struggle,
Oh!
See?
Oh!
See,
Wow.
see,
Dude, take his
see?
death!
Wow.
That's so gross.
I've played a Death Knight or two back in my
There it
day.
is.
This is the. And then you just play Death
man.
Whisper,
Yeah.
Yep.
and yeah.
But it's not.
Now,
it's not
obviously,
friendly enough.
Donkey Hawk. Yeah, obviously, Donkey Hawk can play around this by, you know, just not killing the Death Whisperer or playing the Mordresh, but
Ooh.
we'll see what happens.
I mean, if there's ever a time you're not going to play Mordresh, it's when you draw the hero card
Yeah,
off
right.
the top, right?
This is
Yeah.
the one time that guarantees.
Freeze the Death
not-
Whisper and play the Dawngrasp seems incredibly good. Mordresh
Yeah.
means you lose. I don't know if you hold off on playing Mordresh, though, if you don't top deck this, so... Massive draw. Oh, it might still kill it! Oh my god! Oh my god, that was insane.
And alibi.
Oh, draws
to
an
do.
alibi.
Yeah.
Oh, easy.
That's the play. This is a wrap.
Yep, game over.
Wow.
Although, honestly, you don't even need to play the alibi. But they're
I mean,
never
what's-
healing,
what's
right?
better?
Yeah.
Either way wins.
Yeah, I think you play Alibi just to ensure you have the win next turn, so that way there's not some weird, funky stuff that goes on.
Yeah, they can't
like,
two-turn you either,
what if,
and
like-
the Glacial Advance could be anything.
Yeah. Well, what if like it's a Frost Strike here and like they kill the Death Whisperer and gets like another Glacial Advance? You know, that's 5. We're off by 3. Oh, maybe not. Oh no, we'd have it. Right? Drew Frost Strike, killed the lady. All the Glacial Advances. Be a high roll, but it was
It's
lethal.
24.
Yeah.
See, and that situation's not completely absurd,
No.
except for the fact that both Frost Strikes have been played. But you know, we can.
Listen.
It's a
My
super
deck tractor
fringe
crashed
scenario.
30 minutes ago, so I had no
And,
idea.
you know, clearly Donkey Hot on their way to a victory here at this point. The little bit of armor gain is not going to be enough for where the BG's at.
Watch this goat face. It didn't matter. Okay. Wow, GG.
And with that, I believe
That was close. That was a good one.
Yeah. Come to our end of our final feature match of the day.
I think I gotta check what's left.
There's
Might get something else. Let's see. I know minus
Is
$6
anybody else-
crew is not playing. Donkey Hot and where the BG's at just ended. And I don't know if Taco and Barely Lethal are playing.
Wash U maybe could be our tiebreaker.
well, Washiu's done. So.
No, I guess they're out. We're not going to have a 3-3 make it, are we?
Let me see.
We'll get all 4-2s going in.
Yeah, no. 3-3 makes it. Washu makes it. I think. Oh no,
Isn't
no.
it
'Cause
top
Donkey,
8?
Donkey won.
Yeah, Donkey jumps them.
It's not. Yeah. So yeah, no 3-3. That means our top 8
Yeah,
is
so
locked.
yeah, our top 8 is set.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ron. What is
There
it?
we go.
What is it?
From the top, the L Gang at number 1, Hype Horizon at number 2, Lean Lovers with a 5-1 record at number 3, Team Norway at number 4, Brown Alumni Esports at number 5, RIT Black. Amazing comeback for RIT Black. They went down 1-2 in round 3 and went on tear after that, going 4-2 in our number 6 spot. All pretty mid ETs with the genius strategy of playing against a team that has already dropped from the tournament.
Well, I think,
Takes our number
yeah.
7 spot.
Donkey
and
would take one of the higher.
well, yeah,
spots,
actually,
but
I guess ETs is number 8 once
Donkeys
things
would
update.
go into fifth
Donkey
slot,
Hot's gonna go
fifth, and then
a bit
everyone else would
higher.
go balance. Yeah.
From what I can see right now, that was our 1 through 7,
True.
and then Donkey Hot's the 8 spot, but the actual seating will be slightly different.
Wow. Taco and Pinata and Barely Lethal just updated to 1-0. You guys gonna want to go watch a 2-3 matchup?
Well, it's 2-0 now.
Oh, is it?
Oh, it's 3-0 now.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
All right.
That went fast.
Well.
Those games are quick. Yeah, where the
Eh,
BG's at, Donkey Hot isn't updated, and 3 Gnomes and -$6 crew, they just didn't play, right?
Yeah, the -$6 crew, I think, did not play this final round.
So that means all the results are now in. Excepting, on Battlefied, Donkey Hot hasn't reported.
They're slowly
But
getting
we
there.
have our... Slowly.
Slowly but
It's
surely.
It's 2-1 now. Oh, it's 2-2 now.
It's 2-2 now. Game 5. Game 5 once again.
Game 5 was gonna...
What's going to happen? Who knows?
Everyone's favorite Game 5.
Submit.
That was a thriller. That was a hell of a match to observe. I'm really glad we got to see that one of
Yeah.
all the ones that were going down. Because where the BG's at was barely away from making it into the top 8. Donkey Hot would have been eliminated were they to lose that last one, and it was just a really, really small margin of victory. Congratulations to those top 8 teams. I am looking forward to day 2.
That's top 8.
Absolutely.
So once again, for tomorrow, for top 8, will be one match in the top 8 that we'll stream. Unless it ends early, then we'll try to stream a different match as well until top 8's over. We're going to stream both top 4 matches, the 3rd place match, and then the finals. So 5 total matches tomorrow at minimum. And the reason why we're streaming the 3rd place match is because there is a difference in money-wise for 3rd and 4th. How much am I paying different? 25, I think? I don't remember.
Let's check the rules real quick. 4th place gets 50, 3rd place gets 70.
Boom. Thanks, Ron.
Easy.
I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't figured out how I'm paying all of these players. I hope they all have PayPal or something. I can just send it.
Road trip hand delivered.
Every
time.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Ron. I'm not gonna do that unless
You're not gonna
unless you join me.
You're not gonna road trip to EU
And we stream it. We stream our entire travels to go hand out.
Okay, bet.
$480.
It's gonna be like dramatically more expensive to do.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm here for it. Let's do it.
That's how we make Ron a consistent streamer, is we force him into a car with me and force him to stream the car ride.
Hey, I'm consistent now.
Yeah. But I will never forget the meme of, all right, well, we got a Ron stream in September. We'll see you in December.
Well,
touche.
I'm hoping for your sake that lean lovers win, because you're going to have a very long road trip if that's the case.
I mean, we got to go to EU anyways, because everyone gets paid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Donkey's already.
Isn't Donkey Croatia, and then there's a few people from the UK in here, right?
I was wanting to go to Croatia.
What about Australia?
Ooh.
Do we have any Australian players who made it?
We do.
Who?
I believe on the Lean Lovers we had Maxibon, who I believe is
So why did you
Australia.
want Lean Lovers to win for us if you
guys
wanted to be?
You guys will get some quality time.
Yeah.
Get to get on the barge, sit in the car the whole way across the ocean.
Yeah, we can't get on anywhere
It's
else in the
looking
barge. We had to stay in the car the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see the official
Why is
standings. For
Donkey
some
has
reason,
not
they are
submitted Game
not
5
updating.
yet?
They made it to 2-2, and then they just decided to stop reporting the result. I don't know why.
They're like, we're out.
Whatever.
See you later.
It's fine. We don't need to tell you what the actual seating order is. We could just restate it again. So congratulations to all these top 8 teams. We'll just, I don't know, we'll slot Donkey Hot in at like number 5. So we have the L Gang, Hype Horizon, Lean Lovers, Team Norway, Donkey Hot, Brown Alumni Esports, RIT Black, and all pretty mid ETs. Those are your top 8 for tomorrow. Stay tuned for more incredible Hearthstone action.
What time does that start,
Tomorrow
Ron?
we're going
What time does it start?
same. Is it noon actually?
It's noon.
The same
Noon
time?
EST. Yeah.
Noon Eastern, same time again tomorrow. We're going to be back at it with our day 2 of this fantastic tournament and see who gets to come away with the top prize.
And a thank you to our sponsors today of THL and Some Fish.
Some fish.
Some fish.
Hey, thank you both for having me on. It was a pleasure to cast some Hearthstone with you.
Of course, this is twice within a week. It's been a pleasure each time.
Yeah, absolutely. Always fun to cast with you, Dankest. Tuna, I'll see you tomorrow.
I knew where this was going. You didn't have to say anything.
I will take my leave. Gentlemen, have a great night, and thank you, viewers, for tuning in.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you, Dad. And yeah, on that too, we'll be ending the stream. Thank you once again, everyone that came out. Thank you, Dankest Dad and Kodomora today for helping cast. Tomorrow we got Myanodon first thing, and then we got Corden as our second caster tomorrow. So we got so much hype. I'm just hoping Myanodon is still not salty still from last Sunday, but we'll
just don't bring up any holding.
Yeah, don't hold him. Don't. If he feels upset, do not give him a hug. Don't hold him. He'll be okay.
He's already gonna be mad when he watches this part of the stream.
I hope he turned it off for some reason or hasn't been in chat right now, because I would really like to cast with him tomorrow, and I don't want this to be the part that's like, all right, I ain't doing it no more.
Fair.
All right, y'all. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Noon
Have a
Eastern.
great night, everybody.
See ya.